Afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Ready, Set, Sim Endurance Series, our very first endurance championship here at RCI with the iRacing realm, and we're excited to get stuck into a new world of GTP and GTD cars. Sebring International Raceway kicks us off for round one today, an iconic venue in the endurance racing scene. Challenging, bumpy, and technical, Sebring demands full focus from all of our drivers and teams today. Joining us in the studio this afternoon with cameras will be Ted Edwards. Alongside me will be Callum Kerrigan, as we'll take you through the pre-show to the halfway mark before handing off to the likes of Jesse Lee, Katrina Scott and Joseph Black to round you out. And what better way, Callum, to kick things off than right here at Sebring International Raceway?
You're absolutely right, John. Welcome to everyone watching on our YouTube and Twitch. Welcome to this RSS endurance series here, the first of its kind here at RCI, and what an excitement and buzz we have over this round one. 6 hours of Sebring, which I think we all know is a track which is excessively demanding for these drivers and these teams. A lot of teams, which I think is the first time racing with each other. So there's this element of unknown and sort of uncertainty that's in the race right now, and that's just poising us for what will be an iconic 6 hours of racing.
Absolutely. So Jesse Lee speaking to some of the teams and drivers down in the pit lane and the paddock this weekend, and a lot of them, like you say, Callum, unfamiliar with each other in the iRacing world. We've got lots of names we kind of recognize from the ACC world. Of course, we've got Prime Racing with us. We've got HWT Motorsport, Wheelie Slow Racing Team, Thomas Enger Sim Racing with an entry. We've seen those guys with us before in ACC. Prime Racing with a GTD car as well to throw in the mix. We've got Rebound Racing nearly on pace, as well as Speed Juice and Horseflow. So plenty of names we recognize, but not teams that we've necessarily seen together on the circuit. As the left-hand side of the screen at the moment, the number 40 finds the wall. The VGTR Esports crew, their cars both looking very fantastic on some preview images that we did see before the broadcast today. But already some fast times coming in, lots of competitive drivers across the field. And Florian Durkop, one of the names we do recognize, Callum, from the ACC realm in the FTW Motorsport car in P3 currently for GTP.
Yeah, currently P3 and GTP in the FW Motorsport, and that's something that I'm personally really excited for. This will be my first time on comms here, racing on Multiclass, and seeing just sort of how they work with each other throughout the race is going to be really interesting to see. Multiclass is a whole different ball game for those who are familiar with racing. We've got 2 classes of field, so you can go balls to the wall, push as fast as you can every lap, but you've got that element of getting around some slower cars and managing that, which really could make or break your race. It's more than just who's the quickest person on track today. It's who's got the best strategy and who can manage that traffic better. It's more of a mental game more than it is a physical pace game here today.
Yeah, of course, the GTD machinery being more of a GT3 spec this time rather than what we've seen, in the last few years of endurance racing, one-off kind of GTLM cars as they were as such, a little bit faster, a little bit quicker than their GT3 counterparts. And that's going to be the crucial thing here today is, it's corner speeds, isn't it? Turn 1, very fast corner in its own right in both, GTP and GTD cars, but the higher downforce levels of those GTPs, the catching rate is going to be alarming as they swoop through turn 1. Good passing place down into 3, a little bit of a single file through 4, 5 before opening out again. The acceleration of the GTPs off turn 6 down towards the hairpin should better themselves there. But it's going to be a big thing, traffic management this afternoon. Drivers and teams have already been warned to stay predictable, stay on the racing line, and to not make any sudden movements. And that's the crucial thing with endurance racing, isn't it, Callum? It's, being aware of your surroundings more than anything else.
aware of your surroundings, and that's doubly important when we come to a race like Sebring. The concrete barriers line astern on your left and right hand side, a bumpy track surface where you're trying to go around a car and you hit one of those bumps, that could be damaging to your race and veer you in to one of those left or right hand side concrete bollards. It's once again, John, we say it every time, but I'm definitely more favourable here talking about this race than dealing with the stress that these drivers are going to do for the next 6 hours, especially coming around sort of the section in, turn two through Gurney Bend into the hairpin. That's practically single file for these GTP cars. If you get stuck behind a GT3 there, that's going to be massively like restrictive to your race. Cunningham Corner and the Collier Curve, again, a section where trying to get past these GT3s, is going to be a challenge. And of course, into the Le Mans curve onto that back straight. If you're compromised into that, that's just going to bleed your acceleration and bleed your time into the back straight. You could be caught out quite easily in the race.
Yeah, I'm sure lots of passes going to be happening down at Sunset Bend as well. Turn 17, another formidable bumpy corner, very punishing walls either side, as you alluded to just then, Callum, almost akin to a street circuit in some places here at Sebring. And clattering one of those walls is going to be detrimental to not only your team's race, but also you yourself. You're going to have to overcome that mental fear of any moment you could bin it in the wall and cost your team considerable time loss, as we see lots of fabulous B-rolls from the sunset yesterday here at Sebring. Concrete walls either side down into turn one. It's a very wide opening, but it gets very pinchy as you head towards the apex and through the curve. Of course, we're going to have a rolling start here today. It's going to be a split start as well, Callum. So the GTPs are going to be starting before the GTDs, which should allow those guys to hopefully get through turns 1, 2, and 3 and 4, of course, and get opened up, and everybody getting spread out here. But it was Vesta Sport Green taking the pole in GTP in the Acura. Cadillac's just behind, a Ferrari thrown in the mix as well, but Cadillac's looking very strong inside that top 10 already. And down in the GTD class, it was the Delta Sports Sim Shop number 29 there as well on the pole, and a good mix of manufacturers down in the GTD class. So it's going to be interesting to see who takes that top step of the podium so far. But currently the formation lap underway. It's a crucial time to get lots of temperature built into these tyres and just, kind of take a breather for a moment, Callum, because as soon as that green flag drops, we're going to be underway for 6 hours here today at Sebring International Raceway. And you can already see the gap on the track map to the top right-hand side of your screen between the classes. That should be more than enough space, surely, Callum, to sort everything out by the time they get down to the big bend at turn 6.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but that gap will dwindle down quite quickly if we have sort of an incident into the first few corners. Then all of a sudden we've got early GTPs coming through the GT3 field. That's the last sort of bit of stress you want early on in a race. Just before we start, John, I want to quickly just pop over to our YouTube and Twitch chats. If you're supporting any team in our YouTube and Twitch chat just before this race starts, give a shout out to them. We've already got a few in there. We've got a couple of people supporting the VGTR teams and the VFT teams here today. We've got a couple of supporters for the Stratos teams as well. So lots of love in our Twitch and YouTube chats early on in this race. It's brilliant to see that we've got so much love this early on, and I'm looking forward to sort of seeing how that unfolds. But if you are supporting and watching a team today, make sure to show them some love in the chat.
Absolutely. So we'll be watching on both of those chats, both Twitch and YouTube, throughout the race. So any questions you've got, any teams you want to cheer on, certainly get your names in there. We've already got some VFT fans in the chat. Thomas Enger Sim Racing fans also in there as well. So great to see you guys joining us here this afternoon for what is going to be a fantastic event already. A couple of new follows over on the Twitch channel. Thank you very much indeed to all of you guys. And we're nearly ready to get underway as the GTPs come out onto the Le Mans straight, just waiting for that safety car to essentially take off and peel into the pit lane. Once the safety car does so, the race leader or the category leader of the GTP will be the pace car as such, and they can decide to go at any given time. GTD's having to manage the gap, of course, before they get underway. But again, once the GTPs have gone, the GTD driver is free to set the pace as well. And you're going to want to be on that last row of the grid, the Cadillac at the back there. I think that's the East Block Cadillac. Plenty of space to warm up tyres as they get down towards Sunset Bend at the moment. And the stragglers of the GTPs coming around the safety car, indicated by the black and green circle on the track map. That's about to peel off to the right-hand side into the pit lane. The BMW M2 car peels away, and we are already underway. The Vesta Sport green car, an excellent getaway already from the VFT Esports TMC down into turn 1. FTW Motorsport with Florian Durkop at the wheel, already chomping at the bit of the Cadillac, but the Vesta Sport green has overcooked turn 1. Out onto the grass they go. That's going to be dirty tyres down into turn 3, and you can already see the grip difference between the two cars. The Vesta Sport green entry already dropping a position, and FTW Motorsport looking to take another position away as well. Meanwhile, a bit of a gaggle down in the mid-pack of the GTPs. The weapons mandatory number 74 pressuring the CRF Motorsports GTP car as they come down into the hairpin. We're too wide in the back for VGTR. Esports number 15 there as well. They make up a position on the Magic Engineering 308. This is Acura on Cadillac as they head through the latter half of the lap up towards turn 10. The Acura in the background having a bit of a look, puts the nose in, and the first collision. Two cars are wide, everybody scatters, but unfortunately some cars can't find a gap in the traffic, and there was a collision there. That's going to be some damage already to the front of some of these GTP cars, and an early pit stop is not what you want here this afternoon, Callum, and it's very awkward because the GTDs are now beginning to stream back through, and the Ferrari having to try and scrabble their way off the grass and back onto the circuit safely to avoid the stream of traffic that is incoming here. And it looks like a much cleaner start for the GTDs. I think only one car relatively affected there, and already the VGTR GTP car with some damage. You can see the grip difference there, and already making up some good ground, the K1 Esports car, although Ethan Jenkins alongside down the Illiman Straight into Sunset Bend already makes the pass, pulls back across the racing line to get the best run through the corner, and a big load of understeer nearly into the tyre wall, and a piece of the car flies off. That's going to be another emergency pit stop, but not able to cut across the track, Callum. They're going to have to go for one more lap in the K1 Esports car.
Wow, what a lap one we had there, John. First, a perfect start for the Vesta Sport green car, but just overcooks into T1, running wide, and that has cost him massively. What would have been a comfortable sort of lead and a sort of a stress-free race start turned into an absolute disaster. He's now finding himself in P2, chasing down the VFT Esports car, and it is now Caddy, Acura, followed by Caddy, and then Ferrari again. Caddy seems to be getting a lot of love, but still a lot of manufacturers up there in the GTP class. It's such a shame that we saw that contact. There seemed to be some brilliant racing, but just 2 into 1 there, little tap in the back end, and both spinning in that incident. Sadly, a lot of cars not really reacting to that enough, so a few collisions sort of coming in there, so a lot of early pit stops, and now the GTD field are going to have to contest with some GTPs coming through quite early on into the race. The last thing you want is your line astern stressing yourself out on the first few laps, is all these GTPs coming through the field. So a little bit of drama, but if that's what we're getting from lap 1, I'm ready for the rest of this race, John. We're poised up to something magical here.
Yeah, lap 1 already very exciting. The GTPs have kind of all spread themselves out now, so they're all running in a little bit of clear air amongst themselves. A few battles still going on though. P6 and P7 looking pretty close on the track map, but the GTD gap much closer as FTW Motorsport Red an equally good showing. They lead lap 1 here at Sebring International Raceway, chased down by Vesta Sport Black and the Delta Sport Sim Shop number 29. Midnight Racing chewing at the back of the Garage 991 car, driven by Yannick Ruoff there at the moment. Everybody looking in the, like you say, Callum, perfect kind of line of stern almost. It's a bit mesmerizing to see everybody take more or less the same line, and everybody's kind of equally itching for that same bit of tarmac as we see the first bit of traffic in the background. It's a Hertz Jota Cadillac themed car trying to filter their way through the GTD category, and like you say, kind of trying to get back on to the rear of the GTP train is very tricky indeed when you're trying to contest most with the GTD cars. And you know, when you think you're going to be in a mental mindset of, okay, we're going to have some clear running for at least 15, 20, 30 minutes here at Sebring, suddenly to find yourself on the back foot trying to pick your way through these GTDs, it's an added stress factor to an already not ideal start that you've had to the 6 hours here this afternoon, as Joseph Rodriguez all over the back of Franco in the eSim Racing WNB car. This is Stratos Motorsport in the number 402 that we're watching at the moment as they head through the Le Mans curve towards the end of the lap, and the slipstream factor is going to be a thing here down into the Sunset Bend, but Rodriguez with a bad exit out of turn 16 immediately puts him on the back foot of Franco, and he's able to break away towards Sunset Bend. This fight done and dusted for the meantime, Callum.
Yeah, done and dusted, but we are now sort of settling into this race. The gaps are starting to spread out between the GTPs, but the GTDs are very much line astern, just sitting there. I always use the analogy, almost look like the Hungry Caterpillar book for anyone in the UK as they come around sort of the back end of the track. We've got a bit more love on the YouTube chat here from a couple of teams. iRacing Southern Africa shouting out Adam, P7 in the GTD class. He's had a wonderful lap one, so big support there. And another shout out from TMX Phantoms saying come on K1. So again, love seeing the support for the teams here today as we're starting this race. 6 minutes has already provided us enough, and we've got plenty of time to go in this race.
Yeah, we just got a race replay there of some of the dramas that have happened already today. This is the K1 Esports number 12 losing the front clip of the Cadillac out of turn 1 into the tyre wall quite hard, and I think they're going to tow back to the garage. They are indeed, to get that car fixed as well. The VGTR Mustang gets back underway in the background. They're going to be already on the back foot as well at the start of this race, but it's almost where you want to be sometimes, isn't it, Callum? You know, you've had a rotten start, but get that car back to the garage, get it fixed again. You get back underway, and you're almost in the kind of clear air zone that you really want to be in. Nobody ahead, nobody behind. You've just got to be alert for any faster cars coming up on you, and it's a good place to be. You can really drill in the lap times and focus on that recovery drive.
Yeah, I know. If I was in the car right now, the thing I would want more than anything is some clean air. As we see, is that someone pulling over the K1 Esports car pulling over there, or is that a racing replay that we're currently looking at? That's an incident with the Esports Racing Canada team going off there, and sadly making the tyre barrier. He's going to have to refix that sort of front end of his car, and again get back into some clear air. But you're absolutely right, John. If I'm in the car, all I want here is just some clear air to run, settle myself into the pace as we go on board with another replay. This is with the VGTR Esports car. The Mustang having some contact. I believe that was with one of the Acura cars in the background, so he's sent in for a spin. A little bit of damage, and he's got a pickup from the back of the GTD field as well. So actually we missed a number of action. This is the big incident we saw with the Magic Engineering 308 going for a spin there, and sadly a few cars collecting him as he was in the middle of the track, and then he subsequently had to wait for the entire GTD field to come through before he was able to rejoin the track. So a number of big heavy hits with some cars there. Not the ideal start to the race, but they're just going to get into the pits, repair the car, and try to just resettle. Calm yourself down, because you know it is quite frustrating at this early on in the race that you have a big incident like that. But with 6 hours left in this, there is still plenty of opportunity to start climbing up the field for either one of these teams.
Yeah, lots of kind of half lazy spins as well. We've been witnessing on the race replays. HWT Ethan Jenkins there finding himself backwards almost in the final turn of Sunset Bend. He got back underway with no damage sustained to the Ferrari either. So, you know, lots of challenges here today. Drivers very well rehearsed, I would say, in the realm of iRacing. But Sebring, as we said, it's bumpy, it's technical, it's very difficult indeed, and everybody today proving just that as all the GTDs begin to bunch up through turn 5. This is essentially a battle almost in train, I think, for about P5 down all the way to P10 at the moment. Everybody looking closer. Chevrolet Corvette in the background there. I think that's the Vesta Sport grey car darting out, seeing if they can make a move on the Ford Mustang, the K1 Esports car, as they head down into the hairpin, but not close enough to get a lunge done under the brakes. Back into the train they go, as the Mercedes at the head has already broken away. That's Barry Morrison for the Midnight Motorsport car. He's going to be in some good air at the moment. 1.2 to the car ahead, 1.6 to the car behind. So he's just really got to drill in those lap times. There's another car down pit lane. This is Adam Prosser in the number 59 car. I can only assume that's going to be for more damage as the BMW crew get back underway to get that car fixed and off again. It's 10 minutes into the race, Callum, and the pit lane's already seen plenty of action with people repairing and towing and lots of bodywork being stuck back on these cars.
Yeah, lots of action in the pit lane, John, as we've seen the incidents sort of coming up and down the field. But one thing I am noticing is the leaders of the GTP class are now catching and right behind the GTEs. This is of course a multi-class race. We've got two classes of car here, so these guys filtering through the traffic is absolutely key for their race and making sure that they don't pick up any damage as well as lose time. The last thing you want to do into some of these faster corners especially is be side by side alongside a much slower Castle car. I mean, you could just see the speed difference here as we ride on board with our current leader in the VFT esports car. The speed difference is absolutely insane. I mean, these guys are braking before these guys are even turning into the corner, and you can just see how much pace difference. I mean, that's absolutely insane to watch this on board as he's getting 2, 3, 4 cars and now slightly stuck behind this Porsche. This is the section we said would be quite difficult. The last thing you want to do is lose pace here, especially as we know the Vesta Esports green car currently in P2 has got a lot of pace as well. So how these guys manage this traffic could be the difference between getting a 1 second gap at the end of this queue or be right up behind each other at the end of sort of this battle. It's a massive part of multi-class racing, something that I can't really express how important and how vital it is for these guys to manage this correctly.
Yeah, say the likes of me and you, Callum, used to the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione, and there we've only got GT3 being the fastest class. If you discount the GT2s, of course, the GT3, GT4 difference a little bit less than what we're seeing here today. Lights ablaze on the Cadillac, plenty of flasher action we're going to see as a very tidy lap indeed, I would say, from the VFT esports car getting underway and through all those GTDs. Made very light work indeed. Benjamin Harmon managing to make up a position in the Speed Juice and Horseflow car, made light work of the CRF Motorsport GTP Cadillac in white just behind there. And Benjamin Harmon, a man that normally finds himself in the broadcasting booth, Callum. He's the genius behind all the cameras, usually with all of our ACC broadcasts that you see on our Twitch and YouTube channel here on RCI TV. And sometimes we do let Benjamin Harmon out into the car to get his teeth stuck into some racing, as Florian Durkop sniffing at the back of Geraldin's Vesta Sport green car. And I can only assume that's going to be a time loss somewhere in traffic. There's a flash of the headlights from one of the Mustangs in the background. That's probably a displeasure flash, maybe a little bit too aggressive on the overtake. Didn't take too kindly to that one, but Geraldin managing to open up the gap somewhat through turn 1, down to turns 3, 4, 5 before opening out to 6. So he will survive another lap in P2, but Durkop looking very fast indeed in the FTW Motorsport car.
Yeah, and these guys weren't really too close to each other before they sort of entered that GTD field, and that again just shows how important it is to manage the traffic effectively. You know, what once was a little bit of a gap now at the end of this field is, you know, they're right behind each other and fighting for position here. So I believe we're riding on board with a replay. There's a bit of contact between the Porsche of the, I'm not sure what Porsche that is, but the K1 Esports involved in the incident there, sadly spinning around and having to rejoin the track, losing out a heap of time as he tries to rejoin the track safely. And massive props to him for making sure he waits for the cars to come through before he rejoins. Obviously that's a massive no-no here in RCI for like unsafe rejoins and actually impacting other people's races as we ride on board. I think this is the same Porsche that was involved in that contact, now taking on the 1HP Racing Acura car. He's gone just wide into that section. He's right on behind him. He needs to make sure he keeps it clean here as we're about to go on a straightaway. So you'll see as you try to dart to the outside to try and get as best of an exit as he can. One thing I did want to quickly say, John, as you said, you saw a little bit of a flash there from the Mustang. I noticed that actually that's the same team. It's the FTW Motorsport red car that's currently leading the GTD cars, and Florian is currently in P3 in the GTPs. I think he was just giving his little teammate a flash, going, "Go on, get him. You're having a brilliant race." and, you know, just egging him on here to try and get that P2.
Very well spotted, Callum, indeed. I think that probably was a friendly flash then, cheering his teammate on to try and get themselves up the GTP category. And not only do the GTPs have to deal with each other battling, but also, as we've seen in the last few laps, when GTDs get involved in each other, there's already 2 cars in front of you. You don't want to make it 3 wide through some of these sections, and patience is going to be another factor this afternoon. And in the mirror there, riding on board with the Midnight Motorsport car, you saw how fast Benjamin Harmon caught through turn 1. 1 minute the Porsche wasn't there, the next minute the Porsche was right in the rear bumper of Barry Morrison, and very well held, very good awareness, lets the car run out naturally to the outside of turn 1, and Benjamin Harmon taking the tighter line. Of course, much more downforce in the GTP cars, able to make those line changes mid-corner more than, of course, the GTDs can. So Benjamin Harmon leaning on the aerodynamics somewhat, and a late turn in there from Barry Morrison. That explains that there's already a car up the inside, another GTP finding their way through, and that's going to be P11 already starting to lap the leaders of GTD. So already lots of the GTPs have come through. Callum, P13 now is yet to take on the back end of the GTD field. So the GTPs have spread themselves out somewhat. There's a handful of battles, but I think this is going to be won or lost on traffic this afternoon, I'm going to say. There's already fantastic pace from the race leaders, VFT Esports, the Vesta car and the FTW car, almost breaking away with P4 in tow, as we see a mistake there from Ben Ford, a little bit too deep into Sunset Bend behind the weapons mandatory car. They'll run wide and lose a heap of time, and back underway again. They've got to close that gap up once again to the back of Justin Dijkstra.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, John. We know we've got that sort of that front 4 currently leading the race there, so all sort of between 2 to 1 seconds away from each other, and then we got this 5, 6, 7, and 8. If these guys start battling sort of the P8 car, the eSIM Racing WMB car is going to get right involved with this as you start to see these guys battle or get involved with a GTP pack. But we sort of seen the first round, it only took 15 minutes for these guys to get a whole lap upon this GTD field. That is just, again, expressing the pace disparity as we now ride on board again with Barry Morrison, still chasing down the Garage 991 Porsche, who I believe was our pole sitter as well. So not having as much of a strong race pace as we expected our pole sitter currently here, but he is just focusing, eyes on the back of that Porsche, and this is where you really start getting into the dynamics of what do we really want to get out of this stint. You know, this isn't a sprint race. We're here for 6 hours. Are we really going to want to pressure this Porsche, get past, and then start chasing the next car? Or do we want to utilise this tow to maybe save a bit of fuel, go a little bit longer into this stint? You know, those are all the kind of things that are probably going in not only sort of this driver's mind, but sort of what they're discussing with the teams, is how we really want to strategise this. Because if we start pressurising this Porsche, having a sort of pretty intense battle at this stage, we could be losing out not only to the Porsche behind, but also to the Vesta Sports black car, the Chevrolet that's currently in P2.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, isn't it? You don't want to battle too hard amongst yourselves because, you know, if you're Barry Morrison, you could work with Yannick Ruoff and potentially catch the Vesta Sport black car ahead. I mean, they're only kind of, you know, they're within stone's throw of what's going on right now. And the last thing you want to do is fight too hard and lose that tow or lose that kind of, you know, the vision of the car ahead and become a bit dissatisfied by what's gone on, start making late lungy moves and really destroy the kind of opening stint of this race. But you work together, like you say, Callum, save some fuel, try and go longer, maybe try and go for the overcut in the pit lane, as we see there the Bradley Stanley running very wide out of turn 16. The Hertz Joe to Cadillac having to make avoiding action to get round, and gave plenty of space, which is very sensible because I've seen it all too much in endurance racing, Callum. A car makes a mistake, hits the grass or gravel, and then ends up spinning back across the track into the path of a completely innocent party. So very good heads-up driving from the Cadillac and down into Sunset Bend. We've got a block of GTDs here, almost making it 4 cars in total. Just ahead, we've got the 1 HP Racing car. We've got a Porsche in the middle, the Phase 2 car, and then we've got another 1 HP Racing Acura behind. So a bit of a sandwich going on right now for the Phase 2 car as they try and climb their way back up the field as well. But everybody relatively, I would say, getting a bit spaced out. They're getting into their natural pockets of air, and I'm not sure if I just saw a mispress of a key there, but I definitely saw the wiper blade of that Porsche make a couple of swishes on the windscreen, and I don't think we were expecting rain today, so I'm hoping that was just a bit of a mispress there.
Maybe just a mispress, or just, or, I don't know what it is, but you're absolutely right. There is obviously a percentage chance of rain in this race, but definitely not something we're expecting this early on, as this Porsche is still sort of navigating the Secura sandwich. We've got Ferrari sort of involved there, as we have the GTP car coming around as well. Is this a battle that we currently have for P11? Yes, it is. This is well, we're on board with the CF Motorsports GTP white car. Adam Duff currently in the car, battling Ethan Jenkins in the HWT Motorsport Ferrari. So a battle here all up and down the field. This is currently for P11. I think both of them were involved in some early incidences, and again, that's a different mentality to what we just spoke about, John. Maybe both of them have been involved in an incident. They've had to pit early, and right now they just want clear air, work together, try to get back up the field in as clean a way as possible. I know if I'm in that situation and I see a faster car coming up behind me, come on through. I'm not here. I'm not here to battle. I'm here to just make sure I get into my rhythm, sink in, and do the best job I can for the team. Right now, it's just keeping it on the black stuff and delivering this car to the person in the next stint. And that's when they can start thinking about, right, what's really achievable for us in this race.
Yeah, precisely that. Endurance racing is all about choosing your battles. There's no point delaying the inevitable as such. I'm quite kind of akin to that mentality when I've driven before. You see a car thundering up behind you within a few laps, they're already buried in your back bumper. So what's the point in delaying it? Just let them through. Focus on your race, get your pace really nailed in, and make sure that car makes it through the stint completely safely, because we don't want to see any big time losses through unnecessary collisions or additional repairs, as cars will come down the pit lane for what is their kind of mandatory forced stop when, of course, the tank exceeds the drive time. And already a hip and shoulder from one of the race leaders there. I think possibly that was the 333 making their way through on the Magic Engineering car, and the K1 Esports car ahead trading paints as more cars come streaming through in the background there, having to pick the side of the road. The BMW has to dart to the right-hand side up the inside of the hairpin, and that's going to throw your braking point off somewhat as well. And it gets rather tricky when you're trying to manage traffic, you're trying to spot braking points and apexes, and all of a sudden the car that you kind of already lined up for a pass decides to change the line, and you then have to change your line in response to them. So good driving and good awareness from the GTP driver, the BMW car. I think we saw that car down the pit lane earlier, just about 10-15 minutes or so ago, was already dealing with lots of change of direction. Again, the Ferrari staying out of the way, the 1HP Acura also trying to stay out of the way of these GTP, as they come flying through. As we said earlier, the speed difference is alarming, especially in these faster sections and opening up the corner, trying to get the old up and under on the 76 Porsche. Well done. So Florian Derkop there read the situation wisely, although Gerardin has managed to open up that gap somewhat, just ahead. Half a second now separate P2 and P3, as Ted Edwards has some kind of replay queued up for us to see here. This is the East Block Racing Cadillac getting involved with, that's Barry Morrison in the Midnight Motorsport car. A slight lockup down into the Le Mans curve, and Barry Morrison nowhere to really go. Couldn't really respond to that Cadillac, and missing the front bumper of that Mercedes. That's such a big shame. You can already see the time loss ahead. Yannick Ruoff, they were glued together just a few laps ago, Callum, and now Barry Morrison on the back foot. And that's one of the dramas from the GTP's lapping. That can happen. Contact, unfortunately, being the demise of Barry Morrison in this opening stint.
Yeah, if that's not an introduction to sort of multi-class drama and what you can expect, then I don't know what it is from the battle from P2 to P3 in the GTP class. And that sort of navigation through the field again. The 11 of Giran getting a bit of a gap onto Derkop, but as soon as they come into the GTD field, that gap is just condensed massively, leading to Derkop right behind Gerardin again. Sorry, Gerardin. absolutely butchering names here, John. I do apologise because we're on board here with the Vesta Esport Academy car, currently battling the VGTR Esports car. This is a hyper on, well, sorry, this is a GTP on GTP, Acura versus Acura. So this is just an out-and-out battle for pace. And on the road, as he makes a move up the inside into T1, is he going to make it sticks into this tight section? He cuts across. And thankfully no collision there as he gets the move stuck. Nice and clean. Sort of saw the opening as he went, as the car went wide into turn one, snuck up the inside, and just utilised that to get a little bit later on the brakes into turn two. Moved on as it's now, it looks like it's going to be round two into the hairpin, but I just don't think he's close enough to come back at him. A lovely move there to secure P14 for the Vesta Sports Academy car.
Yeah, P14 doesn't sound like, quite impressive on paper, but certainly every position matters in endurance racing as Sean Vale gets back underway in the East Block racing car just ahead of a stream of GTD, so no real traffic to deal with out of the pit lane. That car's fixed, but cold tyres, of course, hot tyres versus cold. Hot is always going to prevail, and nearly on pace now getting involved. Mikael Sundstrom up into P5 already. That's a good start, fending off the weapons mandatory car just behind. They're stuck in traffic at the moment, getting very frustrated. Dutch driver Justin Dijkstra there flashing the lights, trying to get everybody out of the way before Mikael Sundstrom escapes up the road. And behind, Franco now sniffing at the back bumper for the eSim Racing WNB car. These two locked together. Sean Vale manages to survive the stream of traffic that was upon him as he came out of the pit lane. And now the mirrors of the weapons mandatory car are going to be full of another Cadillac. That's CRF Motorsports behind, and Mikael Sundstrom got to get that visor down, get his head in the game, and see if he can extend this gap while these two begin to squabble over what is essentially P6 at the moment.
Yeah, it's exactly what Mikael Sundstrom's probably thinking of. He'll know, he'll be looking at the Delta, knowing these two cars are battling, knowing he's probably got a couple of GTDs to get through as well, and he's just like, right, this is my opportunity to get a bit of breathing space to this car, because I mean, we all know it's easier to be the chasers than the chasee. The last thing you want is the pressure sort of that you're feeling from the cars behind as these guys are going side by side, flashing at the headlights, going, look, we're battling here, you need to get out of our way. And the Porsche does so, running a little bit wide, probably very smart. The Chevy sort of tucking in there for a bit of corrective action, and that lets the Porsche come through. Again, management of the multi-class racing is absolutely vital. The Porsche managing that to perfection, sort of getting a little bit out of the way. The Chevy not so much there. And that has ultimately led into a change of position for P2 here in the race, just sort of that management of the GTP field coming through. Again, John, you said it, you've got to pick your battles here in the multi-class.
Absolutely. So Yannick Ruoff reading that situation perfectly. Etienne Schell there going down a place in the Vesta Sport black car. Meanwhile, another race replay. Stratos Motorsports losing it on the curb in front of the Iron Brew Acura. That's very, very close stuff. VGT just gets past as well. Benjamin Hallman scrabbles to the right-hand side to get through, and the HWT car getting involved as well in that one into Sunset Bend. I think Ethan Jenkins going to have enough on that one. He does indeed up the inside of the Stratos Motorsport car, and again the Mustang becoming another problem for the Stratos car through Sunset Bend. Now everybody stacking up in the hairpin as we've got Prime E Racing's Audi R8 in the GTD class coming under fire from a multitude of GTPs. The Chevrolet there staying way off to drivers right before pulling back over to the racing line to cover off Prime E Racing. But again, all in 1, 2, 3 or 4 corners, everything can completely change with these much faster cars kind of carving through the field. The GTP's able to take a more dynamic line than the GTDs, with of course less downforce and traction in a GT car versus a prototype GTP car. Up the inside goes Ben Ford in the CRF Motorsports car. Justin Dijkstra trying to do the old up and under, go a bit wide, get a better run off of Sunset Bend down towards turn 1, chooses the outside line. CRF covering off the inside before pulling back over and deciding that the overlap isn't going to be enough. And now Mikael Sundstrom going to check his mirrors. He's going to see the CRF car has made it through the weapons mandatory car, and now the Swede has to really gallop away in the Cadillac, and nearly on pace, a team formidable to my heart, close to what I do within ACC as well. Car being shared by Mikael Sundström, and we'll see Philip Engman in that entry later on. Engman, I think, near enough his iRacing debut, with nearly on pace, doing a few bits here and there, but no real serious championship yet. But Engman within ACC, a very quick driver, so I'd be interested to see what he can do here in the realm of iRacing.
Yeah, and I think we do have a number of sort of people here which is sort of their first time on iRacing. So you see a replay here, the hypercar of the number 6 at Esports Racing Canada, just getting a bit too optimistic around the GTD field there, trying to tuck into the inside, and finds a Mustang in his way. Not ideal as we ride on board now. Tom Roberts in the wheelie slow racer. It's the same Racing Canada car again, just sort of poking his nose where there's a car and not really managing sort of this multi-class element. That's absolutely gutting for the wheelie slow racing car, who I just want to say, that is an iconic livery, the Aim Blue livery. You have to do it with an accent, of course. But absolutely gutting for them. They're running really well. Now, currently now in P18. That's the last thing you want to see sort of this early on in the race, is just settling into your stint to have a little tap from a hypercar there. But Racing Canada in general, a couple of incidents back to back there, not ideal for their chances climbing back up into the sort of the higher points positions.
Yeah, absolutely so. And Tom Roberts posting in the RCI staff chat earlier on, giving us a hint that his family might be watching today, and certainly not what you want to see Tom Roberts backwards in the grass thanks to a GTP class. But this is endurance racing. For those of you new to us here at RCI and wondering what we're doing, we basically release the community for 6 hours of pure racing from green to checkered flag, and basically the longest distance covered wins is the easiest way to put it. I would say at this stage, Callum, of course, we've got two different categories of cars. The GTPs, which are very much a concept-looking prototype-esque car, carving through the field, lots of, high downforce, big amounts of grip, some of them even with hybrid systems on board as well, releasing them, turning them into four-wheel drive cars at times. So again, the pace difference is very different, and the GTDs are more what you see to your commonly used GT3 machinery. It's very much a road-based car. You can see elements of the real life. If we take the Porsche 911, for example, you can see aspects of the road car built into the race car. Of course, a lot wider, bigger tires, more wings, more downforce, a lot faster than the road-going counterpart, and not as fast as the GTP cars. And for the first half an hour or so, we've seen the real pace difference that me and Callum have been speaking about. So if you are new here, you're watching, you're looking out for a family member, or your partner's tuning in, cheering you along, have a quick breakdown of endurance racing, and we're here for another 5.5 hours. So anything you need to know, hit our chats up. We've got a chat on Twitch, a chat on YouTube as well. Myself and Callum monitoring both of them throughout the broadcast. So any questions, we'll be keen to try and answer. Meanwhile, weapons mandatory, the number 74, we saw the change in position just a few laps ago. Ben Ford already escaping up the road, nearly a second to the good, half a second now off the back of Mikael Sundström in the nearly on pace Cadillac. So there's going to be a battle here, Callum, for certainly P5 on the cards in a few laps' time. Ben Ford looking very quick in the CRF Motorsports car.
Yeah, it does seem to be having a lot of pace sort of in this sort of mid-stint phase of the race. The CRF Motorsports, currently driven by Ben Ford, is chasing down Mikael Sundström in that nearly on pace. Currently sort of leaving Dijkstra a little bit behind. He's not quite able to hang on to Ben Ford in the way he most likely would have wanted. But this is turning into quite a spicy fight here in the early stint for P5. But we said it earlier on, this is very much a sprint race. Well, sorry, not a sprint race. It's very much an endurance race. So again, how Ben Ford is going to manage sort of this overtake, and knowing that he's got a bit more pace on him at the minute, will be absolutely key. Like, does he want to go in for that battle with Mikael Sundström, lose a couple of tenths to sort of will be sort of P4, or having Dijkstra claw back at him, or just wait, sit under his rear wing and wait for sort of the pit stops where he can really just go for the undercut and get the place there.
Yeah, absolutely. So some of these fights could be, won or lost on pit lane, depending who's rehearsed their stop more than the other. We see it all the time within ACC, and we're surely going to see it here this time within iRacing as well. So again, strategy comes down to it as well. Do you go for the overcut? Do you try and run it faster, run out of fuel a little bit quicker, go for the undercut and try and get back ahead of your rivals? Because track position is going to be key when we come to that final hour. And even if you can keep your rivals close, like we saw earlier on, Yannick Ruoff and Barry Morrison kind of working themselves together to try and get themselves towards the front end of that GTD class, you could soon be close enough to pounce on your rival in the dying stages of the race, leaving them with no retaliation essentially by the time the checkered flag drops. So still a long afternoon ahead, 5 hours and 25 minutes to go on the clock. Weather is looking nice and dry at the moment. Fingers crossed we'll see no rain here today, although clouds have been moving about the Florida region. The pitch is going a little bit dark and grey, then the sun comes back out once again, but fingers crossed we should stay dry into the end, making round one nice and easy before we of course throw them to the gauntlet that is, again, lots of rounds ahead of them in this championship with us here at RCI. Round two, we head to Daytona International. Round three, we head to Laguna Seca. Round four takes place at Watkins Glen before we head to round five at Road America. That's going to be one of my favorite rounds, I think, on the cards. Round six sees us at Indianapolis before the season finale. Round seven at Road Atlanta. That's September 27th. So we are quite a way away from rounding out this championship. And if you do want to get involved, there is still space over on the RCI website. I believe sign-up should open again once we finish here today, so keep your eyes peeled. Down below you can find all of the links to various RCI guises, including Discords, Twitters, Instagrams, you name it, it's down there. And alongside, of course, all of our partners that make this possible, including the title sponsor of the series, Ready, Set, Sim. Build your dream sim rig in seconds with their sim rig builder. I was having to play around with that earlier on today, and certainly makes it very simple for anybody to get into sim racing, and their mission is to simplify sim racing by providing a comprehensive and personalized experience, whether you're a novice looking to get started or an experienced racer seeking to optimize your setup. And not forgetting, of course, the €400 prize pool offered alongside for the very first time at RCI trophies. So if you are keen to get yourselves one of them, get signed up to the RSS Endurance Series, and who knows, by the time we hit Road Atlanta, you could be within a shot of winning a trophy. Alongside RSS, Coach Dave Delta, faster lap times, of course, start with Delta, a setup and data analysis app for iRacing, ACC, LMU, and even Gran Turismo 7. Available in 9 languages, giving you access to setups, racing lines, and data analysis. Why not stay ahead of your rivals with Delta? Greenman Gaming, where you can buy games and game keys with Greenman Gaming. Get the best prices, awesome bundles, and exclusive game deals daily. You can check them out down below in the description. And a partner of one of our series we ran just a few months ago, the IMB Raceway Community Series, providing fully custom designs to allow sim racers and real-life racers to make the impact they have always wanted in their apparel. And a partner from last year, Moser Racing, who we're thrilled to partner with, a leader in high-quality sim racing gear. Their links down below as well. And not forgetting, we are a recommended Motorsport UK esports community as well. And that's quite a prestigious thing, I think, to have displayed not only on the website, but of course throughout the stream as well. And I'm sure most of the people here today that we don't recognize, Callum, have probably come from Motorsport UK esports, because it's quite a big world and they're quite geared towards iRacing. So great to have a lot of their members participating in today's race.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is truly incredible to see sort of the amount of new faces we have here on RCI Racing here with us today. And I guess it's a part and parcel to this series that we're running. It's extremely exciting for everyone involved here at RCI, and clearly with the drivers today, with the amount of sign-ups. We had 52 sign-ups in total, John, which is an incredible number for this season. It's just part and parcel of just how exciting this season's going to be. Endurance racing, sort of following the IMSA format here on iRacing is something that, I mean, I'm thoroughly been enjoying this past 40 minutes, and we've got 6 hours of it today, let alone the 6 rounds that come after this. I do just want to quickly again hop into our sort of YouTube and Twitch chats. iRacing South Africa again showing some love for Adam, who's currently running P6 in that Thomas Enge sim racing car. So slowly climbing up the field. Last time we spoke about him, he was in P7. And again, some love on Twitch, some support for the 202 car, and some more support for the VFT car here today. So lots of love coming in our Twitch and YouTube chats for these teams. And this, you can look at the track map, John. It is happening all over the field right now. Some things I do want to point out is Vesta Sport Green have started to gap that P3 car even through the traffic management phase, and is starting to climb and eke away at that VFT Esports TMC car. It looks like coming up towards the end of the stint, John, we're going to be having a fight for the lead of the GTP class.
Yeah, certainly so. Gerardin looking very quick in the Vesta Sport Green entry, and Florian Durkop, no real answer at 7 seconds off the back of the Acura currently. And of course, the VFT Esports car out front still by about 2 seconds or so. But Galeo could certainly be caught by Gerardin. Looking like some fantastic pace in this late stage for the number 11 Acura on your screen at the moment, and you can see there, I think that's best lap times possibly on your screen at the moment. Last lap, we're being told, actually. So 1:45.8 for your race leader, 1:45.7 for P2, and a 1:46.3 for Florian Durkop. So somewhere there's been a considerable time loss, and as Callum alluded to, we can only assume that's going to be through traffic somewhere, getting caught up in and amongst a GTD battle. It's an easy way to lose yourself a couple of seconds. Do that a couple of times over a few laps, and suddenly you have lost a bucket of time to the car ahead of you. But everybody relatively running similar pace here, Callum. Everybody in the 45s, 46s across the board there, and you can see the positions gained and lost. And Ethan Jenkins up 10 places in the HWT Motorsport car, so probably one of the biggest climbers we're going to see today.
Yeah, a monumental sort of effort there from Ethan Jenkins. Probably quite fortunate in sort of the early incidents we saw in the race, but that, you know, luck is part of it, but you have to manage going through those incidents himself, and he's clearly managed that extremely well in this race as you ride on board with Adam Duff in the CRF Motorsports car, still chasing down that Vesta Sport Academy car. This has been a battle sort of within the 1 second, 1.5 second mark. It's been there all race, and they're slowly sort of catching up to the speed, juice and Horslow car of Benjamin Harmon. So again, another battle. Sorry, that's not the case, because Benjamin Harmon's in P10. I read the standings wrong, but it looks like they are slowly catching towards P12. So again, battle sort of starting to brew early up in the field, and this is where we're sort of getting to the end of the stint sort of era for GTPs. We're expecting sort of 45-50 minutes per stint for the GTDs. We're expecting around the hour mark, either before or after, depending on what your car can do. So this is really where we're going to start to see who's been looking after the tyres a little bit more in the race, and maybe that's what we're seeing with the P1 and P2 battle. But who's really sort of looked after those tyres better, who's been managing their fuel better. All their sort of plans of that first stint are going to start coming to fruition as we sort of come towards this first pit cycle.
Yeah, of course, it's all very well having great pace at the start of the stint, but it's how you manage it across the entirety of the hour. And like you say, some drivers may be looking after those tyres better than others, and that's why we're seeing a bit of a pace disparity in this late stage. And the one of the Vesta Sport grey cars there, that's not Etienne Shelley, who I thought it was. They're of course still in P3 in the Vesta Sport Black, but again having a good run so far through the race. One car up into P3 as Benjamin Harmon there filters through in the Speed Juice and Horseflow Porsche, already contending with the next load of traffic into the Le Mans curves. It gets very close between Benjamin and the number 54 Fast Lane Esports car. Brady Stanley currently aboard that one. And great to see again, Callum, we speak about it a lot, but teams liveries again, fully custom liveries within the iRacing realm, thanks to Trading Paints, a very popular application, as the Sports Racing Canada car up the inside into Sunset Bend. They tried that a few laps ago and it didn't go awfully well. This time working out thanks to some heads-up driving from Stanley, and already coming under fire from Pierre Ferrari in the Vesta Sport grey car. Able to fend them off down into turn one though. Didn't affect them all too much, but good heads-up driving from Stanley to avoid that collision, because the Canada car came from quite a way back. And it's all too easy as a GTD driver. You know, you approach a corner, you check your mirror, nobody's there. You turn in, oh, and Acura off to driver's right. That's going to be, that's the Stratos Motorsports number 402. Rodriguez once again in trouble. Not had the best of runs so far in this race. We've seen that car caught up a few times, and a bit of a mistake, I think, on their own. We're going to get a race replay this time over the inside curb. I think hit the throttle pedal too hard, Callum, and off to driver's left they went, kept it out of the wall, got back underway, but again, time loss nonetheless at this stage of the race.
Yeah, so the last thing you want to do is you sort of close off and round out your stint, as I believe we're getting some people starting to come into pit lane. Galileo, the leader of the the leader of the race, is the first one to blink, and I believe that's P3 behind him, also into pit lane as we start sort of seeing cars cycle through. But yes, for the Stratos Esports car, it's the last thing the Stratos Motorsports car. It's the last thing you want sort of towards the end of a stint. It looked like he just took a little bit too much curb there, and as that tire sort of came down, it just bounced the car and sort of unsettled him. As we go on board with the replay, a bit of a contact between the phase 2 car and one of the Mustangs. Again, 2 into 1 sort of coming out of that section, doesn't really go, and both losing out a little bit of time. The Porsche worse off in that fight, and now has the 1HP Racing 2 car right up behind him now to manage that. On board with the K1 Esports triple 1 entry, the Mustang, as he's coming down the final straight. A little bit of a blink there, maybe a couple of bit of internet issues, but we're going to start seeing people come through pit lane. It looks like the Vesta Sports Green, who had a lot of pace in that final stage of the race, hasn't yet had the need to pit. Maybe being next lap as he's coming around the final corner now, so we will quickly find out. But we're getting to the point where pit stops are going to start happening for the GTPs, and we can really sort of open up as to what this race is going to entail for people. And that's it. The new leader was net P2 on the track. The Vesta Sport Green probably going for the overcut. Is he going to get it, John?
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Going a little bit longer, seeing if they can keep out ahead, or maybe the Acura is slightly better on fuel than the Cadillac, as the CRF car equally out of Sunset Bend, much tighter line. Down the lane they come, instantly followed by Mikael Sundstrom and Justin Dijkstra as well. And this is the big flurry of GTPs that we're going to see down the lane. Galeo and Durkop, of course, they've got out next to their name on the timing board on the left. So they're going to be the two drivers we're keeping an eye on as everybody else comes into the pit lane to complete their kind of hourly stop, should we say, although only really managing 47 minutes on this first stint. And Ethan Jenkins for the HWT Motorsport car, they're going to be a big gainer straight up into the provisional race lead. You remember Ethan Jenkins, not the best of starts. We saw them turned around a few times. I want to say, Callum, they have made a pit stop within the first hour at some point already. So they will be, of course, provisional race leader for a little bit yet, as Ted Edwards brings up the weather forecast for us very nicely indeed. Very high wind speeds here today, 15 kilometers an hour. So we should see clouds moving through the region quite regularly during this race, which is, of course, while we're seeing the light kind of fade in and out as those clouds get blown over the circuit and get blown away again. But not much precipitation. However, as we get to the latter stages of the race, there is some weather coming in at around about 4 o'clock in game time, 4:15. We see the kind of highest stages before it begins to tail off again. So this could be a bit of an added curveball into the strategy today, Callum. And any drivers or teams, of course, watching along to the broadcast, it might be worth giving everybody a bit of a heads up to maybe plan for some precipitation.
Yeah, and sort of planning for that precipitation, whether you need to go on the wet tyre or brave it out on the dry tyre, is going to be absolutely key sort of in that strategy as they go for the stints towards there, you know, maybe going for a half fuel and just blitzing it out until we get to the rain phase, or taking a full fuel and just blasting through. As we've got now sort of pit box times coming onto our screen. So everyone's sort of around the 40 seconds. The Vesta Esports Academy with a 16-second pit stop. Not really sure how they've managed to conjure that one up, as we've got the HWT, our current leader, coming into the box as well, 1 lap later than everyone else. but everyone's sort of really tight there on the pit stops, to be honest, all around the 41, 42 seconds. So no real dramas as they come into the box, John.
Yeah, it kind of suggests to me that everybody has been practicing their stops somewhat before we got here today for the race. So everybody on kind of equal terms, like you say. We got one team on a 16-second stop. That's Vesta Sport Academy. So that's going to be a bit of an experimentation, I think, for the Vesta Sport entry. It's good when you've got multiple cars within a race because, again, you can test strategy out. So they've thrown a double stint at the tyres within the Academy car. They're probably going to see how their pace evolves over the next 40, 45 minutes. And if that works, it could be a strategy that they employ for their green car to, of course, propel themselves up onto the top step of the podium. And lots of VFT fans in the chat at the moment. Every time we mention team names, VFT constantly coming up. So it's great to see your support and great to have every single one of you with us for this afternoon as we go iRacing. It's a bit of an alien world to myself and Callum, coming from the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione. But today on iRacing, it's been a fantastic race so far, and we're still, Callum, not even past the first hour. There's still 10 minutes to go before we hit the 5 hour to go mark, and we've had plenty of drama. We've had great battles along the way already, and 5 hours on the clock. I couldn't call this one, I don't think. I think, as Jesse Lee alluded to earlier on when he spoke to all the drivers and teams, everybody's a bit kind of cautious of each other because nobody really recognizes each other. Everybody's, you know, there's teams and drivers that you might recognize, but again, we haven't thrown all of them together in one game. So again, everybody's a bit skeptical. Nobody really knows what's going to happen this afternoon, but I think already lots of exciting stuff has happened, and fingers crossed for the next 5 hours we're going to continue this one on.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, John. It's a new world for a number of drivers here. Sim racing, though, you know, there are millions of people that sort of sim race up and down all over the world. It does seem to be quite a tight-knit world, you know, especially here on RCI. We all know each other, maybe a bit too well in some spaces, and these guys who do these sort of iRacing circuits, they tend to race with each other. You start to learn the names, you understand how they race. You know, you might understand the best ways to overtake them after a while, because, you know, they might not be too strong at certain areas, but it is quite rare to sort of come into a situation where, like, actually, we don't know a lot of people here, and it is quite new for a lot of people, which is really good to see. And you're absolutely right to point out, John, me and you, we're rather aliens to iRacing. Usually sit on the ACC or the LMU circuit, so this is absolutely new to us. And I have to say, this has been an incredible thing to watch, let alone to be able to commentate on sort of the thrill of an endurance race is something that I don't think will ever get boring to watch. And for those who are watching and don't really understand endurance, we've got two completely different sort of types of cars. We've got what we're on board with, which is a GTP, a very, I'd say interesting looking car. I mean, I'll just call it cool because it looks cool. And then we've got the GTD cars, which are akin to sort of GT3 machinery, very much based off of road cars. But how the analogy that I think best explains multi-class racing is if you've got two people running a 40k running race, or two people running a 40k running race around a racetrack, and you've got Olympians versus your average runners. Everyone's going to be at different paces, and the faster runners have to navigate their way through the slower runners and make sure that doesn't impact their own race as well. And it's just that constant sort of looping round of doing that, because it is one race. It is, you know, the overall distance, which will be a GTP car wins, but the GTDs are in their own race, and managing that and managing sort of the way round other people is absolutely vital. We've seen it in the battle for P2, where sort of that gap expands and then they come up to traffic and it condenses again. We've seen drama and sort of GTDs already be pushed out wide by the GTP cars, and it really just sort of adds an element to racing which you don't get anywhere else. It is truly enthralling, as we're on board here with someone we haven't really been on board with much, and that's because he's absolutely cleared the GTD field by 8.7 seconds. This seems to be a very, very dominant run by the FTW Motorsport red car, driven by Tom Hensk at the minute. Apologies for the name butcherization.
Yeah, say a great run so far from the race lead. The first of the GTD pitters, it's going to be Barry Morrison, Midnight Motorsport. I'm sure they're going to chuck a new bumper on the front end of that Mercedes as it gets into the box, gets their stop underway up onto the jack. So everybody streaming past already. Palm Man taking over at the moment from Barry Morrison there. So we'll see them back underway and see what their pace is. And not too many driver changes in the GTP field at the front. The only car I could spot was Vesta Sport Green. They've changed driver. Everybody else relatively the same, so we shouldn't see too many position changes. And actually Hyler has been given the car from Dijkstra in the weapons mandatory car, so 2 driver changes that I can spot, and Tom Bryant in HWT make that 3 overall in the top 10 so far. So we'll see some drivers shuffling about. We'll of course, like you say, Callum, see the different skill levels across the team, with most of the people today electing for 2 driver lineup minimum. That makes it 3 hours, of course, each way on a driver split. As we see, I think this could be a race replay, the 333 with contact on the number 76 phase 2 car. The 333, of course, being your race leader, the VFT esports car. And that's Josh Mertens getting back underway in the number 76, although spinning it around, possibly stalling or waiting for cars to come through. That's very good heads-up driving from the GTD driver. A safe rejoin. They're back underway, although again considerable time loss to be had, and that's not what we want to see. And finally, we've seen the bumper back on the front end of the Midnight Motorsport Mercedes as well, so some pace should in theory be coming back to that car as Palm Man gets underway. They're going to have to feel themselves out with this GTP field as well, because getting back in a car in territory that maybe you're not familiar with, you know, you've been practicing maybe on your own, maybe with a lot of other GTDs, not too many GTPs around you, and having to gauge other drivers is the nightmare, isn't it, of the sim racing world.
Yeah, and you know, it goes back to the age-old saying in race: if you're being overtaken, if you're being lapped, or if you're in a multi-class race, be predictable. Be as predictable as possible. If you're in the slower car, so the guys in the far, it is the responsibility, of the faster car to make sure they go round the GTDs safely, and it's absolutely vital for the GTDs to hold position. We've been telling them within the pre-race briefing that what you need to be doing is holding the racing line. Absolutely vital, and that means you are being predictable. You're being as predictable as you can for the other drivers.
Yeah, and that's the key thing, isn't it? As outlined in the drivers briefing today from Tom Bryant, it was, of course, for GTPs being lapped by GTDs, be careful. It's ultimately, of course, the faster car to decide how to get through and keep it steady, keep it on the straight and narrow. As such, as we see a flurry of GTD activity coming down the lane, we've got the Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry in, both the 1 HP cars also down the lane. Phase 2, Josh Mertens brings that car in, and the Wheelie Slow Racing team, Tom Roberts, also down the lane as well. Race leader, though, still staying out there all the way down towards Sunset Bend. Looks like they're trying to set themselves up for a tight line, avoiding the GTP Ferrari that takes the long way around the outside. Again, a flash of the headlights, maybe a bit of a displeasure one, a bit too dicey on the Ferrari's part as they got through. And the race leader of GTD has officially lapped the back end of the GTD class. So I think that proves, Callum, the sheer dominance right now from the FTW Motorsport Red Mustang.
Yeah, absolute dominance. But also, a number of those cars have pitted. They're going to be losing a lot of time out due to that pit stop. So once that FTW Motorsport Red car has boxed, a number of those GTDs will get back onto the racing lap. But I'd say it's quite surprising to see that Ford sort of running this late onto the race with sort of the pace that is exuberating here, John, and sort of we know how hungry and grunty and fast that Mustang is down that down on the straights. I would have expected him to potentially be one of the early ones to pit, but clearly there might have been a bit of fuel saving going on, and he's managed that stint to, you have to say, close to perfection, getting the gap that he did, which was about 9 seconds prior to P2 pitting, as well as potentially looking at being one of the later cars in the GTD field. 2 box seems to be an absolute monumental stint here by the FTW Motorsport Red car.
Yeah, going longer than than anybody else, and certainly having the pace still to boot is the crucial factor of that one. They're yet to come down the pit lane. Meanwhile, we see lots more GTD action down the lane, and again, similar to what we saw with the GTP pit stop times, everybody relatively running a similar aspect. We've got 41 seconds, 42 seconds here and there in the field. We've got 39 seconds for the Midnight Motorsport Mercedes, so slightly shorter stop for that crew. Not sure why. Maybe a little bit less fuel put in than what they require for the next stop. Of course, they did have some damage to fix, so maybe going a bit lighter on the fuel to get the damage underway and fixed is maybe the key thing that we're seeing here. And your race leader of GTD finally down the pit lane, Tom Hench, an absolute fantastic stint so far for the FTW Motorsport red entry, mirroring Florian Durkop's performance already in the GTP category. And the last stragglers, should we say, of the GTP field come down. Delta Sport Sim Shop and Vesta Sport Grey, in theory, should bring that Corvette C7 down the lane as they navigate the bumps of Sunset Bend, keeping it very tight indeed. Got to be careful not to kind of run too wide and have to cut back over the racing line to hit that pit entry. Of course, we're using the IMSA pits here today, not the WEC pits, which are, of course, on the Ullerman Straight, the other side of the paddock that we're seeing right now. And the Fitness Club Racing entry, the last car to come down the lane. And this, at the 1 hour mark, Callum, completes everybody's kind of mandatory stop, should we say, within the first hour, as we catch a race replay of the K1 Esports number 12. A big sideways snap as they come off the corner. That was I think that's down the back end of the circuit, down towards the turn 13 area on that one. Getting back underway just in front of Benjamin Harmon in the Speed Juice and Horseflow Porsche, and it was indeed. They get back underway, no harm, no foul, but still, that's going to be considerable time loss for that entry, Callum.
Yeah, especially if, you know, he's just boxed, he's about 10 minutes into his stint. The last thing you want to do is sort of eke out of that tyre this early on into the stint. You know, for those that might be your first time watching, the tyres here that these guys are running, looking after them is absolutely vital to their stint. You've got to almost think of it like, you know, a brand new pair of shoes. The more you use that shoe, the more that sole is going to wear down, the less cozy it's going to be, you know, the less grip it may have on certain surfaces. So looking after that shoe throughout sort of the hour, or for us wearing shoes month long time, is absolutely vital for these drivers. So they're going to be looking after those boots, and doing a spin like that this early on into the stint is going to eke a lot of that wear and tear that you would have into the tyre, and lose a little bit of that performance as he goes through the next hour of his stint.
Yeah, it's going to also bring flat spots into the equation, isn't it? And no ABS in the GTP cars. If he starts catching that flat spot throughout the stint, it's going to slowly wear down, and they are not going to be very pleasant tyres to be a part of for the next hour or so. And just like the cars and drivers, they want to look after things. We up here in the commentary box also would like to look after Ted and Callum alongside me. So what we're going to do is we're going to dive away for a quick break, 5 to 10 minutes or so, and we'll be right back with you on RCI TV. We're, of course, going to leave you with an onboard of your current race leader. This is Adrian Gallego in the VFT Esports TMC car as they begin to navigate yet more traffic. So this should be a very spectacular place to call a break. Bear with us 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll be right back with you for more action here at the RSS Endurance Series Round 1 at Sebring International Raceway. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Ready, Set, Sim Endurance Series, our very first championship, endurance championship even, here at RCI within the realm of iRacing. And already we're straight back into the action. Prime E-Racing, Multiclass coming under fire from Florian Durkop in the number 95 FTW Motorsport Cadillac. This is a battle for essentially the bottom step of the podium. The car behind is a few laps down and slightly out of sequence. As we come back, it is myself, John Dalton, Callum Kerrigan still alongside me, Ted Edwards behind the cameras putting in an absolute mammoth stint this afternoon. And I'm not sure if my eyes just deceived me. Was there a car off to the left there, Callum? I think it was. I think it was Tom Bryant.
I think there was a car off to the right-hand side here as we ride now on board with Tom Bright. He just went over the curve there, unsettled over that curve, and that just steps the car completely out there, loses the rear. Very lucky that there isn't sort of any walls in that area, but damaged tyres nonetheless with Tom Bright. Currently running in P17 in the HWT Motorsports car. But that's something, you know, he just has to recompose himself, resettle, and get stuck back into the action, John.
I think this is a race replay from when we were away at the break from the HWT car, losing it through turn one. That's a very high-speed section, straight into the outside tyre wall. Big damage to the rear deck area of that Ferrari 499, and you can already see Tom Bryant debating what to do, whether to keep going or tow, and he instantly tows back, just flicks it in, a bit of a jink of the steering, and that's enough to offset the car and hard into the outside tyre wall. Rear deck, big damage there to suspension and aero. Straight back to the pit lane for the HWT car. Such a shame after their very strong start they have with Ethan Jenkins provisionally even to the race lead during the pit stop cycle. Big time loss there, a couple of laps down, we're led to believe as well, for the HWT Motorsport entry, detrimental to their afternoon. Meanwhile, Multiclass still glued to the back though of the FTW Motorsport car some one lap later, not able to break away from the Cadillac ahead. And this is great to see the Ferrari now putting themselves inside that top five, because it is a bit of a sea of Cadillacs in the GTPs at the moment towards the top end of the field, Callum.
It is a bit of a sea of Cadillacs, and I'm going to say this purely knowing that Ted Edwards is doing our broadcast today, but yeah, not a big fan of caddies, so I'm sure Ted's going to get me back for that one. There you go, he's just told me that I'm officially banned from RCI, but yeah, the battle's happening up and down the field. I think there was a slight tap there for the Prime Esports GT3 car, but a fight for P3 nonetheless. These guys have sort of been close to each other in the previous stint here of the race, but as sort of we've emerged through the second stint, maybe a couple of new drivers in the car. I think Boysing is a new driver of the car. Durkop, sort of this will be his second stint back to back in the car, maybe just feeling that offense and that fatigue of doing 2 hours consistently in the car, whereas Boysing he's fresh, he's hungry, he wants to get involved and get stuck in, and that's why we're seeing sort of that quick, sudden burst of pace that is exuberating in his chase to P3. Up and down the field, there are other battles. I've noticed GTD class, we were commenting at how, you know, the leader had gapped and really just sort of started stretching his legs massively in that early sort of stint of the race. But now that we've swapped drivers, we're now aboard with Robin Meyer. Again, apologies for the pronunciation. He's now being chased and pursued by Yannick Ruoff, and that Porsche is looking hungry in his pursuit for the lead of the GTD class, as well as in GTP. There's been a sort of slight development there for the lead, in which we've had a swap in the P2 Vesta Esports Vesta Sport Green car, and now that we've started to see him just slowly drop back from the VFT Esports car. But as the stint has progressed, he's starting to climb his way back up. We are sort of expecting another pit cycle within around 15 to 20 minutes, which could shake things up again.
Yeah, absolutely. So plenty of action to happen on the circuit. Like you say, Yannick Ruoff, an excellent kind of entry into the Garage 991 car, and plenty of action going on at the moment on the circuit. We've got a car spun into the pit entry wall. That's Kyle in the K1 Esports number 12, and instantly straight lines through the cones to get themselves back down the lane. That front left wheel is hopping around, so suspension damage, big front clip damage there as well. Let's catch a race replay. Through Sunset Bend he goes, tips it in towards the inside wall, jumps on the power straight into steering, a big twitch, wrestles it all the way to the outside wall before snapping back hard onto the inside wall. Lots of avoiding action behind and trying to get back underway across the racing line as cars come streaming through Sunset Bend in the background there. We've got a couple of DNFs as well on the field, Sean Vale being one of them in the red Cadillac that we saw earlier on in some drama, but everybody else relatively safely still underway currently. And Malte Busing has lost the back of Florian Durkop somewhat in the last few laps. That's through traffic as they navigate through the GTD field, although not giving up the fight just yet. Again, anything can happen in endurance racing as they navigate through the Le Mans turns and getting under the inside there of your P3. Currently in GTD, the Mercedes of Parman Mann, they've also had a great run so far in the Midnight Motorsport outfit. Even with a bit of a tangle with a GTP car, they've still kept it on the straight and narrow, and another late lunge through Sunset Bend for Busing gets him through and back onto the rear wing. That's Yannick Ruoff there, so P2 for the GTDs there, up to once again. And in the break we noticed the gap in GTD, Callum, coming down at an alarming rate. That's between Robin Meyer and Yannick Ruoff, and that's just down to pure driver pace, we think, at this point.
Yeah, it could be driver pace, but also could be the management of the traffic. I mean, we've just seen it here, the sort of the two GTP's cars straight past the Porsche on a straight line, no issues, no sort of, I guess, give and take there that the Porsche had to do. But then we come into sort of turn 2 and sort of into the Gurney Bend section, the Mustang having to do a lot of compromisation to allow that GTPs through, and that would have shortened the gap up a little bit. It could be down to driver pace. It was coming down quite far since that early stint. It seems to have leveled out now, so maybe it's just taken Robin Meyer a little bit to settle into the race. But again, it could also be down to sort of the very nature of multi-class racing. It giveth, it taketh, especially with the element of much faster lapping cars. Going on board with Parman Mann, I do also want to give a big shout out. A brilliant stint to put that car in P3 after his incident, as we're now on board with Benjamin Hallman, who's through the final corner into Sunset Bend, has run wide, wasn't able to slow it down and hook it back in, and essentially has gone nose first right into the tyre wall. Riding on board here very wide into that section, just the understeer. He's trying to slow the car down, but it's not behaving the way he wanted to. And that is a monumental amount of damage that Benjamin Hallman has to deal with, going straight down into pit lane. Very fortunate that he was coming into pit lane, or essentially doing that crash right next to pit lane. And that is absolutely gutting for what has been a brilliant running for the Speed Juice and Horseflow car.
Yeah, such a shame there for camera extraordinaire with us, Benjamin Hallman, German driver, very well rehearsed in the world of sim racing, both iRacing and ACC under his belt. And that's the unfortunate thing with understeer. Once it happens, you're a bit of a passenger, aren't you, Callum? Because you try and crank on more steering, you're going to understeer more. You try and brake harder with no ABS, you're going to lock up and hit the wall inevitably either way. So you're a bit of a passenger at that point through Sunset Bend. And like you say, lucky it happened in the last turn, because limps around half of a turn and he's already in the pit lane. So no need to tow, no need to kind of limp around a whole lap to get it back to the box, and that Porsche will be fixed, will be put back out once again. But again, that's big time loss for the Speed Juice and Horseflow racing car. And Christian Campregna in the chat, F for Benjamin indeed. F to pay your respects to Mr. Hallman on that one. Lots of fans in the chat cheering on your various teams. We've got Thomas Enger sim racing fans, we've got sim racing fans in there as well, and over on the Twitch chat we've got VFT fans as well on that one. So if you do want to interact with myself and Callum, we are monitoring both of the chats on Twitch and YouTube, and I've seen a few new followers on Twitch come through so far as well. So great to have you on board with us. Thank you for joining the world of RCI, and again, anyone on YouTube that's subscribed, thank you as well. It's great to have you with us, and of course, none of it would be possible without the folks at home, whether they're watching, interacting with us, Callum, or like we're seeing on our screens at the moment, getting involved in the community and signing up to our events.
Yeah, it is incredible to have so many sort of people involved in the YouTube and Twitch chats, as well as racing with us today. I mean, we've said it a few times, John, but it's great to see a lot of new faces here as we sort of embark on this this RCR endurance crest here with Ready Set Sim, who have gladly sort of partnered with us and sponsored this chat, giving away prizes, trophies, and as well as prize money, or sort of prize money and trophies, sorry, to sort of the top 3 teams in each class of this series. We are here just at round 1. Following this, we've got 4 hours of Daytona, and then the 2 hours and 40 minutes of Laguna. 6 hours of Watkins follows that. One which I know you're excited for, John, is the 2 hours 40 minutes of Road America that follows that after that season. Sorry, follows in the season. Then we've got 3 hours of Indianapolis, with the season finishing off with a 5 hours at Road Atlanta. So a mixed of very sort of different formats across this sort of season, and following very much the IMSA brand and sort of the tracks that sort of they have here on iRacing. And it is it's going to be, I mean, we're really diving into some really fresh territory here in RCI. It's great to be a part of it, and glad to see new people, as well as we've just gone on board here with a replay of Jacob Muntit, the sort of a little bit too hard on the brakes there, locking up and losing the rear. That's going to bleed a bit of time, damage his tyres. We are expecting sort of a few more pits, and that hurts Joe to sort of liveried car for the racing numblet. So unfortunately, a little spin there, but again, just exercising how sort of on knife edge, especially for these GTPs under braking. No ABS. This is getting a bit dicey coming round the Sunset Bend into sort of the straight as we go into turn 1, right round the outside of a couple of GTDs there. That must have been a very heart rate spiking moment for all involved there, John.
Absolutely so. Even, Florian Durkop saw a gap on the outside of Sunset Bend and buried the throttle through the firewall in the vain hope to get around the outside of the GTDs. They saw it coming, kept to the right somewhat, gave just enough of a car's width as they filtered on through. And we've got a few pit stoppers in the lane at the moment. The CRF car is in there. Of course, the Speed Juice and Horseflow car that we saw earlier on with Benjamin Heilman, he's given way to Harry Conway now in that one. As we see on our screens at the moment, the Prime E-Racing Audi R8 losing out of position to the Fitness Club. No, sorry, that's the 1HP car. Sorry, not Fitness Club, as more traffic of GTPs coming on through as well. The Wheelie Slow Racing team of Tom Roberts looking to get involved in this fight. If he can latch onto the back of Tobias Lambrich in the Prime E-Racing car, he might even find himself an extra position involved here. And again, more GTPs filtering on through. HWT coming through on their comeback drive, Tom Bryant. So 2 RCI staff members on the screen at the same time, once again competing in this championship. So we occasionally do allow them out of the staff roles and into the race cars. As we see here, this is a race replay of some more lapping incidents. The number 9 of Ben Ford getting it ever so slightly wrong down towards the back end of the circuit. Turn 13 at Tower, manages to get back on the road just in front of the 1HP car there. And, it looks so simple, doesn't it, Callum? On the face of it, you see a gap, you can brake later, you send the car up the inside, and all of a sudden you look like a bit of an idiot as you've just run yourself off the road in front of a GTD car and then have to get yourself back underway and sometimes repeat the move into the next corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to manage, John, which which is why we're sitting here in the box and not competing, because I don't want to deal with that stress. I mean, I'm approaching the age where I'll probably start getting grey hair soon, and I can only imagine racing with these guys would mean that would come a lot sooner. As we ride on board with Yannick Ruoff, who we said was catching in the earlier part of the stint, and then it levelled out. He has started to gain once again on our leader, Robin Meyer, in the FTW Motorsports red car. This is going to be Porsche on Mustang action as we're about halfway through these stints with the GTDs. Again, sort of from the GTP class, we're expecting every 45-50 minutes, maybe within the next 10 minutes, we're expecting them to come down pit lane again. but these GT3s we're expecting once almost every single hour on the dot, a little bit before, a little bit of after, depending on how they're looking after their tyres and their fuel loads. So this is really halfway through the stint. That 8-second, 9-second gap, which was in the first stint, has started now dwindling down to 0.6 seconds, and we now have a fight for the lead with the GTD class.
Yeah, Yannick Ruoff looking closer than ever during this stint, and last lap times on your screen at the moment, 2:02.6 for Robin Meyer, and Yannick Ruoff a 2:02 flat nearly, matching the pace of the car behind the Midnight Motorsport Mercedes. Again, Parman Man in that car at the moment, 2:02 flat for him. Lots of 2:02s, 2:01s as we go down through the field, and naturally dwindling down to 2:04s within the GTD realm. Meanwhile, in the GTP class, Weapons mandatory car, they've set their best lap, personal best lap of the race last time out. Heiler currently at the wheel, giving, of course, Dijkstra giving way to Heiler in the last round of pit stops. So be interesting to see if Heiler will continue on at the next stint or whether he'll give back over to Justin there. Race leader, 45.7. P2 Vesta Sport Green 46.9. Again, that's going to come down to traffic, as we say. Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. Some laps you win, some laps you lose. And last lap by, it was Galeo that won over the number 11. Luckily, Florian Durkop has surrendered the position, though. Malte Busing has managed to get the Prime iRacing GTP entry past them, and the race lead now for GTD down into the Sunset Bend. Yannick Ruoff with the slipstream pulls out the Element straight to the inside of Sunset Bend. Meyer sets himself up very wide for the old up and under, closes on the quarter panel in the mid corner, slightly misjudges it, and Yannick Ruoff now to the race lead here today in the RSS Endurance Series at Sebring, and still with 29 minutes roughly to go on this stint timer. Ruoff has to now pull out the gap as much as he can from Meyer. Meanwhile, race leader Galeo, he's come down the pit lane, the first of the GTPs to blink. That's interesting because I think the Cadillac was one of the later cars to pit. So Sagetti will go up into the race lead. Of course, Malte Busing following through Durkop there as well through the front of the shot. Meanwhile, race replay, racing nublets in the Jota Hertz car, very wide at Tower, through the grass, stands on the brakes, and of course, no real grip. That's a very big impact to the wall at Tower. Big front suspension damage, front clip gone, and an immediate tow to the pit lane. So Jake Mutit not having the best of runs in this second stint, Callum.
Absolutely gutting there, but it is just a dip in the wheel on the grass, under braking, locking up. It's absolutely classic here. You run slightly wide because you might want to try and get a little bit more vision on your braking point with the GTD there, or getting a little bit, shocked by how early that car's braking compared to you, and all of a sudden a little mistake is going to cost absolute buckets load of lap time for that vehicle. But now we're riding aboard with Raphael Huell, who I believe, John, is doing the entirety of the season solo, if I'm not mistaken. So he's got 6 hours in that Porsche by himself today, but very hungry, chasing down the Thomas Enge sim racing car, currently driven by Adam. We've got a lot of love for them in the chat, so this is the last thing they want to see, a Porsche hungry and fighting for that P8.
111 Mustang, meanwhile, round after the hairpin, the K1 Esports 111 getting involved, I think, with the VGTR entry, and certainly so under the quarter panel on corner exit. A slight touch, and of course, the rear tires under load already, clambering for traction out of the corner. Round goes the 111 there. Very unfortunate piece of contact. But yeah, interesting to note, Raphael Huell, the only sign-up in the Team Punt Now entry. So, I mean, if he is managing it, 6 hours solo, it's a bit of a challenge. I mean, we're getting shorter races in the season as well. So, 2.4 at Laguna should be relatively easy. 2.4 Road America, no sweat on that one. But it's going to be the slightly longer rounds, of course, here today at Sebring, the 6 hours at Watkins for round 4, and the 5 hours at Road Atlanta. That's going to be a very tricky task as well. I mean, it's a short lap Road Atlanta, but a very frantic lap especially when you're managing traffic with the GTP cars as well, filtering on through in some of the narrow sections that we've got there. But yeah, doing a great job so far. Raphael Huell just inside the top 10. We know him from, of course, the world of ACC. Very accomplished Porsche Cup driver, put on a great display on the Monday Champ last time he ran there. So, you know, great to see him in a different sim, and great to see him doing well. You know, it's one of those things, isn't it? All racing games are relatively the same. Let's be honest, you know, if a simulator's accurate, it's going to be accurate no matter what you're racing, what title you're racing, whether it's iRacing, of course, ACC, Race Room, you name it. The braking points are going to be roughly the same. Your driving style is going to be roughly the same as well. It's just how you adapt to everything around that. And Raphael Huell doing a great job nonetheless there, as the provisional race leader, Sagetti, also down the lane this time for Vesta Sport Green. With him, the FTW car also in the lane as well. They've given over Tom Weethas now in that car, so it'll be interesting to see how the number 95 progresses. That, of course, promotes the CRF Motorsport car up a few more positions. Ben Ford into P2. Mikael Sundstrom inherits P3, although very briefly, of course, as we saw these two pitting together last time by. So a flurry of stops coming in. We've got about 24 minutes or so, Callum, before we see the GTDs come down. So again, this is the perfect time if you're a GTD driver to take a bit of a breather and a bit of a sigh of relief, knowing that some of the GTP cars aren't going anywhere at the moment.
Yeah, a bit of a breather in terms of not having to look in the rearview mirror as much, but definitely not a breather, such as the nature of Sebring. Very bumpy, very closed in, and a very, very technical and difficult track. So any sort of alleviation on their concentration is going to cost them, which is why what Raphael Huell is doing right now is so immensely impressive. I can't stay focused for an hour, John. You know that. You've raced with me, let alone to stay this focused for 6 hours is pretty special. Riding on board with the Vestas Esports Academy car, we're expecting the hypers to come back into the, well, all start circulating into the lane, bar people that have been able to save fuel, and as expected, they're darting in now. So we are expecting 45 minutes to 50 minutes per sort of GTP stint, an hour for the GTDs. One thing I've just sort of thought of, John, is at one point they're going to start colliding in terms of time frames. So we're going to see GTDs and GTP start pitting roughly the same time. What that looks like in terms of cars diving into the pits, they're going to have different braking points coming into that brake zone to make sure they don't spin, as we just go on board with the weapons mandatory 7-4, who just clips the wall, but thankfully not massive amount of damage as he tries to rejoin the track, but a very unfortunate spin, currently sitting in P7. That's going to losing a lot of time for the FTW Motorsport entry. But I think at one point we're going to see some dicey sort of pit lane entries here, John, especially when we're going to see GTDs and GTPs enter the pit lane at the same time, trying to hit the same line with different braking zones. But again, it just all goes back to that sort of management. Keeping it clean and consistent here is going to be absolutely vital when we sort of chunk down these 4 hours and 22 minutes and really come to crunch time.
Yeah, clean and consistency is, you know, exactly what you need in endurance racing. Minimize the mistakes and the offerings, as we see here. An incident between the Holker Brighton Racing entry and the Speed Juice and Horseflow car. That's Prosser on Conway as they come through turn 3, and contact was made between the two, and damage to the front end of that Porsche once again. Hopefully they've got a few spare nose cones in the garage, because Heilmann's already done one into the wall. Again, Harry Conway's just put a dent in another one, so third nose cone potentially coming up for that car in the next pit stop. But like you say, Callum, we're going to see cars, of course, tripping over each other as they come into the pit lane. We're going to eventually see GTDs and GTPs down the lane at the same time as we catch, I think, a race replay here of the eSIM racing entry. This is actually live, sorry. The battle between Martino and Lambrich is now coming to fruition through Sunset Bend. The Ferrari looks more capable on the entry. The Audi has the better mid-corner to exit. And again, Martino closes down ever so slightly in that corner. Primary racing car stretching its legs down the front straightaway towards turn 1 they go, and the Ferrari certainly looking very quick in its own right in this current stage of the stint. And Primary Racing, an outfit we're used to seeing in the world of ACC, venturing over again to iRacing on that one. And a few driver changes towards the GTP field as well. Philip Engman into the nearly on pace car. Mikael Sundstrom giving way of that car. Heiler trades for Dijkstra, as we saw in Sunset Bend, as the GTDs and Ps swatch across the road, and the Ferrari closes up to the back of the Primary Racing car as they're quite cautious going into the hairpin with the GTP car ahead. Of course, much harder on the brakes, the GTPs, than the GTDs, so it's easy to get caught out by one swooping their way across the front and immediately standing on the brakes. But good heads-up driving from those involved there. Aguero into the VFT esports car. He's your race leader currently. Malte Busing stays into the Primary Racing GTP entry. Ford gives way to Hopper. That's in the CRF car. And we've, of course, got Engman and Sundstrom switching places in the nearly on pace car as well. FTW Motorsport, though, Florian Durkop was aboard that car. They were running towards the front end of the field. Something must have happened to them, because Tom Weethas, all the way down in P8 now, they've dropped a metric handful of positions there. Callum, something's definitely happened to those guys. But the FTW Motorsport red car still in P2 for GTD.
Yeah, FTW Motorsport having a brilliant sort of early section in this race, running P1 and I think P3 respectively, but there has obviously been an incident or some sort of mishap with Tom Weethas as you see him coming past. I believe that's the K1 Motorsport car. I wonder if Ted can sort of find what's potentially happened here with the FTW Motorsport, but we do we sort of know their pace, John. We know they're well in contention for sort of running sort of P3 or P3, P4 pace-wise, hence why they were sort of situated there in the early stint. So I've no doubt that these guys will start climbing through the field, and knowing the pace they have, it should make for some brilliant racing as we sort of ride on board through their climb through. Just talking again to the GTD class, Parman Mann in the Midnight Motorsport car, who had that incident in stint 1, repaired that, slowly started climbing up the field, is now sitting 0.4 seconds behind Robin Meyer in the FTW Motorsport red vehicle for the GTDs. So that Mercedes is having quite the race here, John, and I don't want to speak too soon, but he's slowly becoming a sort of commentator favourite for me. I really want to see these guys do well.
Yeah, Parman Mann sharing with Barry Morrison earlier on. Barry with a fantastic stint as the green flag dropped, kept the car relatively out of trouble, or by one piece of contact with a GTP car upon lapping. But they've now managed to find their way up onto the back of Robin Meyer for the FTW Motorsport red Ford Mustang, and having a little look down into the hairpin. Not quite the overlap for Parman Mann at the moment. Tucks back in behind the Mustang. The Mercedes shall go again. They've got to be careful though, because Andy Hoffman in the Vesta Sport black car, he is looming in the background in that Corvette C7. So if these guys start fighting, Callum, that's going to bring Andy Hoffman into the fight with them, and then we could have a three-way fight for what is essentially P2 and P3, so worthy podium positions at the moment. And again, if you get a good start to your championship in round one, it kind of sets the tone for the rest of the season. The team goes away, they feel very elated, with the result. They know they can do well in round one, so why not continue that across the season? And it's just an all-round good kind of mood setter, isn't it? By the time you get to round two at Daytona, you're full of confidence. You know the car underneath you very well indeed, as Mann gets a good exit out onto the Ullerman straight, tucks in behind, although there is a GTP car in the background. That's not going to be a spanner in the works. Dispatches very quickly of the two GTD cars towing their way towards Sunset Bend. And is Parman Mann here close enough? He is up the inside of Robin Meyer. Is he going to do the old up and under? Mann runs a little bit deep in Sunset Bend. That allows Meyer back through once again out onto the marbles. The Mercedes going to pick up all of that dust and debris onto those hot tires and into turn one. That car might not be all too happy pitching it towards the inside of the turn. Let's have a look. Parman Mann Very, very controlled indeed through turn 1. And Andy Hoffman,
Wide.
though, runs wide. Very well spotted, Callum. Runs wide towards turn 3. Hard on the brakes. Going to be dirty tyres on that Mercedes. And Andy Hoffman for the Vesta Sport black car. He's bided his time. And look at that, Callum. Just as I said, 1 lap ago, that has brought Andy Hoffman into the fight now for P2.
Yeah, what was once 2 becomes 3, and you made some very good points there, John. Like, momentum breeds momentum here in motorsport. It's a massive momentum game, not only for a race. Lap times will bleed better lap times, build that confidence, build that sort of flow state that you get yourself in when you're behind the wheel. But a good result here is just going to give you that momentum to keep performing as we go through all 7 rounds of this season. But this battle for P2 is really getting spicy. It's a little bit of GTP getting involved there, sending out the inside of the Vesta Esports black car. That's made the Vesta Esports black drop a little bit there. You can see the gaps visibly reduced. The same thing how happens to the Midnight Motorsport car of Parman Man. So now he's dropped pace. A little bit of a flash of the headlights to say he's not really happy with that. But he's now dropped visible pace to the FTW Motorsport. We've said it time and time again, John, but this is a quite literal visual representation of what Motorsport can do to a battle here, where less than 1 lap ago or a lap ago, it was the fight for P2, between the Midnight Motorsport and the FTW red car, with a little bit of GTPs getting involved. Now all of a sudden, FTW Motorsport has a little bit of a gap on this back straight, where previously the Midnight Motorsport car was right up behind, and the Chevy has got right involved in this battle. This is this Multiclass to its absolute finest here. The FTW Motorsport is going to hope that these guys battle and get a little bit of breathing room on this pack behind him.
Yeah, Robin Meyer probably praying that, again, Parman Man and Andy Hoffman now start battling so he can escape the Ford Mustang up the road. But again, a great visual representation of traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. Throw a few GTPs through the mix and suddenly everything changes once again at the front of the GTD field. And it's one of those magical things about endurance racing, isn't it, where you can throw lots of cars together. You think everybody is like done and dusted and settled in where they are, and suddenly you've got everybody lumped together again purely because of a prototype car or two getting involved a few corners in succession, and it closes all of the gaps right up once again. So Robin Meyer, a bit of a breathing room now from Parman Man, although the Mercedes looming ever closer in the first half of this lap so far. Andy Hoffman in tow with that one, and all the meanwhile these guys are squabbling. Don't forget Yannick Ruoff in the Garage 991 car, 5 seconds up the road. He's in a nice area right now. He's got nobody ahead of him. He's just got to watch his mirrors for a few GTP cars coming through here and there. As Philip Engman getting involved there. That's another front bumper gone for the Midnight Motorsport car. That's detrimental over the windscreen, and back again it goes. I think a bit of netcode maybe playing its part there. The bumper is back on, but certainly there was some contact between the GTD and the GTP there.
Yep, traffic takers, as we've said, and now the Midnight Motorsport Mercedes is right tucked behind. Robin Meyer was a little bit compromised coming into the sort of Ullman straight, and the Merc is right on his heels. No up and under attempt is sort of a role reversal of Man's first attempt here, but now Andy Hoffman right on the back of the Mercedes coming into T1, tucking in, getting a double, serving a slipstream. Most likely won't be able to make a move into turn 1. He's probably waiting for a mistake. Man with a little bit earlier on the brakes there, trying to get himself tucked in and earlier on the throttle to see if he can make a move into turn 2. This will be a very uncharacteristic place, not the normal places we would usually see an overtake like that. But once again, line of stern, this section in particular is quite tough to sort of make overtakes, get a little bit of an overlap. And this is just, I mean, this is an absolute dream scenario, as you said, for Yannick Ruoff. He's made the move on the FTW Motorsport Red at the first time of asking, made that move into Sunset Bend, and now he's just driving away, building that gap every single time. These guys show a nose, break a little bit earlier for defense, compromise each other's lines. Ruoff is just going to be gapping these guys exponentially throughout this race. While we're watching this, I don't want to just I mean, this is the highlighting battle on track for me, but also the Vesta Sport green car in the GTP is 1 second behind the leader in GTP class. So we have heavy, well, sort of important battles, sorry, for both classes for the podium positions here.
Yeah, you say we're still 4 hours 11 to go. Top left-hand side of your screen is the race remaining timer, and everybody's starting to battle now like they're getting to the last hour or so, bunching up and making lunges on each other, and GTP's making a few desperate moves here and there to dispatch of the traffic very quickly. And Parman Man in the slipstream once again. Andy Hoffman in tow, like you say, double serving of the slipstream from the 2 cars ahead. And I don't know if Parman Man is going to try the old up and under once again. He looks to the inside, takes the shorter line through Sunset Bend. Robin Meyer around the outside does give space, and which car gets the better drive off the corner? They're fighting the steering as they run out towards the tyre wall, down the start finish straight away once again across the checkered flag line towards turn 1. Parman Man still not close enough. There's a GTP in the background though. Could this be the spanner in the works, as looking to sneak up the inside of Andy Hoffman in the background, and he does so towards turn 2 now. The GTP sensibly thinks better of it, tucks in again through this section. It's a bit of a single file through 4-5 before they come out to the wide stretch of 6, and you can already see Parman Man too busy watching his mirror. That gap's opened up once again to Robin Meyer's Mustang just ahead, and all the meanwhile Yannick Ruoff ahead again, 6.3 seconds to the good. He is stretching the legs of that Garage 991 Porsche somewhat, and Ruoff knows exactly what he has to do in the remainder of his stint for the next 10 minutes or so, and that is just get those lap times drilled in. We've already seen a personal best from Ruoff. We've seen a personal best from Yils Alleman down in the Vesta Sport Grey, number 27. They're down in P6 in GTD, but again, seeing green on the timing board, personal best, it means the car is faster than it has been. It's closing in as well to the cars ahead, as we see a bit of a flying kind of formation for the Vesta Sport entry. The green car ahead, the Academy car behind, and then we've got one of their GTD cars being lapped as well. So friendly fire not an issue for the Vesta Sport cars at the moment, and everybody navigating traffic quite successfully. The double stint of the tyres for the Academy car, that's put them inside the top 10. You remember the first pit stop they took just fuel, that was a 16-second stop versus 42 seconds. You do the maths. That was some very good time gain there. As we see the run into Sunset Bend again, it looks like Parman Man much more confident on the corner entry, but Robin Meyer with a better run through the mid corner towards the exit now. Andy Hoffman closer than he's ever been as well, as they get side by side down the start straightaway, down towards turn 1 they go. Parman Man on the inside of Robin Meyer, a little bit too cautious on the brakes, and that allows Meyer initially to get the lead around the outside, but the door has been opened for the Mercedes. Is it open for the Chevrolet as they stand on the brakes for turn 3? Parman Man into P2. Robin Meyer drops down to P3, and Andy Hoffman rubbing his hands together, Callum, in the background. He knows he's got that P3 in the bag in the next few laps or so. The pace is good in the Chevrolet. The Mustang is certainly struggling in these late stages of this stint.
Yeah, brilliant overtake there by Parman Man, finally getting the move done after multiple laps of asking. It just seemed like the Ford had the legs. It could just get the rear end planted on that exit and just get that little bit of gap. So when Parman Man can get in the slipstream, it's just not enough because of the exit that Ford's been getting. But a slight mistake, maybe a slight twitch of the steering wheel, has allowed Man to get side by side into turn 1 a little bit early on brakes. We thought that had been a mistake, but it allowed him just to get a little bit earlier on the power again and go side by side into turn 2, and ultimately getting the lead into the Gurney Bend section. Now with 7.5 minutes left on his stint, he's just thinking, I need to get past this car, or get as far away from this car as I can, hoping that sort of him and Andy Hoffman are going to be battling, as we see the sort of the Delta Sports Sim Shop car, or the Porsche here, going for an incident. This is now running on a replay. Is this a little bit of a GTP scenario? Yes, it is. 2 into 1 there. The GTP not really giving the Porsche the right level of room that was required there. and sadly a hefty bit of damage that we think that number 29 is going to have. The Chevy and the Mustang are now side by side inside for the Chevrolet. Is he going to be able to hold on to the inside? But we know how good that Ford is as they both start applying the power. The Chevy with a lot wider line there, so should have a better drive. The GTP's getting involved here, and I think round the outside he will have this cover just because he was able to apply the power better on that Ford. The BMW getting involved there into turn one, that might have thrown us a spanner into the works as well, as we ride now on board with Francesco I'm not going to try to pronounce it. Apologies, everyone. I'm bad with names. But the Vesta Sport Green and the VFT Esports TMC car here with the battle for GTP P1. These two have been playing around with lap times all race. The gap's been widening and closing down. And once again, we've got another battle for the lead as Parman is the first person to blink. As soon as he gets past that Ford, he wants to box, get a fresh set of boots on, and try to go for an undercut to really gap that car to give himself, if he's in the car, or his teammate, as big of a gap as possible once the pit cycle has completed.
Yeah, Palmer man there handing over to Barry Morrison in the number 47 Midnight Motorsport car. A fantastic effort for Palmer man on his first stint of the race, and I'm sure we'll see him later on, but at the moment it is indeed the battle for the race lead. The GTPs here, Cadillac on Acura. We've got Thomas Aguero and Francesco Sietti in the Vesta Sport Green entry, closer than they've ever been, and it's the magic, isn't it, of this race where we see cars, you know, streaking apart from each other, lots of people getting, you know, gaps open up, gaps close down, and then they come together once again when everybody decides to put a different driver in. You then have obviously a different lap time in each car. One driver might be faster than the other. Roles may reverse. Aguero may give way to Sanchetti as they head down towards turn one, looking to the inside for the Acura behind. There's some traffic ahead, and they split them each way. One goes left, one goes right. Aguero over the grass and gravel. Dirty tyres for the Cadillac. Sanchetti keeps it on the black stuff, keeps it clean, goes to the left-hand side, but I'd hate to be the Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry in that one. You see two prototype cars coming, one all of a sudden disappears and appears out of your right window, and the other goes left up the inside of you, and these guys eking for every inch that they can. I mean, we paid for the whole circuit today, Callum. We might as well use the whole circuit and then some.
Yeah, well, that move was almost Schumacher or Hakkinen on Schumacher-esque going into at Spa going into Les Combes, where they just both split round the slower car. And again, I would not want to be in that GTD entry there, having a rear view mirror of just two hypercars going each way. You best believe I'm going to be hard on the brakes, getting out the way of these cars as the leaders are coming up to a massive GTD pack. How is this going to impact? We'll have to wait and see, as there's a number of GTDs all battling for position. That Audi and Ferrari battle is still going on as they follow up to the Chevy, and you could just see cars off left, right and centre all trying to just make sure that they're not losing line. There's even a GTD getting involved, and there's contact, John. There's contact between both P1 and P2 have gone into, I believe that's a K1 Esports car. There's damage there for the Vesta Esports car. This is absolute drama coming into the back end of what will be the GTD stint, but 2 airwheels in, a battle for the lead, and there's absolute... I'm speechless.
Yeah, so just as we thought it was all over, heading into the Le Mans section here, a very colourful traffic jam ahead. We've got one of the K1 Cadillacs, I think maybe Michael Rushton there, misreading the situation. Aguero thought he had the space up the inside. They tangle, and then Sagetti comes along, nowhere to go, into the door of Rushton's car, and then everybody gets back underway once again. A bit of a weird scenario to be in. It's happened. I mean, you know, Aguero's out 6 seconds to the good now. Let's catch another race replay. It was Michael Rushton indeed. That was the initial contact. Rushton parked sideways, and then in comes Sagetti in the number 11, and that's going to be big front end damage for the front end of the Vesta Sport Green entry. The VFT car gets away with it somewhat, and you can already see there Vesta Sport Green straight to the pit lane after that one. Sheridan back in the car, so he'll get back underway very shortly as the GTD stoppers in the background. We've got Robin Meyer still remaining out with Rattani and Alleman. We've got the Garage 991 car of Yannick Ruhr giving over to Stefan Jens. He'll get back underway there. And Raphael Huell also down the lane, I think, in that one, if I'm not mistaken. Andy Hoffman, we saw him earlier on battling for the second step of the podium, essentially. He's also down the lane. The Delta Sports Sim Shop 29, they seem to have gotten away with that hard lick into the tyre wall earlier on. We saw them, you know, down at Tower bounce in and out of the tyre wall. In stark comparison, do you remember a good half an hour or so ago, Callum, we saw the Hertz Jota liveried car into the wall. News from Racing Nublets, it was 14 minutes of repair. That's 14 minutes of repair for the Cadillac, so that's offset them somewhat as well. And Robin Meyer remains your provisional race leader at the moment after all the drama and fighting he's done. A stellar job for the number 96 in this second stint.
Yeah, stellar job. Clearly, you know, not quite got the pace on some of the cars around him, but he's kept it clean, kept it honest, and kept it on the racetrack. As I presume he'll be into the box this lap, this 4, being able to go, I think, just slightly longer than the other cars around them. But, you know, might be handing over to another person in this next stint, or another member of his team, or staying out as we go on board again. This is with the Vesta Esports Black car, you know, managing a lot of the GT3 stuff, you know, cars left, cars right, cars centre, and then all of a sudden he finds a GTP in the middle of the track, and that front end damage is going to cost him massively, which is why you saw him dive right into the pin, right into the box. That's going to take him very sort of off sequence to what we're going to expect here in the GTP field in terms of pit stops, and I'm really intrigued as to how that develops, John.
Yeah, it's going to throw the pit stops out somewhat as we catch another race replay. HWT, Mr. Tom Bryant, turn 3, locking up the rears on corner entry by the looks of it, off into the grass, gets back underway. Dirty tyres nonetheless, a little bit of traffic to contend with on the rejoin, but no harm, no foul, keeps it out of the wall, all is well. The last of the GTD pit stoppers down the lane, we've got Brittani, Hench, Ferrari and Huell, to name a few. And speaking of GTD, we do have a GTD driver joining us in the box today. Tom Roberts, fresh out of the Wheelie Slow Racing team, currently Kevin Boss at the wheel of the Iron Brew machine. It's been looking like a bit of chaos out there at the moment. We've seen lots of GTPs getting very divey, very dicey in some scenarios. I think patience is one of the key words we mentioned for today, and I think some people just need to dial it back a little bit in these early stages as we catch a race replay, I think, through turn 1 here of Kevin running a bit wide over the grass, keeping it in check nonetheless. But we saw you backwards earlier on, Tom, obviously an offset to the confidence. How is it out there?
I think you summed it up pretty well there, actually. Chaotic is certainly one way to put it. I wouldn't necessarily it was massively confidence knocking. It certainly is one of those frustrating things that you think, like, it's so avoidable. I've done exactly what I'm supposed to do, but yeah, I'm just seeing here on stream that there's some usual suspects and some car numbers that we've taken note to try and avoid as best we can. But overall, I mean, from where we were, it's been a bit of a recovery drive. We kind of knew that would be the case as soon as we started seeing some incidents happening around us, even not even to ourselves. But car's been really, really good. It's felt really, really good, really planted once you've burnt a bit of the fuel off. Obviously, Kevin now working the tyres in, working the tyres, working some of the fuel away. Once you're down to about 60 litres or so, it really comes alive, and that's where we've been really enjoying ourselves in terms of what's been going on in the race.
Yeah, so we spoke earlier on between myself and Callum about, simulators these days being so alike. It's very similar whether you drive a GT3 in ACC, for example, you drive a GTD car here in iRacing, a GT3 car in Race Room. It all feels roughly the same. How are you finding the adaptation? Because obviously I know you from ACC. We've driven together in teams a few times. Mm-hmm. How's the transition from ACC to iRacing? Are you finding it easy, tricky? How is it for you?
I've stepped away from ACC for quite some time, but I've actually found quite the opposite in terms of how you drive these cars. I've found that with ACC and from the little bit of testing I did with LMU, you have to have that sort of hard on, as high up in terms of the brake percentage as possible, and then quickly blend it off. So it's much more like a sort of spike in terms of your brake input. Whereas iRacing, I found you have to be really, really slow, really gentle. And basically that maximum slow is smooth and smooth as fast is really, really applied here. It takes a bit of getting used to it, and I think I was saying to the boys earlier, this is the first time I've driven a mid-engine car in iRacing. I'm used to Mercedes, I'm used to the BMW. I've also driven a lot with the Porsche, and I found that really, really works for me. But this is the first time I've had a mid-engine, a true mid-engine car. And yeah, it takes a lot more sort of neutral input to try and get the most out of it. But once you've got it, if anything, it feels easier to go faster in iRacing. It feels easier to maximize your time, and you know, I've been using a few sort of training tools. Nothing by way of coaching yet, but a few training tools just to sort of pick out a few points that I may not be able to see myself just from, you know, comparing bits of data. But it's been a real help. I've been able to pick out a good couple of seconds per lap in terms of my overall pace. And I feel like iRacing is very easy to apply what you're learning and really feel those improvements coming on.
Yeah, so currently talking to Tom Roberts from the number 31 Wheelie Slow Racing team. Callum, anything you want to pitch to Tom while we've got him in the box with us?
Yeah, just one extremely important question from me, Tom. Is on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you enjoy Iron Brew?
Oh, 11.
Correct answer.
I love the stuff. Love the stuff. Iron Brew, nectar of the gods. Nectar of the gods. I think it's well up there with, you know, Vimto, Vanilla Coke. Yeah, Iron Brew's great, mate. We love it.
I'm glad to see.
Yeah. I actually presented the guys with a few liveries, and I put this one as a joke livery, and Kevin was like, "Nope, we're having Iron Brew. We're doing it." So I thought, yeah, sure, love it. Let's go for it.
No, it's definitely a lot of great liveries on the field today, but this one's definitely standing out to me as one I'm definitely enjoying, and I hope the rest of your race goes well. Currently sitting in P12, Kevin is having a brilliant early start to a stint.
He is, yeah. He's been saying that he's been watching a bit of how I've been sort of wheeling the car around. We've lost a bit of time to the Acura ahead of us. I was hoping to try and catch up to the 1HP Racing number 1 car before the end of my stint. See, we dropped a little bit away from it as well, but he's also very much in a similar position to me. He's getting used to how this car drives. I've tried to pass on a few pointers as well. He's been trying to take them on board, but obviously at this stage of the race, we don't really want to be changing too much. For us, it's a case of we want to just get to the end of the race, keep on the black stuff, stay out of trouble, and basically see where we end up in terms of managing what happens throughout the race. I mean, I can obviously see that, you know, going from last, we've actually pulled up a few positions, which I'm really, really happy with. So it's going to be a case of like, okay, I think we probably progressed as far as we can go. Let's make sure we keep where we are, manage those expectations, and just try and use this as a learning experience ready for the next round.
And is that the target now, to hold this position at P12, or are you going to look to climb up the field if you can?
Obviously, we're always looking to climb up, and a lot of it is traffic management has really, really helped me in particular. But it's also not doing anything stupid. Keeping what you're good at, staying out of trouble. As you've already said, the GTPs can be we know what GTPs are like anyway. They're very sendy, you know. Just keeping one eye in the mirror, being sensible, being predictable, and basically trying to make it to the point where if something does happen, it's not your fault. You know, as GT3s, we know what it's like being dived on. I've done a lot of GTP driving myself as well, so I understand where is a sensible position to make the move. I understand where am I expecting someone to come in and absolutely send it, which I've seen a few times in my mirror. But yeah, in terms of managing expectations, if we can stay where we are, that's great. Obviously, Rudy's got some time to put into the car later on in the race. If we can keep where we are, I think we've done really, really well, especially for a recovery drive. I can't even remember where we qualified. I think it was around where we are now. So to come back to where we were qualifying is a pretty good showing. But yeah, stay out of trouble, try and stay where we are.
Oh, you heard it here first, guys. Tom Roberts is the oracle in terms of how we need to manage that. Be predictable, stay out of trouble. It's advice that I think everyone can adhere to, especially whether it's your, 10th race in multi-class or your first. The best thing you can do is be predictable. Thank you, Tom. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you
I
very
believe
much.
here in the box we are going to pop to a little break, so enjoy the sounds of some cars as we break for just 10 minutes, rest ourselves, and we'll be back shortly for more multi-class action at Sebring.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Ready, Set, Sim Endurance Series, our very first Endurance Championship here at RCI within the iRacing realm. And we're right back into the action with pit stops aplenty, a change in the race lead. My name is John Dalton, alongside me, Callum Kerrigan, and still Ted Edwards behind the cameras. Malte Boosing to the front in the Prime E-Racing car, and it's a car, Callum, that's just been slowly plugging away all afternoon, and they now find themselves at the head of the GTP field.
You're absolutely right, John. This Prime Esports Racing team, we know we saw him in a battle for P4 early on. Ultimately, then got that position, moved his way up to P2 because of the incident and the Vesta Sport Green car having to sort of pit for that damage that they sustained with the early pit stop, and they've just like crept their way, almost like silent but deadly, crept their way into this position where just before we joined back on for comms, we saw them side by side with the leader. A little bit of a mistake, a little bit of a squirrely rear end, which ultimately put him about a second behind as the leader pitted in. As we know, he's on a bit of an earlier pit cycle than everyone else, but this is definitely a team to watch. Not really been involved in too much action, but clearly has a bucket load of pace ready to dispense in that Ferrari car. Another one to look out for in the GTD class is Barry Morrison in the Midnight Motorsport car. As he took over that car, that gap was around 6.5, 7 seconds, and he's just slowly been eking out that pace, coming into about, and we're 20-ish minutes into the stint, and he's halved that deficit into 3.1 seconds. We don't know if that's, pace on road yet, or it's just a management of the traffic, as it's going to be the saying of the race, John, isn't it? Multiclass giveth, multiclass taketh. But there has been some interesting battles still emerging as we are 3 hours, 40 minutes left in the race, and we're still pretty up in the air for podium positions for both classes here. The Chevy still fighting with the FTW Motorsport red car, now back in the hands of Thomas Hench. This is definitely one to watch, but again, battles for the top leads as well. This is spicing up already, John.
Yeah, traffic giveth and traffic, of course, taketh has been the saying of today, and we've seen plenty of that happening as well as Malte Boosing comes into the pit lane, surrenders the lead briefly to the CRF Motorsport of Jamie Hopper in the Cadillac. He will go to the head of the field now, and like I say, Barry Morrison just plugging away in the Mercedes towards the back of Stefan Jentz in the Garage 991 car. Just behind them, of course, not forgetting Tom Hench and Andy Hoffman. I've got my ACC thinking cap on. Andy Hoffman in the Vesta Sport Black Chevrolet. They can't seem to get out of P4 as we see a tangle between the two GTP and GTD cars, the number 22 and I think the 304, if memory serves me correctly, for the GTP car. That's down at turn 13 of Tower. That was right in front of Tom Hench and Andy Hoffman earlier on. Very well avoided from the front runners of GTD, and more contact this time between the Fitness Club Racing Chevrolet, and I think that was the eSIM Racing Winter Segment Ferrari down in P14 overall, and that again is just ahead of Tom Hench's. More drama. This is between the 8 to the 95. This is friendly fire, Callum. I think this is the number 95 and 96 getting together in the race at some point earlier on today, and that could explain the time loss for the FTW Motorsport Red Mustang. As they came through turn 1, their teammate appeared on the outside, and contact was made in front of the field once again. Good avoidance from everyone involved. Let's have a look. Leaving the pit lane was where it came about, and suddenly contact between the two cars puts them out of contention. That is not what we wanted to see this afternoon, especially between two teammates.
Well, that's, the last thing you want to do is crash in a car in general, but absolutely the last thing you want to do is have a collision with your teammate. Maybe a bit of miscommunication. They might be in separate Discord channels and just not really aware of the cars around them. That could be of a flash of the headlights to say, what are you doing? Or a flash of the headlights to say, I'm really sorry, that could have been my fault. But that is an absolute disaster for the FTW Motorsport team, who have been running so well in this race. Podium, both been in sort of podium contention, and now both with a hefty amount of damage that will have to pit. Will either have to pit now to fix that, or at the subsequent pit stop. That is that's something you never want to see in any race, let alone one that sort of we're presenting on here as we ride on board with sort of the magic engine. Hikaru takes a tumble, just running a little bit wide into that section, onto the dirtier side of the racetrack, picking up a couple of marbles. Most likely wants to get a bit of, apply that power to try and, not lose out to that Vesta Sport Academy car. And sadly takes a tumble here. He's been outboard with the 1HP Racing, who again is a little bit late on the brakes, too early on the power, very squirrely on the rear end there, but loses out to the Phase 2 car driven by Joshua Mertens. John, it's like every time we come in and rejoin after a little bit of a break, there's action happening up and down the field as again the K1 Motorsport entry takes another spin, this time in the hands of Tyler Watson, but still persevering and getting on. I just want to actually quickly point out, I haven't said this, I really appreciate the livery, almost a homage to the classic Williams of old in the F1 days. So really appreciative of that livery. But yeah, John, once again, we're coming in and there's things happening up and down the racetrack. It's absolute carnage right now.
I think the lesson here is we need to stop going for breaks because every time we do something, like you say, Callum, certainly kicks off on circuit. And I was thinking earlier on that K1 car certainly akin to the early Williams liveries throughout the 90s. So I'm glad we're on the same wavelength here. But everybody that's involved in incidents is getting kind of back underway, finding their feet again. And, it's not ideal for some of these drivers, especially the FTW cars coming together like that. That's probably the most detrimental one of them all, I would say, from that race replay. But Vesta Sport Green to the top of the field. VFT Esports just behind them, 9 seconds to the good now on that one. Primary Racing, driver change there. Maximilian Schranker into the car. The Ferrari remains in P3. And then we've got a big gap back to Jamie Hopper in the CRF Motorsports car. An equally bigger gap back to Luca Becker in the Vesta Sport Academy car. But again, the Academy car, that's a good point to mention. The Academy car inside the top 5. And typically, Callum, we see the Academy car filled with, juniors, people who are new to sim racing, maybe trying to get some lessons and some coaching, as we see the Wheelie Slow Racing team and the eSim Racing winter segment cars through turn 1. Side by side they shall go towards turn 3. Wheelie Slow to the right hand side of your screen decides maybe better of it, although puts the car towards the inside, and we'll go side by side through the tight and twisty nature of 4, 5 before we round out to turn 6, and Kevin Boss holds on to P13 overall, and that brings in the FTW Motorsport red car of Tom Hench. He's a lap ahead of these guys, so putting them another lap down here as they come down towards the hairpin. It's going to be a bit of a split for Kevin Boss, but holds the inside line, stays predictable on that one, reads the situation well, and the Mustang shall go through on that one. So no harm, no foul there, but Kevin has to be careful because that Ferrari is still in his mirrors and still looming as he has to go defensive into the next corner towards the back end of the circuit. They will go. And still, battles aplenty, like we say. Still 3.5 hours on the clock remaining. Weather is looking relatively dry at the moment, although clouds do keep coming in and out of the circuit. A little bit of rain predicted towards the latter half of the race. We'll see if that comes to fruition at all. But everybody now finding their feet after the stops once again. The race leaders, of course, out front by quite a margin in both categories, although Midnight Motorsport is the car to watch, I would say, at the moment. Callum, as Ted very nicely brings up our weather forecast for the next few hours or so.
Yeah, just getting a weather forecast here, still expecting a little bit of a bit of precipitation sort of when we round out to around the 4 p.m. mark, so we are expecting that to land soon. How that spices up the race and how these people manage that section, it doesn't look like it'll be wet enough to actually, go onto a wet set, but still managing the dry tyre through that stint, and again, staying predictable. Braking times will be a little bit longer, so adjusting how you're lapping cars through that sort of phase of the race is going to be absolutely key. But there will be rain at some point within this sort of race, which is going to be a little bit interesting to say the least. If this is how they're acting while it's dry, I can only imagine what happens when the track gets a little bit wet. Sort of talking going back to the race, John, one thing we haven't noticed is obviously the Vesta Sport Green car currently leading the GTP class. That's due to them having that incident, pitting early, and then having to well, having the fresh tyre, to start building that gap and get this massive overcut that he's got on the VF2 esports car. 8.6 seconds, but they are on an alternate strategy. So how that's going to pan out towards the end of the race, I'm unsure. But right now they're leading with a fairly comfortable lead. The Prime Esport Racing, which was right behind the VFT Esports Racing car, only by about a second, is starting to drop back from P2 now to 8.6 seconds. So there are gaps sort of ebbing and flowing all across the track right now. But as you said, right now the fight for GTD is starting to heat up again as the Barry Morrison in the Midnight Motorsport Mercedes is catching the Garage 901 at a rate of knots, eking away. We're about halfway into that stint and he's already gone from 8 seconds all the way down to about 1.6. We're going to have another fight for GT lead is basically what I'm trying to say, John, in a matter of laps.
Yeah, fight for GT lead is where we always want to see it. Last laps currently shown on the screen. Stefan Jens with a 202 flat, Midnight Motorsport 201.6, so roughly a 0.4 second gain. Andy Hoffman running similar pace, 201.8, not gaining but not losing. And then Tom Hench with a 201.7, so again equaling the car ahead as such on that one. Meanwhile, Wojtek Dvorak into the Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry. That's the first time we've seen them so far in this event. I know we had a few fans in the chat earlier on and currently still in the chat as well. Great to have you with us, and everybody else at home as well, cheering on your favorite teams. We appreciate each and every one of you, and we've already had a few new follows over on the Twitch channel as well, so greatly appreciated on that one. And of course, if you have subbed to us here on YouTube, again, a big thank you to you guys, because again, without you guys at home, none of this would be possible. And again, without our partners, none of this would also be possible. When Ready Set Sim, the title sponsor of this series, who aim to simplify sim racing by providing a comprehensive and personalized experience, whether you're a novice looking to get started or an experienced racer seeking to optimize your setup, their SimRig Builder is a tool you should go and check out, as we see streams of GTPs filtering on through the GTDs, and that's going to open up the door for Brady Stanley, and up the inside goes Wojtek Dvorak, taking full opportunity. Thomas Enger up into P7 now, as the GTP's proving to be a force to be reckoned with in some of these GTD battles. And Raphael Huell, who's nearly 3 hours deep in that car, continues plugging away lap after lap for the Team Punt Now entry, and already still inside the top 10. So a valiant effort from Raphael Huell on that one. Not forgetting, of course, Ready Set Sim, also providing €400 of prize pool alongside our RCI trophies that are with us here today, as we see the Speed Juice and Horseflow car channeling their inner Kevin Estra, a pass on the grass heading into the Le Mans section. A very risky move indeed, but it paid off nonetheless, dispatched of the traffic very quickly. And let's catch a race replay here on board with Harry Conway, resident local RCI regular, sees the gap, sees the GTP to the left and thinks, you know what, I'm just going to go right over the cut-through lanes. The HWT car appears on the left-hand side of your screen. That's Ethan Jenkins, and somehow Harry Conway holding on to that Porsche 963 nonetheless. And it's great to see everybody putting their full effort in. Of course, not forgetting Coach Dave Delta. Faster lap times start with Delta. Green Man Gaming, rated by games and game keys at the best prices, and also includes a few sim racing titles, which is quite rare for a game key website to do. Moser Racing, who we of course partnered with last year, a leader in high quality sim racing gear. And lastly, but no means least, we are a Motorsport UK esports recommended community, which I think has done wonders for the iRacing Championship this time out, because we've got a fantastic number of sign-ups to bring you here on RCI TV. As we see a bit of a pass here, the primary racing Audi of Mark Philip Enders being a bit thrown off by the GTP up the inside of weapons mandatory number 74. That's Heiler currently at the wheel, just maybe caught him offline slightly, out onto the marbles Callum, and round they went.
Yeah, just caught out a little bit there around the outside, just going onto that marbles. It gets so tricky, and here at Sebring, you know, you hit a slightly wrong on a bump, and all of a sudden you know, you compromise. The same thing we've seen with a couple of cars here where they go over the curbs, that unsettles a car, gets them sideways, and they lose the rear end. That's exactly what can happen here with the bumps of Sebring, with its history sort of being an airfield. You know, you can see sort of the checked pattern. Those are concrete bays that you see up and down airfields across most countries, and that can be a fairly bumpy ordeal. I mean, for me personally, I work at an airport, I drive around the airport. It's pretty darn bumpy.
Yeah, say airports aren't really known for their smooth racing surfaces, shall we say, and still parts of Sebring International, the original kind of tarmac, shall we say, that was laid down, very bumpy, very notoriously tricky, and very technical as well. Last lap time shown on the left-hand side of your screen. Barry Morrison, personal best last time by reaction to Stefan Jens, 2:01.9. That gap is tumbling down, and we're going to see a battle on the screens right now for the lead of GTD. And if they're not careful, Andy Hoffman not too far back, 5 seconds to the good in the Chevrolet C7. That's going to come down very quickly if these guys start side by siding, you know, elbows out kind of racing. It's going to hemorrhage time, and before you know it, you're going to have a C7 involved in the fight for GTD, and it'll be a fight essentially for 3 cars for the race lead.
Yeah, I mean, GTD is really absolutely delivering the goods here, John. There's been you know, if Midnight Motorsport get past, we can have 3 different leaders of this race, which is I mean, it's about as good as it gets, let's be real. When it comes to multi-class racing, you know, sometimes we see people go out absolutely dominate the race, but this is really anyone's call. We're not even halfway through the race yet. 3 different leaders. This is really anyone's game, and managing the traffic and managing the pace and really getting to being sensible, keeping out the walls is going to be absolutely key. Consistency, being predictable, as Tom Roberts said recently in an interview, is absolutely key for us. And speaking of interviews, I do believe we have 2 interviewees coming in as well now. I think if we could just get those pulled in, we've got a couple people to talk to as we ride on board with this or online. Hello, Ethan. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. How is everybody here doing?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. So you're part of the VGTR team currently?
Yes.
So
yes,
currently
yes.
the number 15 in the GTD class. How's your race going? Talk us through it.
So it's, you know, we actually have some decent pace around here. Really, we had a lap 1 incident. Not going to make any comments on that, as it might be a little controversial as of right now until it's sorted out through the protests. But we did have a lap 1 incident. Ended up having to take to the pit stop and using our fast repair. So we are a little behind where we want to be. We are a lap down, but we are actually making up some pretty good ground, and we're all the way back up into P11 from dropping down to like P18 or 19. So we're actually getting pretty well back in this race. Really hoping for a safety car at this point, as we think that would kind of bring us back into things, and we'd have the chance to unlap ourselves and maybe get into a fight for like 7th or 8th, you know? So really just waiting it out, keeping it clean. And that is how it's going right now.
Fair. And what's the sort of thought for the next race? Obviously, we're hoping for that safety car, hoping to get back on the lead lap. But other than that, are you thinking just running the laps, seeing out the end of the race? Is there anything particular? I mean, I know you don't want to give out strategy to sort of any of the people you're racing with right now, but is there anything from a strategy perspective that you and your team are discussing right now to think how we can sort of get back on the right foot?
You know, strategy is really just flat out. We don't really care about fuel saving or any of that. I think that's overrated. So I just want to go as fast as we possibly can, make as little mistakes as possible. Like I said, we're trying to keep it as clean as possible. We are not touching any of the GT3s or other GTPs. We are just foot to the floor, putting in the best lap times we can, making up as many positions as we can until the end of the race.
Yeah, I love that. Foot to the floor as fast as you can. Absolutely love that attitude, and exactly what we want to see here in the com box. John, do you have anything?
Yeah, just a question really. Anybody you'd like to shout out, Ethan, before we let you duck off back to the team?
Shout out my own Twitch channel. It's Keyless Creature. Shout out our team's Twitch channel, VGTR League. And shout out my team, because we're having fun. We're having a great time. And shout out to all those who are keeping it clean on track, but a lot of you aren't, so not shout outs to you guys.
Absolutely
enough.
brilliant stuff.
Sorry, it's hard not to chuckle at that last comment saying, you know, shout out to everyone other than the people obviously that you've had incidents
Well,
with. I do want to say quickly, just before
not-
we do let you go, I think
Yeah.
you've got livery of the day today. That is a nice
Oh, well,
looking car.
we appreciate it. We work hard on that. You know, all of our cars, we try to run a similar thing, and it's a really well-made design. A lot of people really like it, and I appreciate y'all using us for some covers and stuff. It was really nice seeing us on the YouTube thumbnail and Instagram post.
Well, keep it coming, and hopefully we'll see you for the remaining rounds. Thank you very much for joining us, Ethan. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you for having me. Y'all have a good time.
So
So
going.
sorry, go on, Callum.
No, John, you go.
I was going to say from one VGTR driver to another, straight into the sister car, the number 40 Ford Mustang VGTR driver. Artem, welcome into the box. How's it going for you guys? Obviously down in P18 at the moment. Probably not the best round, but you're still sticking around and still plugging away.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the best of qualifyings, that's for sure. We could have had about half a second on that lap, but I came in with like, 2 minutes after qualifying all ready to go, and I was just like, we put straight into the car and had to do a lap. The first lap wasn't the cleanest, had an incident with an Audi, just kind of lap one stuff, so I don't put anybody at blame there, mostly myself for being a bit too aggressive. But yeah, just trying to stay ahead of the game and trying to get some sort of positions, trying to salvage this race. I mean, yeah, there's still 6 races ahead of us, which we think we can do better at, and 3 hours and 20 minutes to go, still anything can happen. The short spit-in of rain could make some people a little bit nervous, hopefully. We can move up those positions. I mean, Zach just went up 1 position, I think, on Ahmed Imran, so yeah.
So we obviously spoke to the sister car. Strategy for them is flat out and keep it clean. I'm assuming relatively the same for you guys?
Absolutely, just, try and stay ahead of these aggressive GTPs. There's no other word to put for them. We've had too many incidents with the GTPs where they dive on the inside, so yeah, just put full pedal to the metal, use as much fuel as possible, and figure it out once we come to the pit stops towards the end.
So GTP update coming very soon for iRacing, so might slow them down, might lessen their confidence when we get to the next round, so time will tell on that one. Callum, anything you've got for the number 40 Mustang?
Yeah, just one thing, and I don't think we've really discussed it, but it seems a lot of the GTDs are going prior to the hour mark. Do you sort of foresee that you might need a splash and dash towards the end of the race? I don't want to give anything away to your competitors, so if it's a no comment, it's a no comment, as we just get views of your brilliant livery. But are you thinking that a splash and dash is going to be required for the GTEs today?
I'm pretty sure most teams are thinking of doing some sort of splash and dash, be it like 30 minutes ahead of the end or 10 minutes ahead of the end. I think most GTEs are going to be coming into the pits for a small little bit of splash and dash. So yeah, and then nothing much to hide there. Definitely going to have to do a tiny little refueling at the end.
Well, thank you for that. You've just confirmed that I am secretly a strategic master. So thank you for the vote of confidence, and thank you for hopping in with us today. Is there any sort of shout outs or any love you want to give to anyone watching or with your team before we let you go?
Yeah, absolutely. Big up to all my teammates for putting up with my driving, and yeah, a big thank you to all the people that are watching and all the people that support us down at VGTR, and for you guys for hosting this race.
No, brilliant. Well, thank you very much. I do think you have had some love in the Twitch and YouTube chat, so make sure you hop in and go give them a thanks.
Yep, thank you so much, guys.
Brilliant. Take care. Have a great race.
Bye-bye.
So VGTR, 2 crew members there from 2 different cars, the Ford Mustang and the Acura, both GTP and GTD. I believe we've got some race replay potentially queued up since we've been on the air, one of which Mark Phillip Enders once again. A big sideways moment coming out of turn 1, another knock to the Audi R8. That's going to be some more damage inflicted on the Prime E-Racing car. That's not ideal. We saw him off at Sunset Bend, a big wiggle through turn 1, and once again round at turn 1. K1 Esports getting clattered into. That's by the one of the Ferraris, the eSim Racing entry, losing their front bumper there. That's going to be a trip down pit lane, probably for repairs very shortly, and back out they are with a bumper attached to the front of that Ferrari once again. Meanwhile, Midnight Motorsport on the onslaught of Garage 991. No change in position for GTD just yet. However, a prototype getting involved. The GTP car a bit slow off the corner of turn 3. A bumper to barge, a flash of the headlights from Stefan Jens. Displeasure at getting involved in the lead fight for GTD, having to go defensive down into turn 6, and the hairpin is still flashing his lights, Callum. You can see the displeasure for the Garage 991 entry. Of course, Mercedes breathing down his neck. The last thing he wants to do is be hampered off a corner by a GTP car. But Barry Morrison, fantastic effort. 0.1, 0.2 of the gap now in the back, and Andy Hoffman, since we last spoke about this battle, already closed down a second in the Corvette C7. So Stefan Jens may be driving in his mirrors a little bit too much, allowing Barry Morrison to close that gap, put him under pressure, but still keeping it on the straight and narrow is the Garage 991. And last lap times there, you can see personal best last time by for Andy Hoffman, a 201.4, and Tom Hench behind a 201.9. So Andy Hoffman relatively unfazed by the people behind. All he's got to do, Callum, get that focus drilled in and try and catch the two at the front of the GTDs as they come across a bit of traffic. The K1 car very slow off the Le Mans corner. That's going to hinder the run for Barry Morrison, give Stefan Jens a bit of breathing room, bleeding time down the Ullerman straight towards Sunset Bend, and not in one lap, 3 times being hampered in various ways by the GTP category, and that's not what we want to see. However, Barry Morrison and Stefan Jens dealing with it very well indeed.
Well, these GTs are absolutely giving us the goods, aren't we? We're looking at a potential fight for P1 here as Andy Hoffman slowly closes the gap. I do want to give out a shout out to Tom Henst. We saw him have that incident with his teammate early on. It looked like a fairly meaty part of damage, but for him to still be lapping in the same region as these guys, extremely impressive in terms of damage limitation for this stint, as they most likely will get into the pits, repair that damage, and then, you know, make their fight back way or back forward as best as they can. But these GTDs are just absolutely delivering. Barry Morrison getting right up to the back, really tucked in behind that Porsche, and then just getting impeded by that GTP car, where the Porsche got impeded into that sort of turn 2 to Gurney Bend section on the lap. The favour was then thus returned into the Le Mans curve with sort of the Midnight Motorsport and Barry Morrison. It is, you know, it's phrase of the day, giveth and taketh when it comes to multi-class, but this is an absolutely fascinating battle. And what brings it sort of a real level of depth is we've got two manufacturers here, Mercedes and Porsche, both with very differing car characteristics. The Porsche being rear end heavy, you know, rear engine car, very happy on the tyres, very good at planting down the acceleration, whereas the Mercedes, that front engine, maybe a little bit prone to a little bit more understeer, but has that sort of grunt behind it to really push forward. So really what these drivers are going to be doing is utilising the best assets of their car to either attack and defend, and really utilise that, sort of the strengths and weaknesses that the cars have. Because right now it looks like Barry can really get up behind that Porsche, but Stefan Jens is just using what that Porsche has to offer and really defending well to keep him behind.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Both of them leaning on their car characteristics very well. Another GTP down into the Sunset Bend, getting dicey with the race leader. That could hamper the 991 car's turn in, and Barry Morrison already the much tighter line up towards the back end of that car. Is he going to be close enough this time with a run out of the final turn down towards turn 1? Andy Hoffman's lights flashing in the background, wants to get that Acura out of the way, and he does so, yields a little lift. Everybody working together in the GTD category, and that's fantastic to see. So Andy Hoffman now within clean air. 2.8 seconds to the good is the Chevrolet on the back of this fight, and Barry Morrison still chomping at the bit of the Garage 991 car. Meanwhile, in GTP, out front, still the 333 of VFT Esports. They're relatively unfazed, 20.5 seconds to the good, despite the earlier on accident we saw down at the Le Mans section, turn 15 and 16, when it all came to a bit of a head, flashing of the lights there, down into the hairpin, wanting to get these GTDs out of the way as fast as he can, but not too hastily, because 20 seconds is a very big lead to have at this stage of the race. Prime Racing, Ferrari is still in P2, and the CRF car, Jamie Hopper, in P3. Vesta Green Sport, fastest lap of the race, currently a 1:44.120. That's a very, very quick time indeed. So they've certainly got more pace in that Acura. And eSIM Racing, WMB, rounding out your top 5 in GTP. And meanwhile, down in GTD, it's still Tom Hirsch with the fastest lap, 201.6, although Barry Morrison not too far, sorry, 201.2. Barry Morrison not too far off, 201.3 from taking that honour. This man on your screen right now working together with the Garage 991 car. Andy Hoffman still bringing that gap down, 2.5 seconds to the good now, down a little bit from the start of the race, and tucking in the slipstream down the Ullerman Straight. Is Barry Morrison close enough? He's still not making a move into that final corner, and I think at this stage, Callum, we've seen this lap after lap after lap. I think Barry Morrison wants to try and work together to try and pull away from Andy Hoffman, but I think Hoffman does have the pace in the car, and I think Barry Morrison is now being held up and needs to get past Stefan Jens ASAP. Otherwise, Andy Hoffman's going to be getting involved in this one very soon. 2.2 seconds now for the Chevrolet chasing them down.
You're absolutely right, and as these two are battling, though it doesn't seem like there's much side-by-side action going on, they are clearly pushing. They are clearly sort of compromising each other. Not, I mean, they seem to be following the racing line, but it's more of a, you know, you're focusing more but with eyes behind than you are eyes in front, and you are just subconsciously losing lap time through that, which is bringing more and more Andy Hoffman and the Vesta Esports black car into play. This is going to be really, really fascinating to see how it develops, because it just seems like, I mean, I know you're saying that, you know, they want to work together, doesn't really want to make the move, but for me it just seems like the Porsche has an answer down the straight. We saw a wonderful exit there from Barry, could really get alongside, but it just seemed the Porsche just started to tuck away. I don't know, must have an incredible engine in the back of that thing, but I'm really starting to think the Porsche just has a straight line pace that Barry just doesn't have an answer to. As we look on board, and there's been a mistake there from the Porsche, as Barry Morrison has got ahead. There may have been a mistake. Am I seeing a little bit of damage on the front end? I don't think so, but I wonder what's gone on there, John. But 3 hours halfway into the race, there's been a little bit of drama, and we now have a third leader of GTD with some damage on that Porsche.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at the shot we had of the cars coming out of tower, I'm wondering if one of the GTPs has got involved in the fight. Maybe the old hip and shoulder has caught Stefan Jens off, and Barry Morrison already 1.6 seconds to the good. Andy Hoffman within a second now, and like you say, that Garage 991 car is certainly wounded on the front bumper. There's definitely some scrapes and scratches across the right-hand side of the car as we look at it coming towards the camera. I'm wondering if one of the GTP cars did the old, you know, hip and shoulder. We've seen it a few times down into the tower corner in this race. A bit too kind of eager on the brakes, a bit too late, locked up, maybe helped themselves to the Garage 991 brakes, but nothing on our broadcasting tool indicating any kind of contact. So a bit of a strange one there. I'm sure we could probably get word maybe from one of the team members on what happened, but yeah, 2.4 seconds to the good now, dropped off the back of the Midnight Motorsport car. Andy Hoffman now within that half a second reach. That Porsche certainly wounded in some way, and the Vesta Sport Black car is going to absolutely capitalize on this one to jump up another step of the podium. And again, the Vesta crew just seem to be, you know, cracking on this afternoon, Callum. We're seeing them in the back of shots. We're seeing them occasionally battling and such. But again, nothing dramatic. You know, we've not seen them getting involved in incidences along the way and stuff like that. But certainly they're just plugging away this afternoon, aren't they? Just keeping it clean, keeping it out of trouble, being wary of these GTPs, and just finding some pace in the circuit somewhere as Andy Hoffman is closer than he's ever been as they head down towards the Le Mans corners, turns 15 and 16 before they head out down the Ullerman Straight. I assume this move is going to be done into Sunset Bend at this point.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about the Andy Hoffman and the Vesta Sport Black. Just quietly confident, keeping it on the track, keeping it consistent, and just making his way, creeping up to the field. Sort of how we spoke in the second stint around the Prime iRacing GTP entry. And now they've just been quiet in this race and creeping themselves back up. It looks like even with that damage, the Porsche has an answer to the Chevy down the straight. We saw it in the previous battles for P2 in this race. The Chevy just doesn't quite have that pace down the straight to catch up these cars. Has to get it done in the corners or maybe an undercut. Speaking of sort of pit strategies and sort of undercut here, if I'm Stefan Jenks and I'm in the garage 999, we know there's going to have to be a splash and dash at some point. I know we've only got about 6 minutes. You know, when the incident happened it was 10 minutes. I would be going in and repairing that damage straight away. You can see him just absolutely hemorrhaging time here, not only for his own race but also, you know, Andy Hoffman in the Vesta Esports here is also hemorrhaging time. Obviously, that's no business to Stefan Jenks. They're racing. They're trying to get ahead of each other. But if I was him, I'd be boxing and just taking a little bit of a longer splash and dash here, because he must be losing out more time staying out on track right now than he would do if he had boxed 2 laps ago.
Yeah, maybe it's part of the bigger game plan, Callum. Maybe Stefan Jenks thinks, if I hold up Andy Hoffman enough when I hand over to Yannick Ruoff in the next pit stop, if we can keep the Porsche ahead and keep the track position, maybe he thinks that, of course, Yannick can drive away from the Vesta Sport Black entry, the number 51 there in the back a shot. It could be a thing, it might not be a thing, who knows, but I mean, it's the only logical explanation we can think of, as another Vesta Esports car there comes on through the Acura in the GTP class, makes light work, and the 991 stays way out of the way of that one. A few GTDs coming down the pit lane as expected, though. The Wheelie Slow Racing team, Kevin Boss, he's down the lane. Josh Mertens in the Phase 2 Porsche, also down the lane on that one. As we see more lapped traffic making its way through down into Sunset Bend. Is Andy Hoffman going to go for a move this time by? He's still not close enough. Like you say, Callum, I think the Porsche just has the legs on the straight, which seems an odd thing to be saying for us coming from the world of ACC, where the Porsche typically is one of the worst cars in a straight line, and iRacing seems to have flipped that on its head. So certainly Stefan Jenks enabling to do enough. Barry Morrison down the pit lane as he trundles into his pit box, gets stopped on the marks. The car goes up. The team begins to work on that car, and Parman Mann back into the Midnight Motorsport car. We saw how well Parman did earlier on, and Andy Hoffman, here's the move up the inside into turn 3. Space is given by Stefan Jenks. It got very, very close as they came off 3 through 4 and 5, and you can see the legs. Andy Hoffman's already pulled out half a second to the good on the 991 car as they head through turn 6 of Big Bend down to the hairpin of 7. And Andy Hoffman now needs to get his head down, try and pull out a bit of a gap so he doesn't get jumped in the pit stop. But as I was saying, Parman Mann back into the Midnight Motorsport car. Callum, we saw what he did earlier on, and I'm sure he's going to mirror that in this stint.
Yeah, now that they have sort of the luxury of being net leaders, you know, it's going to be clear air. They don't need to be doing battling up and down the field to get these positions. It's going to very much be a different scenario where they've been fighting up the field for the past 2 stints. First in clear air, let's see what this Mercedes can do. And right now it is, right, we're in the lead. Mindset completely changes as we've just seen the incident here. It was a slow moving 1 HP racing car a little bit early on the brakes, and the garage 991 just was not prepared for it and runs into the back. So that would explain the front end damage, and that is exactly why he's hemorrhaging the time at this stage. So did seem like a fairly big bit of contact, John. I am still very, very perplexed as to why he hasn't come into the box here at this stage. But going back to our net leaders, Parman Mann in the Midnight Motorsport vehicle, very different stint to what he's experienced before. He's in the lead right now. It's keep it on the black stuff, maintain, and just get yourself into that flow, that rhythm, consistency, be predictable, and hopefully build that gap as we enter stint 4.
Yeah, almost a one-to-one incident we saw there as well. The number 22 slowing up a bit too much for turn 10. So maybe some people being a bit overly cautious of traffic around them. And unfortunately, that is what happened to the number 991 car. We finally have confirmation on that. So Vesta Sport Black down the lane with them brings Stefan Jens in the number 991. Andy Hoffman hands off to Etienne Shelley in the number 51. So they'll be back out very shortly. Meanwhile, Raphael Huell tucked up the back end of Brady Stanley heading into turn 17. Sunset Bend Porsche on Porsche action. Fastlane Esports versus Team Punt now, although no punting from Raphael Huell, and that's what we like to see here as the tartan-coloured Porsche peels off into pit lane. Brady Stanley there, and Raphael Huell goes by once again, making the most of his stint. Some GTPs coming on through, one of which being the Speed Juice car, and of course the Vesta Sport car also coming on through there. A few more pit stoppers as well. Stefan Jens, of course, and Etienne Shelley still down the lane. Pit stop timers on your screen at the moment, and lots of full services once again, Callum. Everybody taking fuel and tyres. We've got no kind of fuel onlys at the moment, so everybody should remain relatively the same as when they left out. And a spinner, the number 29 of Rattini, he's round at turn 10. A couple of GTPs in the background, Callum. I'm only going to assume what's happening. A flash of the lights there, lunging from a long way back, and I don't think the 29 was quite expecting to see a second GTP on the apex when they pitched themselves in. A bit of a half lazy spin, no real harm done. A bit of bodywork damage to both cars, but back underway nonetheless. And once again, GTP's just not playing that patience game, and that's not what we want to see here.
Yeah, and I do believe that was the leader, John, which wasn't playing the patience game, which you think he would. 25 seconds in the lead, you know, he's got that breathing room to be a little bit more patient when coming through the GTD field, but maybe he's got his eyes set on P4. We know that the Vesta Sport Green car is currently on an alternate strategy. They've had to pit early to fix damage, and when the pit stops have been done and gone, even though they're on an alternate strategy, we know that that car is almost net P1 at that point, but we're unsure at this stage whether he needs to take an additional pit stop. So maybe he's just trying to close that gap, because we're unsure about pit stop strategy at this stage, to what would be the Vesta Sport Green car. Or that for me is the only reason you'd sort of, the mentality around, you know, that right, let's just dive a nose in at this stage, because, you know, like you said, patience really is what we need to be exuberating, especially with a lead of 26 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, plenty of lead, 26 seconds. VFT over Prime E Racing, and Jamie Hopper chasing down the Prime E Racing car in P3 currently. A bit of traffic ahead of them, and it is the time when myself and Callum sign off from the broadcast. When we come back from our break, we'll be handing you over to Jesse Lee and Katrina Scott. Later on, Joseph Black will be joining you with Jesse Lee to get you towards the checkered flag as well. Myself and Callum, we'd like to thank you very much for joining us. It's been great to have you here for round one of the Ready, Set, Sim Endurance Series here on iRacing, the first endurance championship we've hosted here at RCI. None of it would be possible without you guys at home. So whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you've liked, followed, subscribed, we thank you very much indeed. And a big thank you to our partners as well, Ready, Set, Sim, for being the title sponsor of this series and putting up €400 of prize money alongside the RCI trophies. Coach Dave Delta, Greenman Gaming, IMB Racewear, Moser Racing, and of course Motorsport UK Esports, where we're a recommended community as well. So thank you very much for joining us for the first 3 hours of the RSS Endurance Series. Myself and Callum will sign out, and we'll leave you in the very capable hands of Jesse Lee and Katrina Scott when we come back from the break.
Live back at you with the RSS Endurance Championship here on RCI TV in iRacing, and you saw it as we were just coming back from break. Rain has started to fall here in Sebring, Florida. Hello, everybody. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Katrina, with Ted Edwards continuing to do the camera work, the Iron Man of this affair. And it is starting to rain, Katrina, and that is throwing a huge wrench into this as more destruction on the #1 Prime iRacing Ferrari, and they're not going to be able to get that thing back to pit lane, and they're going to have to tow that car.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the rain is going to change up this race, and looking forward to seeing what happens in the next 3 hours of the race remaining.
Correction, they didn't have to tow that car. We're watching a replay, of course. They were able to drive that car into the pit lane. They had to finagle their way into the lane, but under the scoring pylon, you can see that the weather is moving in. Blue is, well, it's wet weather, and it's coming into the area. I've been monitoring this from some of the garages. They have their own weather system similar to ours, exactly the same, in fact, and this system has built up a little bit. It was a little blip on the radar about 30 minutes ago, and it has started to build a little bit. So a lot of teams were banking on this being a very short shower. It may still be, but it might be a little bit more of a hindrance than they were originally thinking, and now cars pitting off sequence here to come in.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see people have to come in and, maybe think about different tires and, where that fits in with where they are with their driver swaps and stuff. So everything's going to be changed up a little bit. Maybe we see enough rain that they have to do that. Maybe we see just a little bit of rain where they maybe be able to stay out. There's enough, cars on the track to make a dry line and stuff like that, so I'll be excited to see.
Well, this is the interesting thing, what you mentioned, and will somebody, surely somebody, will attempt to not come in. They have the radar technology we do. They know it's a shower and it will pass. It will rather depend on how saturated the racing surface does become. We've already seen a couple of cars what seemingly go off because of it. I can already tell a difference in the road surface. It's not as marred, and you can see some of the water vapor coming off of the back of the race cars. So for anyone that was banking on this potentially being a small sort of situation, it is, but it may be a bit more significant in the total as the track very much slippery now. Several cars have already bailed out. Will Jamie Hopper come in this time for CRF? Let's see, that's looking like a pit stop, and is. They're not going to chance it in that Cadillac running up near the front.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at about 3% rain at the minute, which, is quite a fair bit. If you are thinking about changing tyres, with your driver swap, now might be the chance. But then obviously if it does dry up, you might struggle with the traction on the tyres, and with your first runners and stuff, they might not be wanting to come in and change tyres and then obviously come in again. So definitely something to watch out for.
I think there will still be some drivers, particularly in GT3, that'll try and grin and bear this. I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult if you are in the GTP classification to do that. These cars are not going to be suited for being on the wrong tire on a wet racetrack, but it isn't that bad right yet. I think they're on the edge of being able to get away with it. I think if you're a top runner, I'm pretty sure that now is the decision time, because those stops that we're seeing from GTPs, those are not necessarily unscheduled stops. That is sort of right on their scheduled sort of situation. So are they taking wet weather tires or not? Rather, by the by, they have to come in, the majority of them anyway. A couple of cars off of the sort of normal strategy on an alternate strategy earlier. And previous group brought up some of those teams that were doing exactly that. But either way, nobody in GT3 flinching too heavily right now, as they're all staying out there on, we'll call it damp racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. They're probably hoping that it is just a shower, and the GT3s can, just manage to stay on the track, stay focused and keep everything intact with just a shower of rain.
Mikael Sundstrom installed into the nearly on pace car in relief of Philip Ingman, who is sort of making their endurance debut here today on iRacing. I was listening to some of their radio communications earlier, and it's just it's calm. It's workmanlike in their box. You'd expect that from Nearly On Pace, but they don't come very much more storied than Nearly On Pace. It's almost like NOP and RCI chained at the hip as far as progression throughout the last 5 or so years goes, and they've definitely not shied away from other sims outside of ACC. Doing well here today, staying inside the top 10, but I will say it's very easy to be frazzled by oh, now that is definitely the weather that allowed the prime e-racing car, Philip Enders, a different Philip, to go around there. Just lost grip, Katrina.
Yeah, absolutely. We may have just cursed it by saying, you know, that everybody seems to be, you know,
Oh, man,
keeping
did
their
I
wheels
really?
on the track.
10 minutes in the box and I've already done that, huh? Oh dear. Well, there you go. Commentator's curse. That was definitely the weather. Got in there a little bit too deep and spun the car around that otherwise wouldn't normally happen. Well, as quickly as the rain comes in, it should go out again. It's not a big shower in the least, but the thing is, I wonder how the weather is modeled in iRacing. Is it modeled after real world conditions? Because this is Central Florida, and this would be sort of March or so, quite a rainy time of the year around these parts, if you're unfamiliar. So I wonder if that is also a factor. Still raining currently, not raining heavily though, and maybe even lightning a little bit. No lightning in the sky, but lightning in intensity. Here are the last lap times on the end of the scoring pylon there, and we're running about 47s for the fastest runners in GTP, so the lap times have not been impacted too much, if at all, for those runners. Pretty much everyone in GT3 is in the 202s. That's about right on for where they should be as well. The weather has not impacted that much to this point, but it is a nuisance at the very least. You got to maybe have the windscreen wiper on. There's droplets, your visibility goes down, there's a little bit of spray, even though it's not that massive. Maybe the track's a little bit more slippery outside of the natural running area. It's just a lot more to keep up with, and already a hectic race.
Yeah, absolutely. As we ride on board with the Vesta Sport Black team car, who's currently looking to be another person who takes the lead of the GT3 class. So hopefully they can make that happen. Maybe, you know, confident that their car is faster than the Midnight Motorsport.
Being told, I think, I'm not wearing my glasses, Seaver, I think it is telling us, it is Seaver over on the YouTube chat, saying that historical data is impactful for the weather in iRacing. Thank you very much for that. I know it is for a lot of sims. I was unaware if it was for iRacing, but there you have it. So this could be the first of many little showers. Again, Central Florida is known for that. So we'll see if that does continue. Didn't see anything behind this weather, but that doesn't mean in another couple of hours we might not have a bigger storm as this evening rolls on and the heat of the day builds up into maybe even a more significant storm. We'll see if that occurs.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to point out that I really love the color pink, so I'm cheering on all the teams that have pink liveries in their car today. So even if it's the smallest bit of pink, that's, you know, I'm cheering on those people.
Oh my goodness. Well, it's got my vote. It's a Mustang. It's pink and purple. I love that. I don't know. I can't quite make out what is over the rear wheel housing of that car, but it is very nice indeed. Is the VGTR eSport car. Oh, okay. Do you know what that is, Katrina, on the back of that car?
It's anime.
That is an anime. I have no idea what that is. It is an anime. I don't recognize those particular characters.
Me neither, but it's pink and purple and white and...
Wife, if you're watching, help.
Anyone in the chat, if you're watching, help.
Yeah, help a brother out and a sister while you're at it. Don't recognize those characters, but very, very cute indeed. The pink. Oh, look at this. And the sister team, the VGTR number 15 in the hypercar class, that Acura, Less anime, but very similar gradient, pink to purple. I just noticed that we have an Etienne Shelley in the race in the number 51 Vesta Sport black car, and I wonder if that's the real racing driver, Etienne. Be curious. John Dalton, I think, is confirming that it is the real Etienne. Well, I'll be. Etienne Shelley joining us here, running second and not too far behind, you might add, from Parman Mann in the Midnight Motorsport Mercedes, that Chevrolet, that C8 Corvette, running them down for the lead in the GT3 class. Potentially yet another lead change in that class coming at you just after the halfway point. It's been incredible to watch in GT3. So many lead changes, almost like what we do on LMU Fridays, Katrina.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm all here for watching multiple people take the lead. Hopefully we see in them race and take the lead, and we're not having seen like technical failures like, sometimes we see and stuff like that. Yeah, but it's always good to see multiple leaders in a race.
Off of the racetrack is Ethan Reed. We just saw the VGTR number 15 Acura, and that was a inauspicious moment there, but gets back on there, no harm, no foul. The only damage done, Katrina, the only damage done there, of course, was you get an off-track, an X, if you will, is based on the penalty system in iRacing. That would be a 1X. You get 40 for the race before you get a penalty, and it resets. That's the only real damage done there.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the we're got 2 hours 40 left. Drivers and the teams are probably thinking about how many X's and stuff that they've got and how they've got to keep it nice and clean on the track, and because nobody wants to be going and getting the limit of X's and then having to serve a penalty for that. So every X counts, as they say. So making sure that you're nice and clean and on it is important.
I will say, I talked to a couple of teams, and they both had one thing in common to say. Of course, everybody's race is unique to them, but one thing that all the hypercar teams I spoke to, I didn't speak to many as the Iron Blue Wheelie Slow Racing Acura goes off there, but one thing that I was told by 2 of the hypercar teams is, man, the GT3s have been incredibly well behaved for the most part today, and it's so unusual that it's been effortless. A lot of the incidents today, barring one hypercar and GT3 incident we saw earlier into turn 1, a lot of the incidents have been self-inflicted and not inter-class either. So it's been pretty good. Everyone has been pretty level-headed here today.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully we continue to see that. It's always good to see. Obviously, learning, the tires and stuff and the track and how your car performs is important, and nobody wants to have to spin out. But if you're going to make a mistake, obviously making an own mistake is better off than taking someone else out.
I say things like that. We had an interview right before we came in where one of the drivers was a bit cross about something that happened at the very beginning of the race. Of course, we don't mean to say there's not been any incidents. There have been many, in fact, but realistically, the interclass battling, or the sort of lapping, if you will, has been majorly a non-issue, and that's not something you always get to say when you come to Sebring. And today it's been pretty well mannered, all things considered. Alessandro leading the field for Vesta Sport Green and that number 11 Acura. They've led the majority, if not the entire way, and they enjoy about a 10-second lead on Adrian Galera in the VFT Esport Cadillac. It's 2 Cadillacs and an Acura at the front of the field. Michael Apaka in the CRF Motorsports car. Meanwhile, the battle's all over the place in GT3. Zachary Bowman here for VGTR. We'll continue trying to get that anime car around Immel in the Magic Engineering 78. Unable to get it done that time, coming through Sunset and into turn number 1, but he goes off of the racetrack, does Immel. Immel may have to give up the spot here. One of the GTPs trying to make their way through and just about squeaking it out is Zachary Bowman getting the place, and just in time too. A very difficult place to do it, but he's done it now.
Yeah, absolutely. That number 78 car will want to take that place back, you know, as we see him riding right up behind him. But traffic obviously meaning that they're losing out time a little bit on that number 40 car.
Pretty sure that was the HWT car that was patient, trying to work their way through there. Unless I'm very much mistaken, good. And that goes both ways. I talked to the GTPs, and they said that, yeah, the GT3s have been pretty, you know, level-headed when it comes to lapping and stuff like that, or being lapped and giving room and staying where they're supposed to be and being predictable. But that goes both ways. The GTPs also, as you well know, they have to play their part. They've got to not make rash, uninformed, unsafe moves when making those passes. I think you saw one of the GTPs do exactly that right there. Saw that there was a battle on, gave them a little bit of space, was still able to work their way through. Maybe a little bit of damage done on the timing and scoring, but even still, there's more important things, like not getting collected.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an endurance race, isn't it? You don't, you know, if it takes you a couple more seconds to get past a battle of a GT3 class, and when you're driving a GTP, then that's what it takes. At least you don't have to, you know, you're not caught up in an instant. You don't have to go in for a repair or anything like that. So it makes sense just to, you know, be patient, you know, be smart on the track and see it out.
Not done yet. Emil Mustafin is able to get back by Zachary Bowman, put the Magic Engineering car back into the lead of this fight. This is a fight for 15th place, but that matters very little to drivers in the heat of battle at the moment. Might as well be for the win. And back on him again is Zachary Bowman, who's again looking to make a move on the Magic Engineering car, the VGTR car, not giving up now. Two Mustangs should be a fair fight. Seem to be handling about the same. Just get that nice tow, and they're towing each other around this racetrack and taking little runs at each other. It's been clean thus far between Mustafin and Bowman. Let's hope it stays that way. Maciej Hyla and I believe the eSim Racing car, the number 28, they're quite close as well for P4, as that gap has all but evaporated, and here comes more GTPs through. And again, that goes to sort of highlight what we've been talking about. They're in the middle of a fight, and they still were able to be predictable and allow the GTPs through, and it didn't mess up their fight at all. But that was really close coming down into the tightest part of the racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know whether that was the camera or
no,
but my heart had a bit of a.
That was real. Oh man, the camera will play tricks on you, but that was not a trick of the camera. That was.
We're seeing two cars being collected at the bottom of the screen there.
One of them was an Acura. It was the number 14 Acura. In fact, it was Matthew Smedley in the 1 HP Racing car. Hopefully that didn't take their last HP. There's a replay of it. Could have contact with the 29 of Radiani for Delta Sport. Well, I said, perhaps erroneously, a moment ago, that turn 10 before Collier was the tightest part of the racetrack, but it's not true. HWT, piloted by Ethan Jenkins, has got themselves into the wall and the entire front clip removed, and that's going to be suspension damage and a tow back to the pit lane. Lengthy repairs indeed for HWT.
Yeah, absolutely not what they wanted to see. That little spin there by Ethan. Second time that they've towed apparently this race, so not maybe having the best race, but still, you know, looking for a repair, looking to get back out on track and seeing where they can finish.
Got some fans from the 202 camp in chat and the 402, Gavin Hooks and the entire 202 group as well. We love to see it, everybody. We love to see that who you're cheering on. Stratus Motorsports, the 402 is in 11th place right now, and in a huge battle here for a top 10 position. That's a nice looking midnight purple on that Stratus car.
Yeah, absolutely. I do love deliveries. You know me, I'm a creative person. I like what cars look like.
Well, you also create fantastic cars. We've seen Ted Edwards drive your designs and win in your designs over the years as well. Some of the RCI faithful may not be aware of that, but you are the creative genius behind Thomas's cars. And I mean, I will tell you this about race car drivers. Not only do we want to perform well, we want to look good while we do it, and you help Thomas do that.
Well, yeah, it's I suppose that is true.
Meanwhile, this fight still continuing back here. Though they have been joined by Paolo, the eSIM Winter segment team. Oh, off of the entire racing surface and off into the marbles into Sunset is the number 40 of Zachary Bowman. They're going to be able to gather it back up, and here comes Paolo. Honorado is closing in, but was unable to get the run down the pit straight to make that move for eSIM Racing as one of the GTPs squeezes their way through. We saw that go wrong earlier in the opening couple of hours, but no harm, no foul here.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say earlier when I was watching the two cars of the places 15 that we were watching, that fight that we were watching, I was going to say, you know, with them fighting, the cars behind are going to use that time to catch back up, and that's exactly what we've seen here.
It's very much true, and this is a scary situation. You've got a bunch of cars fighting, and this is going to split them up a little bit. You almost feel a little bit for the GTP trying to work their way through. They don't have a part in this fight, but they accidentally end up in the fight themselves. The Porsche, I think that's was that a Porsche Penske, or was that a Cadillac with a Porsche livery on? I'm not entirely sure what I just saw. The fight's still well and truly on. Bowman with Honorado able to work it out. The lights flashing as everybody's getting involved here. Looks like the 40 is going to get squeezed out even more as more cars continue to work their way through. Of course, a lot of these are on different laps. That Ferrari in the background, though, the black and red one, that is for position.
Yeah, absolutely closing that gap behind Bowman. We see it. We're watching it. Hopefully they can make something happen. You know, close the gap with all the traffic that's coming past. And yeah, let's see if we can watch him close that gap and take the position.
There is Etienne Shelley for Vesta Sport. They're right behind the leader. Those are the two leaders, by the way, that were making their way through. Parman and Shelley, Midnight Motorsport, and Vesta Sport Black, respectively, as they were able to make their way through a very tight portion of the track from the hairpin all the way back down to Bishop, where they were finally able to fully clear. Got a replay of, I believe this is going to be Ahmed Imran, and looks like they're very slow and off pace here. I don't think we're going to see a crash. I think instead, or are we going to see a crash? Oh my goodness, it just lets loose. The 22 1 HP Racing. This is the second 1 HP Racing car, not the one we saw earlier. But they've had issues. That was a very strange incident. It's almost like they detected coming through Big Bend and down into the hairpin, Katrina. It's almost like they detected something was wrong. They made it all the way back to Bishop before they actually had. What is going on here? Another car's around. Voce Dvorak has gone around for the Thomas Inga Sim Racing Group.
Yeah, we definitely look like cars are having an issue out on track. As we see the Vesta Sport Grey come into the pits with some, what looks like some damage.
Gilles Ehrman coming in, and huge damage to that car. The only thing holding the front of the Vesta Sport car to the body would be the little cables that hold the lights in, unlike oval racing where the car parts, or actually no, I take that back. In GT it's physically tethered as well. I've just recalled it's physically tethered to keep from spreading debris around, but that was basically the only thing holding that car together. Etienne Shelley, Vesta Sport, continuing to pursue man for Midnight Motorsport. No move made here. That's what a crafty veteran does, Katrina, right there. Just sitting and waiting. All they're waiting for is one moment of weakness, and they're close enough to make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so it's such a smart play. You know, you're not getting caught up in anything. You know, it's just like a panther waiting in the background, ready to strike.
Very well put, and it is sort of like that. You don't gain anything by leading at the 2-hour 28-minute mark. You get something by leading when the clock strikes 0 and crossing the line first. So for ETN, that's exactly what they're going to want to be able to do. If they know they have the pace, and it looks like the Chevrolet does, all you got to do is just hang with the AMG and bide your time. And also, too, we saw this with LMU last night at Spa. Also really important in iRacing, fuel saving, fuel economy. If you can eke out an additional lap a stint, you may not be able to knock off a pit stop, but that's less time sat in pit lane for your last fuel stop as well. Or you can convert, if you have it stacked up, you can convert that at any time to a shorter pit stop or longer running out there. It's just a good strategy to sit in P2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Multi-Busey. Busing here for Prime E-Racing. On the back of Diago for eSim Racing. W&B, the number 1 car, the Ferrari 499P. On the back of the Acura, looking to take over a top 5 spot. Diogo holding on to it for the time being, but pressure by Busing quite significant. It's got to be definitely in the aero wash of that car. But never the mind, following quite closely indeed, trying to make up that spot. Unable to do it, though, through the middle sector that time. But again, oh my goodness, just looks like the Prime E-Racing car has a little bit of a turning advantage, maybe a tire advantage thus far, and that's what's helped them. We see a move into Sunset this time, gaining all the time, closing right onto the back of the eSim Racing car. Diago is going to be left defenseless here. Oh, and it's going to be contact. The 6th place and 5th place car, bang, both into the wall, and Sunset, Diago and Busing both into the wall, and that is going to lose them both many spots. The rear end of the Multi-Busing car completely unhooked. Now they're going to have to find their way back across the racetrack. Katrina, what'd you see here?
As we go down into the corner, it looks like they just tiny made contact, and then they both lost it, and then unfortunately the wall was right there. And it seemed like I was going to say it seemed like one of them towed, but one of them just continued driving, maybe.
No, you're absolutely right. Busing has driven that car into pit lane, and potentially, you can see on the right-hand side of the timing tower, Diogo has towed that car into the pit lane. Must have been too much damage that they have been unable to drive that car safely back into the pit lane. Something's happened to Bradley Stanley, I think it is. This is the incident in GTP. Here is Bradley Stanley. Oh, and contact with a GTP. That spun them around. Now that's interesting because the 54 towed, but that didn't look like enough damage to force a tow.
Yeah, absolutely. There was no contact made with the wall. It was just a spin. So, yeah, unsure whether they already maybe had damage before that we didn't see. And then obviously that's...
So one problem that you can run into, it's a problem in real life too, if you get a clout like that, also if you spin the transmission backwards, you can break the rear axles in these. Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. In fact, he's broken the rear axle spinning through, and they would have towed for that reason. That'll be a lengthy repair to the Fastlane Esports car.
Back live on board with the number 51. That's the number. Yeah, 51 Vesta Sports Black team. Oh my goodness.
They're just hanging out. That's all they're doing. They don't have to pass Parman. ETN knows that. Not going to make a silly move here. A veteran race car driver knows, and they're. You made a Panther reference earlier, I believe. I'm going to say that Shelly is playing with their food currently.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, I feel like Harmon is gonna know in his mind that he's there. You know, he's in the background. He sees him in his rearview mirror. He's gonna know that he's there. He's gonna know that he's been there for a while. He's gonna see that, you know, that he's right behind him, and he's gonna want to, you know, not make any mistakes and make sure that we're like keeping it clean and, you know, no issues. As I say that,
Adam Prosser has put it into the wall off the nose of a GT3 car. And I believe I just saw to the corner of my eye HWT on their outlap after their lengthy repairs. Oh, and they've stacked it again. They've done the back the first time. They did the front the second time, and they've triple dipped. They've done the back again.
yeah, that car is not having a very good time at the moment, is it?
No, it's really not. I don't know if they didn't fully fix that race car or what exactly happened. Cold tires, cold racetrack, I don't know. But either way, they are going to go back to the pit lane for even more repairs. This is not how they saw their day going, I would imagine.
No, absolutely. No, I don't think anybody imagines that, you know, you're going to come out and have that happen on your outlap from a pit stop that you've obviously repaired some of your damage of, and it's just not what anybody wants in their race.
Well, out in front of GTP, Adrian Gagello leads over Michael Opaka, and they are sort of separated by half of the racetrack, I've just realized. 40-some seconds between the two of them. Francesco behind them in the Vesta Sport green car, the nearest competitor. I believe they've just come out of the pit lane a lap or so ago. This is the fight for the lead in GT3, but I wouldn't get my hopes up for a pass here because I'm going to assume Shelley is sitting behind Midnight Motorsport and bragging to the team about all the fuel they're saving.
Yeah, absolutely. They're probably having a good time just sat there, you know, looking at that, the back end of that Mercedes.
All I know is for me, I get put in a situation like this. I start bragging. Oh, I saved 0.1 of a liter that lap. If I do that 25 more times, I've saved half a tank of fuel. And you will do that. And that is sort of, ETN is sort of in that wheelhouse that they've been doing that, just sort of hanging out. It saves your tires, saves your fuel. It can help you on strategy. Even if you don't use it, it's nice to have that additional card in your pocket in case you could potentially use that. Well, this battle went away for a moment, but it's come back, and they brought a friend. Paolo Honorado has joined Emil Mustafa and Zachary Bowman, all fighting over the 15th place position, and they will sort it out in the corner for the time being. Emil's going to close down a little augmented line there from Zachary, unable to make a move, and Paolo is just sort of stuck in third place. Unlucky third in this line, not quite close enough to make anything happen, and not really a racetrack where being third is beneficial unless the two in front of you make contact.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking that maybe he's just sticking out a little bit, watching what's going on. Has been sat behind him for a few laps now, so unsure whether they've just not quite got the pace to do that overtake and get right up behind him, or just waiting and sitting and seeing if the two Mustangs in front of him are gonna, you know, eventually try and make a move and, you know, something goes wrong.
Now keep in mind, Bowman did overtake Mustafa earlier on for half a lap, and Mustafa repassed them. All of that fighting and jockeying has led to Paolo Honorado joining them for this fight that has actually become for P14. I think due to one of the cars that we saw earlier that had an incident was in front of them. So they've all been promoted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Continue to fight here.
Yeah, they'll continue to fight. I'm looking forward to seeing if anybody's going to make a move on this lap, seeing if we can, you know, get it out before we get back around to the pit straight.
Oh, a move here, a slide down into the third sector of the racetrack in turn 15. Hitting the eject button there was Mustafa. That will allow Honorado through. And also Zachary Bowman will go to the point of this little group. Was that fair? Was that on? I don't know. Was room given? Make up your own opinions at home.
Yeah, absolutely. But that Ferrari just sitting back there just made that place, like we said, you know, sitting there just waiting for something to happen.
Well, that's a good point. I was right about something for once. It's true. You really can't be unlucky Trace at this racetrack and make anything happen. Something's got to happen in front of you to really get through. The track's not wide enough, and unless they get a really bad exit out of Lamar corner, turn 16, and you pull them down the Ullman straight, you're really not going to be able to get anything done. So it is unlucky being third. Normally, on most racetracks, being third is the correct position to be in because you get to survey everything going on. But here, there's not enough time, space, or distance. But that was exactly how you convert from sitting from third in line. You wait for them to have contact or something to go wrong. That's exactly what happened there. It definitely went against Mustafa, and to the credit of Paolo, who was able to get that done. Benjamin Heilman for Speed Juice and Horseflow in a uncharacteristically black and white livery. There are a little bit of blue and pink on that car, but uncharacteristically subdued livery for the Speed Juice and Horseflow team.
You're right, Jesse. That's not particularly what we would normally see, but I would say that I do like it. It has a nice, like, sleek and clean feel to the livery. So hats off to whoever designed that livery because I really like it.
I will say, nobody but Americans will understand this. It reminds me of the Got Milk campaign in like 1999. Is what it reminds me of. We had race cars with that sort of flair over here. They had like a milk effect on them. But you can see. Go on. You have a comment?
I was gonna say, well, now you've said it. Now all I can see is a cow, like you know, like the motley effect of like a white and black milk cow. So now I'm thinking
Well, they're called Speed Juice and Horseflow, but they've left the ranch behind, that's for sure. You still see some of the normal colors that you would associate with this team. Maybe this is the new design for 2025, a more less loud sort of design. You see the blue and the pink on there that normally is a gradient pattern over the entire car, but used as accents here. I dig it. I like it as well, and this is the first time I've seen it. And one livery designer to another, Harry Conway, who is one of the team principals over there at Speed Juice and Horseflow. He is the one that primarily makes the majority of their liveries. So he'll take that compliment from a fellow designer.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm here for all of the liveries, like I said, but you know, this one just has a real clean and nice feel to it.
Sitting in 14th place in no man's land. This is beyond the John Dalton zone. This is in the Jesse Lee zone, where you're several laps off the pace and you're several laps quicker than last place. This is Jesse Lee zone here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just basically running their own race at the minute, you know, they're on lap 99, so got a fair way to go.
That's right. Anything can happen. They still are, they still are on a lap with several other cars, or actually just one other car, I've just realized. Busing, who had that issue a little while ago, you'll recall, the Prime iRacing car. They have dropped all the way down to 13th. They are circulating, though, just in front of the 369.
Yeah, it's strange to see that the GTP field is so spread out. Like when you look at the GT3s, everybody's, you know, close and fighting. There's a few that have got a big gap, but most of them, you know, we see, you know, within 5 seconds of the car in front. But the GTPs are definitely spread out a bit more than that.
I've just noticed that ETN has taken the lead in GT3 over Man, put Vesta Sport Black to the point in the Corvette.
You are right. I did not see that, so that's great eye spot from you. Maybe they found that they were sitting behind and they felt like they had a lot of pace and, you know, wanted to make some use of the track in front of them.
I'm going to assume that it was just a straight up pass. Doesn't look, either car doesn't look worse for wear. This one does. Bradley Stanley for fast lane. Is it going to be contact with a hypercar? No, it isn't. That didn't even look like netcode. That looked like the 54 got afraid, got scared into not taking the normal line, was offline in a slick part of the racetrack, and looped it a little bit. No damage done there, but scary as other cars whizzed by. We haven't really talked about the weather a lot recently. That's because obviously the weather stopped and the track never really got wet. There were moist parts of it, but that was just about it. Here's the remnants of that as the shower leaves the area here in Central Florida. We're halfway between Orlando and Miami if you're trying to figure out where Sebring is on a map. It's not near anything else of importance except itself. And if you've ever driven through here, my goodness, is it, you know, it's interesting scenery, I'll put it that way, but not particularly near anything interesting or entertaining outside of the track itself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, an hour north, an hour south, you're at some of the most entertaining places on Earth.
Well, yeah, I suppose that's true. But at the same time, if you put a track in the middle of nowhere, it brings people to the middle of nowhere.
It's true, and you don't have to worry about those pesky homeowners associations saying that, well, I bought a house next to a racetrack and it's a bit too loud now. What did you think was going to happen?
That is true.
Quite
I think
quite
I'd really
funny...
love to have a house next door to a
Would you?
racetrack. Yeah.
Thomas, do you agree with your partner? So here's the interesting thing. The race car driver in the relationship says absolutely not. Katrina goes, I'd like it. Katrina, can you explain why it wouldn't bother you?
Well, why would it bother me? I'd get to watch racing anytime that I wanted when there was race on.
Interesting. Okay. I see where you're going with that. It's very interesting. I just found it funny that Thomas is like, absolutely not, too noisy.
Hear me out, Jesse. Right, like if you're gonna, you got a house near an airport, they're gonna fly at like 5 o'clock in the morning. You know, 6 o'clock in the morning. Most races is like one off that it's gonna be like an endurance race if that's the case. But if not, it's gonna be quiet most of the time. Most races run, you know, during the day. I can put up with the noise during the day. I can probably sleep through most things anyway. So yeah, that's my take on it. That's why I'd say yeah.
You turn into a zombie when you're asleep, huh?
Yeah.
I hear you. I'm with you on that one. I would say that I think it gets more complicated if you're in America where that isn't the case, where there may be racing every day of the week at a local short track. And the races typically go on until the early hours in the morning. Adam Prosser was trying to fight Multiclass, and it's gone wrong for the Hickle Brighting Racing team. Just self-inflicted, goes over the curb.
Yeah, just caught that little bit of the curb and just managed to get him to spin out, which isn't ideal because they were so close to, you know, trying to fight for that 12th position.
They'll have to get back in the fight. Will Prosser, the Hickle Brighton Racing team, BMW, none the worse for wear, except maybe a flat spot on the tire. They'll be able to work that out, though, and it'll be a little bit less of an issue. Mikael Sundstrom in the nearly on pace 899. They've been flirting with the top 5 all day. If not in it, they have regained a top 5 spot on pace. And they have just about hung out in that position. The Hagstrom Systems livery on that Cadillac.
Yeah, nice little, it gives me sunset vibes.
It does. Do you know what's weird about these GTPs? I'm just going to say, you ever take a selfie from the wrong angle, Katrina, and it's very unflattering.
Yeah.
I feel like a straight-on view of the Cadillac is not. It's not very. It's not. You can stop anytime, Thomas. I don't feel like that's particularly on that. You know, that's not very flattering.
Oh. Yeah, I would agree. You know, when you open your phone and the camera, you open the camera and it's like you don't expect to see yourself, and that's how I feel like this car looks right now.
Oh my gosh, that's too much grill, even though the car doesn't necessarily have a grill. But Nearly on Pace was one of the teams that said that they didn't really know quite what they were going to be dealing with today, but they've sort of managed to maintain about a top 5 spot. They've been as low as like 9th or 8th, but they've gotten all of those spots back, and most of that, honestly, Katrina, by virtue of just not screwing up, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. When you see a car on the track that's just, you know, just being in there, you know, taking part, not really had any mistakes, you know, and that's how they've maintained the 5th, 4th, you know, 7th position. It's always good to see. But talking about not knowing the pace, I think now moving on, everybody is going to know what pace, you know, cars are able and capable of.
Absolutely the case. We just saw the gap in the classes, and lapped up to 5th place has Adrian Galeo for VFT Esport. They've led the majority, if not the entire way. They're in to do a routine pit stop currently, so there's only 4 cars on the lead lap in GTP currently. And a few laps ago, Etienne Shelley for Vesta Sport Black took their Corvette to the point, taking over from Midnight Motorsport. Parman Mann now 2.5 seconds adrift now, as they've opened up a little bit of a gap for Vesta Sport.
Yeah, absolutely. They've just taken that car, they've driven it into first, and they're very comfortable. You can tell that they're just here. They're going to try and make that gap as big as they can, just in case anything happens. That, you know, they've got a little bit of a buffer. Maybe we see the number 47, who's currently in second, close that gap up a little bit later. You know, there's still 2 hours. Something can happen. Anything can go wrong. You know, pit stops and I'd say weather, but I'm not sure that we might not see any more rain. But if we see rain, that might then obviously close that gap back up. So it's all to happen in the next couple of hours.
Well, the sun's come back out, and this is an interesting fight here. Maciej Hyla has taken the weapons mandatory car up into the Adrian Galeo fight. Remember, the VFT Esport Cadillac has just come out of the pit lane, so their tires are cold and there's no pressure in them. So they've been able to be passed by Maciej Hyla at this stage in the weapons mandatory car, which also has quite a nice livery on it, reminiscent of stock cars we see here in the States. But that's interesting because Galeo's just in that VFT team has been in control the entire time, but to see them get past so easily, I mean, you look for an explanation. The simple answer is cold tires just coming out of the pit lane, easy on a racetrack like this. You have to be, otherwise you're going to light the tires up. We saw it happen to HWT moments ago. You don't want that to happen to you, and I just think taking it easy for Adrian right now, the smarter of the two options.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait to get some warmth back into your tires before, you know, you then can put the pace down and catch back up to the people in front of you.
We'll see, though, if in a couple laps, if it does take a lap or two to kind of get the feel back into the car, especially if you're not pushing too hard on new tires on a racetrack that's maybe, actually, it's probably not cooler just yet, but even still, discretion the better part of valor, and using your brain out there a little bit to not get yourself in a horrible situation. We'll see, though, if they're able to come back through. That has handed over the lead to Michael Opaka for CRF Motorsports. Opaka continues to lap around. We expect, let's see, where will they come into the pit lane? They'll be pitting any time now, in fact. Francisco for Vesta Sport Green, they've got a few more laps that they pitted 9 laps sooner than Galeo did. So they'll have a little bit longer of a run. But we expect Opaka and the CRF to come in sometime soon. And, well, as if on cue.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always fun to see different pit strategies and like slightly different timings, because it means that, you know, people are staying out, mixes up the order a little bit and where they come out in the rest of the field.
Where has the time gone? 6 hours of Sebring here today, the RSS 6 hours of Sebring, and only about 2 hours of that time left. The Vesta Sport Green car leading the way, but they will have to come in sometime before Galeo, but that's not an issue currently, as they both have come in relatively recently. But for the time being, it is the Vesta Sport Green Acura in front of the VFT eSport car, as Michael Plaka does come down to the pit lane for CRF in the Cadillac.
Yeah, absolutely. Just gonna stay on that pace, you know, try and put the pace down whilst they've got some clean air in front of them.
GT3s will be coming in sometime relatively soon. Pretty much everybody in the top 7 are on the same basic strategy. A couple of cars, Dvorak and Alman, are on a slightly different strat currently based on how the race has gone. But again, as if on cue, Etienne Shelley into the pit lane with Stefan as well for the Garage 991 Porsche. Those cars have come in. Parman Mann for Midnight Motorsport has elected to go around again, but we should expect them in imminently.
Yeah, absolutely. In the next lap or two, I expect to see them come in from that Midnight Motorsport racing team.
Pit stops don't look like much. It doesn't look very interesting, I'm sure, but this is where most races are won and lost. It's done in the pit lane. It's done based on your strategy. And the fun thing about strategy and endurance racing is you have your strategy, you stick to it, but you never quite know who the winner, who the right decision maker is going to be until the checkered flag falls, because up until that point, it really could be anybody based on how the race goes. But this is sort of the way that endurance racing is dictated by who wins the strategy war, and sort of a best strategy or a winner for that really isn't declared until the very end. Look at LMU last night at Spa. Had no idea that they could make it, or potentially somebody was going to try and make it to the end of the race with a no-stop strategy. They did it. Turns out the right strategy was no strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes, you know, no strategy does pay off.
Parman Mann continues to lead for Midnight Motorsport in the GT3 class, but meanwhile, Mikael Sundstrom nearly on pace. He's nearly at the front of the field by now. He's got Justin Dijkstra in the weapons mandatory Cadillac. It's Cadillac versus Cadillac for the 4th place position. We didn't see it earlier. I was wondering if Galeo was going to be able to get by the likes of Justin Dijkstra, and that occurred some time ago. Of course, the pit stop cycle being what it was, that they were able to come into the pit lane and not actually have to pass them on the racetrack. But this is somewhat of a fair fight. We expect the nearly on pace car in any time now, but if they could get in front of Dijkstra, that might be all they need to hold them up. That might be beneficial to them later on. I don't think Sundstrom's going to pressure too hard here, though, knowing that they've got to pit somewhat soon, probably in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, absolutely. We're probably running on really, you know, used tires now as well, so you're trying to keep it safe and seeing how it holds out before you come in for your pit.
Well, Francesco Sagetti is the leader of the race for Vesta Sport Green and the Acura. Galeo in 2nd place, pitted 9 laps later in P2. Close between those two. Only time's going to tell which one of those strategies is correct. Behind them, Opaka and Dijkstra, the next couple of cars in the fight. Everybody else, including Mikael Sundstrom, or actually, no, I've just realized, based on that pit strategy right now, this is a fair fight. And here comes Mikhail Sundstrom into the pit lane. They will be re-lapped and put down a lap, which means there will go back to being only 4 cars on the lead lap in GTP. While the pit cycle finishes up here for the GTPs and we await the GT3 pit cycle, we're going to step away for just a moment. Our broadcaster is going to find a nice car to take us on board with. And I assume he's going to pick something American, something rumbly, V8, engine go burr. I know my Ted, all right? Perhaps not as much as your partner, but I've spent 5 years with you. And I kind of had an idea you were going to pick an American car. This, Robin Meyer, the FTW Motorsport Red Ford Mustang. We're going to take you on board, turn it up, listen to the sights and the sounds of the RSS 6 hours of Sebring. We'll be right back. the beautiful sounds of FTW Motorsport Red. That car in and out of the pit lane earlier on, down to 4th place currently. Roberto Rebecci leading for Vesta Sport Black, meaning that it's a Vesta Sport lockout of the top spot in both classes currently. Francesco doing it in the Acura in GTP, and it is the Corvette getting it done in GT3. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Joseph Black now for the remainder of the broadcast. Joseph, you've been waiting in the wings. You've been watching the race thus far a little bit. What is your sort of take on the last hour or so that you've seen?
I think there's been a lot of mistakes dragged out from quite a few of the drivers, and I think it might stem from temperature issues, just trying to get tires and everything along those lines sorted out. But I mean, we've got an hour and 45 left. They'll want to minimize those mistakes, because mistakes earlier on in the race you can recover from. Mistakes at this point in the race, less so.
No, you're absolutely right. Now it would be almost insurmountable in the final couple hours. You do it in the opening lap, not a big deal. Doing it now, almost a death sentence to your final finishing position. Fight is on for the GT3 class lead. Vesta Sport took it in the middle of the last stint, but here comes Midnight Motorsport with Barry Morrison and the 47 AMG looking to take that position back as they have continued to flip-flop these spots. Got a special guest in the box with us to help ring in the final couple of hours. One of the drivers from the Wheelie Slow Racing Acura, the number 31, Kevin Boss, joins us in the booth. Welcome in, Kevin Boss.
Thank you for having me, Jesse.
I can't help but notice, at least to our eye, your car is missing a back end a little bit.
I didn't actually see what happened myself, because I'd just gotten out of the car and had a bit of a break, and then I heard some damage. Don't know, still haven't seen the replay myself.
Check out the monitor right now. We'll be able to maybe show you exactly what's happened. Contact there with one of the Mustangs. Didn't quite catch the number of that car, but the rear bumper cover still on at that point. It's lost at some point. But Rudy Philmalter, who's currently in the Wheelie Slow Acura right now, they've not pitted, so it must not be that bad. But other than that, talk us through your race thus far, how it started, how it's going.
It started actually very well with Tom Roberts in the car. He is our fastest driver. He got us in a great position until we had some GTPs make mistakes in front of us and eventually hit us, and that threw us all the way to the back. So it's been a recovery drive from that point on. Then during my stints, I just couldn't find the pace I had in practice before. Then the rain came as well, which was interesting. But we tried fuel saving a bit, because it seems like the Acura does tend to drink a bit more fuel than the other cars. But even with the fuel save, it still looks like we're going to have to do a splash and dash at the end. But in general, not too bad. We've been unlucky in a few things, but it's could have gone better, could have gone worse, basically.
How have you found the GTP traffic whenever they work the GT3 cars in today's race? I think a lot of the GTP drivers have told us that they're actually quite pleased with the way that GT3s have sort of been respectful and also sort of accountable out there today. How's it from the opposite perspective?
It really depends on the driver and team. You definitely notice there are a few people who don't have experience, or at least not a lot of experience, passing slower traffic, thinking about what lines the slower traffic needs to take, because sometimes they just plant that GTP on an apex just as we're about to turn in, and then it throws us off, makes us go wide, or loses us sometimes like over a second on a lap. And then especially if you're in a fight, then for me, it's cost me a couple of positions just them doing that. So it really depends on who it is. In general, it's okay, but there are really some that could have a better think about, okay, what do the GT3s need to do?
Well, I normally don't do this, but I am going to do this on this occasion. You're in the box. I can hear your music playing. You're listening to Nickelback right now. You want to defend yourself there, boss?
Nope.
So you're cool with
I'm
Nickelback.
cool with it. I'm cool with it.
Well, this is how Thomas, our broadcaster, whom you can't hear but we can hear in our ears, is now doing Nickelback memes. But either
I had the
way,
exact same thought.
well there you go. Joseph, do you have anything for Mr. Boss?
I mean, it's elite music choice, but what are your
Wow.
what are the targets now? Do you reckon for the who's that?
oh,
Roberto
Roberto.
Rebecci from second.
Oh my goodness! Now, was that contact that led to that? We'll have to find out. It might have been down here in turn 1, but who is it from? As we watch the replay, turn 1, everything's fine there. They're going to be 3 wide, and it's not going to be a factor. Oh, he just gets spun off of the nose of the Midnight Motorsport AMG, and huge contact, huge implications here in this race. That might have been the fastest car.
Yeah, not what Roberto would have wanted. I think there was a sense of maybe just feeling threatened by the car on the inside coming to lap. So just as you have a question about how respectful and how clean it's been, the lapping from the GTP, we have an incident related to some of it.
We are talking to Kevin Boss from the Wheelie Slow team, but it's all kicking off here. Tom Weethus has had an issue for FTW Motorsport, and that car is going to inevitably tow back to the pit lane for lengthy repairs. It is all going a bit pear-shaped, as they would say. But talking with Kevin Boss, I got to ask one final question. Iron Blue. Why an Iron Blue livery on a team without a driver from the Great North?
I mean, we were just looking for a nice livery because I didn't have anything made for iRacing, so we just went on to Trading Paints and found one that we all liked, and Iron Brew was, the top answer for that one.
Well, it is fantastic, and I think it's something that most of us can agree upon, that Iron Brew is fantastic. Not a sponsor or a partner, but I mean, hey, when you got it, and Iron Brew does. But it does look nice. It's very easily identifiable. It fits on the car as well. How are you finding the Acura?
It's quite good to drive. It does need a particular driving style because, especially in ACC, I've been driving the AMG, which requires constant input, and this car actually works better the less input you do. So it's a bit of a brain reversal for me, but yeah, I quite like it actually.
And finally, of course, anybody you want to shout out, give props to the team?
Yeah, thank you to Tom Roberts and Rudy Fieldmaster for joining me this race in the Wheelie Slow Racing team. Good bunch of lads. So hopefully we can actually maybe get to P14, 13, because the start of the race we were fighting the eSim Racing Winter Segment team. So yeah, hopefully we can get back to there. But yeah, otherwise I still think, with considering everything that happens, P15, 14 would still be a good result.
Well, the car carrying damage, but it isn't losing pace, so it is a flesh wound, superficial to say the least. Kevin Boss, thanks for coming and talking to us. Good luck for the final hour.
We still have the fast repair available, so that won't hamper us too much.
There you go. Good luck, Kevin. We'll see you at the end of this thing, hopefully.
Thank you, Jesse.
Kevin Boss, if you recognize his voice, he's a commentator here at RCI. He's also the man who puts together RCI Mondays. Currently, Ginetta Cup Season 3 underway on Mondays on ACC. You can sign up to any of our championships mid-season, including this one. Get involved for round number 2 of the RSS Endurance Championship in about a month's time, whenever we do round number 2. LMU Fridays coming to a natural conclusion, 2 rounds left, but still time to get involved in that as well. And more events upcoming. You can find all that and more, racerci.com. Well, Joseph, it's been a bit crazy the last 5 or 10 minutes. We tend to go through this where a couple of cars self-spin, and then there was an incident in the GT3 class that completely changed what we're looking at. Yannick Ruoff now back up to P2 in the Garage 991 portion.
Well, I believe one of the first things that I mentioned as I headed into my stint in the broadcast box was the fact that mistakes were being dragged out, and I think mistakes are continuing to be dragged out at this point in time. And well, it's just an interesting sight to see, as there's still mistakes happening up and down the field for different drivers, including Rebecci, who was chasing for that lead. Now Barry Morrison, or the lead of the GT class at the very least, now Barry Morrison is 10.1 seconds ahead of Yannick Ruff in that second place, with Rebecci about 40 seconds off where he was before.
Yeah, I'd be curious to hear what Barry Morrison and Midnight Motorsport have to say about that incident. Hard to say from our perspective with the replay of who encroached on who, but being turned right against the racetrack, somebody must have been moving, and you worry that maybe it was the Corvette that was a little too aware that there was a GTP closing in on them, and it all went a little bit wrong. Francisco Sagetti into the pit lane. They've been leading for the majority of this stint for Vesta Sport Green. That has given the lead back to Adrian Galeo for VFT Esport. Cadillac now over the Acura. This is a routine or a required stop for the number 11. It'll be another 9 laps or so before we see the 333 back down pit lane. So once again, another change of lead in GTP as well. Right before that, of course, we saw one in the GT3 field as well. It's been competitive. A lot of cars off the lead lap, of course, Joseph, as you would expect, after damage and incidents are concerned, but still a lot of cars fighting for it, and this is a hornet's nest of activity. All of these drivers chasing after Rebecci currently.
Yeah, and I mean, you're naturally going to get cars spread out across those 6 hours, so quite impressive to see that we have 4 of the GT3s still within about a second and a half of each other, a second and a half that is separating the 4 cars between 4th down to 7th place. Roberto Rebecci down to Raphael Huell. Rebecci in 4th ahead of the other Vesta Sports. You've got one black there in P4 of Rebecci, and then Gilles Allemann in P5 in the grey one, although the car right behind doesn't quite look so grey with Rebecci now. Well, he's continuing to lead this pack, but 32 seconds up to in front. I'm thinking this is a battle now where the drivers are now going to be thinking maybe the race for the positions in front is over, but the race for P4 is still on.
Former leading car is Roberto Rebecci, and more drama here for Daniel Ricciardo Piava. Piava's gone off of the course, and it looks like a solo spin in one of the trouble spots, turn 15, before you get to Le Mans. We've seen so many cars get sort of shaken up through there as if they don't have enough wheel in it, or maybe too much wheel in it for the aero they have selected. As close quarters dicey here into turn number 3. They just about sort it out for the time being. I was talking earlier to Katrina, Joseph, about this being a racetrack that really doesn't lend itself to passing a whole lot. You get stuck in these trains just like we see Rebecci, Allemann, Radiani, and Huell. You get these little packs all to themselves, and you can't really go anywhere because there are passing zones, but if you know how to defend them, it can be an absolute nightmare.
And I think that's evidenced in the fact that we do have that 4-car back, and we've got these two, Apalka and Sagetti, right next to each other, as well as Hencher and Ruff right next to each other as well. But Sagetti is starting to struggle, as you mentioned, with those passing spots, looking to try to get past Apalka for that P2 spot. Of course, he's got the fresher tyres having come in on lap 147, and will have even fresher tyres coming out in the mid-pack of the GT3 classes. That is Ratiani and Allemann coming into the pits, sort of splitting that little pack up. Rebecci and Huell continuing on, but Ratiani and that's actually Pierre Ferrari in that Vesta Sport now, getting ready to come out onto the racetrack. But now that pack has been split up, we should be seeing maybe those two just try to burst out of the blocks, as this is Sagetti 0.4 seconds behind Apalka and the battle could be truly on if he so wants it. But as you mentioned, those overtaking spots, few and far between, and he's going to struggle to get past. If he doesn't get significant momentum, he's going to try now to just try and force a mistake out of Opelka, and that'll be the only way that I think he's going to threaten taking P2, at least for now.
That's the easiest way to do it, is to force somebody into a mistake, and you do that by driving close. Some drivers will flash the lights. Sometimes that's a hindrance. Sometimes, I think for me, I've never really cared if you're flashing the lights. If I can see your headlights behind me, not nearly as scary as seeing your taillights driving away from me. So I didn't really care about that kind of thing. But it is a mind game that you can play on people. None of those shenanigans going on for Szigeti right now is just sort of pacing Opelka, trying to figure out maybe where there is a spot they can get a better leg up on them, where there's a weakness in the CRF Motorsport Cadillac. But Francesco definitely looks the stronger of the two. Nearly weird line there out of Michael Opelka there. I just noticed, and I wonder if, yeah, they're definitely on older tires in comparison. You just mentioned that lap 131 the last time through pit lane for Opelka. Szigeti on 147, so there's your pace discrepancy. This pass, though, it's not one that you want to linger on too much. You have to get this done because these are two different strategies separated by 16 laps. So you've got to execute, and one of the executions that Francesco has to do here is get by the number 9 car right now.
Yeah, and, well, it's going to be a steep task, I think, at this point to get past, because Opelka isn't looking that much slower, at least at the moment, although Szigeti could be holding back, to be fair. But these two, I think they're going to continue in formation, because I think Szigeti's happy with Opelka's pace. If he wasn't, then I think he'd be trying to threaten, trying to force a mistake a bit more. At the moment, he seems happy to just sit behind and follow, pick up that slipstream, and these two can go pretty decently quick around this racetrack. Of course, they are now coming up to a lap car that could play into effect, as Opelka could struggle to get past them, or Szigeti could struggle to get past them, having to go to the inside line there. And yeah, they could play a factor in this battle. I think that's one of the only ways that Szigeti could get past. It could be either forcing a mistake or using one of the GT3s to force that mistake for them.
Very, very well said. It's certainly a possibility, and we'll see sort of how aggressive they get as the stint sort of goes on. Of course, we expect the first car in this group to come to pit lane. The first car will be Adrian Galeo for VFT Esport. They pit on lap 129. They will come down sometime relatively soon, about 5 or 6 laps from now. Then a couple laps later, we'll see Michael Opelka come down, and then Szigeti way later. They will retake the lead again for some time. Here is Adrian Galeo for VFT, back in the number 1 position for the time being. All these cars on sort of slightly variable strategy, and we don't really quite know in an hour and a half's time from now which one will be the right one. Shout out to all of our partners that make this race and every race possible. Ready, Set, Sim, a brand new partner to us, and the title sponsor of the series, the Ready, Set, Sim Endurance Series and the RSS 6 Hours of Sebring. You can check out their sim rigs and build your own custom rig at their website. Link is going to be in the description quite soon indeed. Coach Dave Delta, Coach Dave Academy. Huge slide by Radiani. They could have used a Coach Dave Delta setup right there. That would have prevented that slide. Go over to Coach Dave Delta. Get stocked up now on your setups. Our broadcaster rates that drift a 6 out of 10. I happen to agree. Didn't make the clipping point. Didn't hold the drift. The line was mediocre at best. Greenman Gaming offers quality games at a discounted price. Monster Hunter Wilds came out just about a week ago. You can get about 15% or so off your purchase of Monster Hunter Wilds by just going to Greenman Gaming and picking it up there. Link in the description. Moser Racing is the leader in direct drive hardware that doesn't break the bank, but they are anything but a budget direct drive wheel. Get an entire ecosystem for what it would cost for just the base of the other guys. Moser Racing, links in the description there as well. And shout out to Motorsport UK. We're a recommended esports community, and we thank them for recommending us. Slide there by Kyle in the K1 Esports Cadillac, but not nearly as much damage as we've seen in other incidents today. Joseph didn't even come to pit lane after that.
No, he seemed to get pretty lucky to just fend off the wall there. To be fair, it looked as though he managed to get that one stopped pretty simply, and that just helped him, because then he didn't pick up any notable damage from that clip into the wall. But he stays in P17. This is P10 in the GT3 class, and the number 202 needing to get out of the way. I think this is where the whole appeal of the lapping part comes into it, where the GT3 drivers can have such an effect on the GTP drive, or the GTP, I don't remember which one I said first. GTP can have an effect on the GT3, and the GT3 can have an effect on the GTP, but there is no doubting that both classes are beautiful, as it's a beautiful car. The livery could be deemed slightly controversial, I think, but
I'm not offended. I'm just confused. It's a Corvette, which is made in Kentucky, USA, with an EU flag on it. It says, "In EU we trust." I'm not offended by that. I'm utterly confused about what is going on. Shout out though to the Fitness Club and the name, the Fitness Club Racing. This is not a Nintendo Wii title. I can promise you that. There's no balance board involved. There is extra peripherals, of course, racing wheels. But Tio doing their level best here in the EU liveried car, almost as if we were at motorsports games doing some kind of special event. I do like the stars over the rear wheel well, though. That's very nice.
They do look clean. All the stars look clean. I think the front could do with some work. It could do with some workshopping, because you can sort of see half of the stars, because there's supposed to be a whole circle there to represent the EU. It's sort of cut off, but I mean, I agree with you. The sides do look very clean, and it's a very good-looking livery. If slightly interesting to have on a Corvette, as there you go. There's the two rings. I think there could have been a little bit more originality in there. There's more to the EU than just the rings, surely.
I will say that back in the day, there was a Dodge Viper who won Le Mans. It was entered by a French team, a well-known French team, and they won it with a French livery on it, despite it being a Dodge Viper. So you know what? I dig it. I think I'm on board with it. Speaking of a more conventional livery, the sort of flannel Porsche car for the Fastlane Esport team. Bradley Stanley down pit lane and out again. Several drivers, Joseph, are either doing the lion's share of driving or they're driving by themselves, one of which is fifth place Raphael Huell, who has committed this entire championship to themselves. They're doing the entire championship solo. Some rounds won't be a problem, 2 hours or so, but this one, the longest, there's a couple of 6-hour and 5-hour races in there. Here is the team punt now, number 21. Is that a command or a plea, team punt now, do you think?
Well, I mean, he's just trying to manage his workflow. I mean, 6 hours is probably demanding that everyone in front of him just punts off so he can take an easy victory, he can fall asleep in the last few laps of the race, and he'll be absolutely fine. But, yeah, it would be great to have that sort of free time to practice, prepare, and then actually do a 6-hour race. So hats off to him.
I'd ask him if he's crazy, but I already know the answer. I've known Raphael Huell for years, and the answer is yes. He's down to race anytime, anywhere, and it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that he's one of the ones taking on the solo challenge. Of course, hey, you only have yourself to blame, but also fewer moving parts. I'm sure you understand. Fewer things to keep up with, different driver paces, driver styles, maybe what they like out of the setups different. I know that's a big contentious point for some teams, is finding a balance that everyone can agree upon. You race by yourself. You don't have that. Set the car up for yourself and ready to go. And make it to the end of this thing, Joseph, the end of this championship. Ready, Set, Sim has put up 400 euros to the prize pool. You finish in the top 3 of the championship. He doesn't have to share that money with anybody.
That sounds like a plan to me. But he'll need to He'll need to win some races before he does that.
We'll see if he can do exactly that. As if on cue, Adrian Galeo into the pit lane for VFT. The first of the pitters. This will set off a cycle. Opalka will be in next in about 2 to 3 laps from now. They're somewhere in the scene here. There they are, coming through Sunset onto the pit straight. But they'll be in a couple more laps. Call it 2 laps from right now. And then sometime later, about 20 minutes or so, the rest will come through. Sajetti will go into the lead, we imagine, again. And I've been trying to do the math in my head, as you might expect, and I don't know which strategy is going to come out on top. Somebody's going to be left with an extra pit stop, although small, just to take enough fuel to get to the end, but I'm not quite sure whom it's going to be yet.
Yeah, and I mean, it will come out with 1 minute 20 in the session, right towards the end, I think. But yeah, interesting. The strategies split in a sort of 6-hour race more than they do in the other 2-hour odd races, where there's a lot more time to play with, which means that you've got a lot more different strategies that you can play with. And of course, a Galega going a little bit longer than a Polka and Sajetti, with a Polka actually he pitted on lap 131. There's a replay here, and we will see what happened to Preston Lee as he lapped 2 of the GT3 cars and just losing the rear on the exit, going a little bit onto the marbles, and the number 6 Esports Racing Canada car just drops a little bit of time there.
Preston Lay, almost the best last name in sim racing, but probably the best outcome. Not to hit anything, just a little bit of a slide. And we see that periodically with cars losing grip. No banking here at this disused airfield and ring roads. So no banking equals minimal grip laterally. And whenever you get the car sort of de-wedged, as we say in America, or sort of off balance, it goes a little bit, it can go a bit wrong. It can catch you out. The best case scenario, though, you slide off into the grass, rejoin without any sort of damage. We've seen the majority of the time it go the opposite direction, where cars back it into the wall. One team has joined us in the YouTube chat to tell us that they've used their fast repair by accident. Didn't mean to. They must have been carrying a tiny amount of damage, and they accidentally used their fast repair. Of course, some things we haven't had to really deal with today. There is weather. We had a small rain shower that did not impact the race at all, realistically, albeit one car, I think, spun. That could have been at the results, but either way, not a real impact at all. Speaking of current weather, is that there aren't any. Weather is completely fine here as the sun slips closer and closer to the horizon. No, fast repairs are a thing for today. You get 1 free repair without having to sit for minutes in the box. There's also safety car on offer, but we didn't use it today, and I don't think we will in the final hour or so. Cars are too spread out, and the incidents typically self-clean off of the racetrack. But those are a couple of behind-the-scene things that are on offer, but haven't been seen or used today. A couple more laps, and we will see Opalka into the pit lane. Maciej Hyla has come in and brought the weapons mandatory car to a stop. And they're down and gone in one of the more interesting liveries in the field. Surely with that camo, I can only see half that car.
Just getting confirmation that it's the number 402 Gavin Hooks who accidentally used the fast repair earlier. So if there's any more damage to that Stratus Motorsports car, then it's going to take a bit more time for Hooks, who's currently in 7th place, to just come in and get ready to come back out again. So more positions will be dropped as a result. There's a change for a driver. Mikhail Opalka gives way to Ben A. Ford in that CRF Motorsports car that currently sits P3, and I think we'll see where it comes out after that driver change. But I mean, 1 hour 16. I think he could be taking it right to the end.
Well, the GTPs make it about 45 minutes on a tank of fuel. There's no tricky hybrid system in the GTPs. They're easily confused with the hypercars that go closer to an hour, but around here we'll go about 45 minutes in those cars, 60 minutes in the GT3s on a tank of fuel. I think the car in the best possible position is Francesco Saggetti. I think they're going to come in right around the hour mark, which means they will have a shorter stop at the end of this race. They'll come down, they'll get a splash of fuel and get back out. Will that be enough? I don't know, because if it isn't, that's going to hand it right back over to Adrian Galeo in the VFT car. They're going to have basically a full fuel load for their final stop, 3/4 of a tank at minimum. But if they are able to maintain their pace out front and make a gap, then they'll win. It's going to be between those two as far as I can reckon. But what will the final stop say? Well, we'll know that in about 45 minutes time from now, probably a little bit longer. Though basically what I'm telling you is the longer Saggetti can stay out front in that number 11 for Vestas Sport Green, the longer they can stay out on the racetrack, the more that benefits them in the end, meaning less fuel, quicker stop to have a shot to beat VFT.
Yeah, and I think they're in with a good shot. 8.1 seconds ahead with 8 laps less fuel in the car now, you would imagine. Certainly 8 laps older tyres. So if they're able to maintain that gap, then I think they'll be okay up the top. And I think it will come down to the final stint. I don't think it's going to be an easy, comfortable victory by any means. But I think the Vestas Sports team have a great opportunity to take their victory home today in the 6 hours of Sebring.
Being told that the 308 should be able to skip an extra stop. That is, of course, the Magic Engineering 308, currently piloted. Let's see. Oh, no, this is a routine stop for Speed Juice and Horselaw. I was wondering if maybe they had driven into the pit lane or were teleported. They have just teleported, but we are being told the 308 is going to be able to skip it entirely and not have to deal with any of that extra short stop business. And that won't be enough to get them the win tonight, but that will be able to catapult them quite a bit further up the field. Something happened to the K1 Esport car, though. Huge slide and catch there. Michael Rushton able to get the K1 car back going again. I think Callum Kerrigan said that car reminded him of an old Williams livery earlier.
Pretty accurate, I think. The color scheme.
Of course, Callum Kerrigan is old enough to have been watching Formula One in black and white. Michael Rushton, though, that car very much in color. And out there without any further incident. Preston Lay has just towed their car. Something has happened to Preston Lay. Out of 15th place, they've coming out of the pit lane and they've looped it, Joseph.
Is there any damage there? Yes, there is. It took a second to register, but there was indeed damage in the end of it for Preston Lay there. And, I think I prematurely asked that question, but Preston Lay, being towed back into the pits.
I definitely didn't expect Callum Kerrigan to still be watching the broadcast, but indeed he is, and he's called me out that he's younger than me. Yes, you are. Then again, Father Time is younger than me, so that's not really a flex. Joseph, do you know how old I am? About?
No.
Would you care to take a guess?
I plead the 5th.
Ah, smart.
I'm not
man.
American, but I plead the 5th nonetheless.
You realize you also have that law in your... Anyway.
Yeah, but I've never heard of anyone outside of America reference it.
Oh, yes, police shows and all of that. Well, we are joined by, let me see if I can get this right. We are joined by Justin, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. All right, we're joined by Justin Dijkstra from the Weapons Mandatory Team. Going to do a little interview with them. First of all, talk us through the appears to be a Bass Pro Shop livery and why you showed up with only half of a race car, because I can't see the other half of it.
Yeah, that's a good question. So we have a running joke that we are weapons mandatory with a full-on USA livery. You know, from to like European guys from Poland and from the Netherlands. But we thought like the political situation now, we shouldn't have the American flag anywhere visible. So we went with this one. It's still weapons with the rifles because we have to defend ourselves from America, you know. So that's our theme now. But
All right.
yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but I think it's a cool livery, a bit of orange.
It is very nice. It's very striking, easy to pick out. The race has gone quite well for you. Maciej Hyla in the car now. You're inside the top 5. Is this how you saw your day going, or are you not where you thought you'd be?
Well, to be honest, during the practice server that was up, we saw our pace. We're like, okay, this is quite good, and we know that we are like almost as fast as each other, so that's quite nice. And with other teams, yeah, you never know if they're on the same pace or if one guy is slower than the others. So we were like, just no mistakes, keep it out of the barrier, then we should be able to get a top 5-ish. And I mean, we're 4th now, so that's great.
You picked a Cadillac. Did you guys ever consider a different car, or was it Cadillac all the time?
Well, the only other car which we both have is the BMW, and we thought, okay, maybe for one race BMW if it's better on the track, maybe. But for the whole season, I mean, that V8, you know, that's the only reason to pick it. So, yeah.
Our broadcaster Ted would definitely agree with that. We go on board whenever we can. But top 4 today, that means that if you were to finish here, of course, we got some racing and some pit stops left to do. If you were to finish here, it would look really good to put you in a nice position championship-wise. What's your fuel situation look like on the 213?
We just stopped, so I'm just out of the car. So Hyla has 22 laps of a stint, so we only did 4. So yeah, how long is a stint for the
about
GTP?
45 minutes or so.
45, so maybe 1 hour 15 to go. Yeah,
Thomas is going to take us on board your car, sitting shotgun with Maciej Hyla as we go around the racetrack here in Sunset. We're talking, of course, with Justin Dijkstra, the Dutch driver, the Dutch half of the Dutch and Polish weapons mandatory team. And they're doing he's doing a little bit of live strategy here. Well, I got to say, it's gone pretty well. Have you encountered any issues today, any major issues out there on the racetrack?
Well, I don't know if you guys spotted it, but I actually spun on my second stint on the outlap on Sunset. The tires weren't quite warmed up, so yeah, over the bumps I lost it, and then I caught it, and then I lost it again, and it was a miracle, but I didn't hit the wall or anything, and no one hit me, so I could just go on and do the entire stint. The tires were a bit square, but hey, the pace wasn't too bad.
You love to hear it. If you're going to spin, you might as well not hit anything. We just saw the number 6 car right before you came in, Justin, had the opposite effect. They did the same thing, came out of pit road, spun, and removed the entire rear clip of the car. Joseph, do you have anything for Mr. Dijkstra?
What's the aim now? Are you looking maybe for, well, pushing forward? You've got a 30-second gap to Ben A. Ford in the CRF Motorsports car in 3rd place. Is this a case of trying to stabilize that P4, or are you trying to push forward for a podium?
Nah, I think we're P3, Ben Ford. He's a very quick driver. I've driven with him like all race. Like, I know he's very fast. So the only thing we can do is like try to stabilize the gap and not let it get any further. But yeah, with the traffic situation, we were quite unlucky a few times. And with our little spin, I think just managing this gap is fine. And looking behind the 899, I think they just pitted as well. So they're in the hairpin right now, and we are at the 2nd corner. So we almost have a lap on them. So yeah, I think we managed this. Yeah.
Well, Justin, anybody you want to shout out, preferably the team, loved ones at home?
Well, my grandparents were just they came around, so I went downstairs and talked to them a bit and showed them this, and I'm like, "What? There's like 80 to 100 people just all in the world, like sitting in their chairs, just like you do, and just racing." And I'm like, "Yep." And then like, well, it's live streamed as well. It's like a whole event. It's like, "Yep." So
Grandpa, there's money on the line. There's buns.
yeah, that as well. That as well. I forgot to tell them that, but yeah, of course. But that's at the end of the season, right? So
That's right. That's really cool. In the middle of a race, I'm just going to commend you. In the middle of a race, still made time for his grandparents. Everybody else in the world, live up to that standard. Keep saying what you were going to say, Justin. Go ahead.
do you know if there's any if there's a drop round? Because at the end of the championship, you earn the money, of course. But
I would believe there isn't a drop round.
okay. Well,
And if there is one, I would argue against it.
yeah, okay, yeah, true. Me too. But no, we are planning to do all races, and the 2 rounds which I can't be at because I'm on vacation. Those are the 2 rounds that are only 2 hours and 40 minutes. So Maciej can manage that on his own.
Well, so it's just going to be Maciej Hyla at the end then, for those 2 short rounds.
For I think Road America and Laguna Seca, if I'm right.
Right. I think that is correct.
Yeah, but
Well-
as you can see, he's doing a great job. So I have no doubt that we can score some points there as well.
You guys have absolutely been killing it. Anybody else you want to shout out? I didn't mean to interrupt you earlier.
No, not really. Just just going on, just racing. Just a nice day off, you know.
Well, there you have it. 6 hours of racing, almost done. 1 hour to get home, and 1 pit stop left to go. Justin, we wish you the very best of luck here till the end. Give Maciej our best, and let's get one more spot. Let's get that podium here in the opener.
Yeah, I think we'll try, but unless they're crashing in front of us, I think the positions are fixed as they are now. But Hyla is staying in until the end, so yeah, let's see. Maybe strategy-wise, something can change, or yeah, we'll see.
Thanks for coming in and talking to us. Justin Dijkstra for the Weapons Mandatory Team. He's got little armaments on that car. I thought it was just camouflage, but looking at it closer, it's little weapons.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
why
very,
it's a funny little
very appropriate, I would say. Very appropriate. Thank you for coming in and talking to us. Good luck for the rest of the race.
No problem, and thank you for the amazing broadcast.
Absolutely our pleasure. Of course, if it wasn't for the teams, we wouldn't do what we do, Joseph, and we wouldn't get to talk about, oh no, oh my goodness, the EU car has had a frontal impact. It's removed the entire front of that car. Joseph, what do you see? Talk us through the replay.
Well, I see the actual half of the thing is now, whoa, that is the whole front bumper coming off with the left front just clipping that wall quite heavily there. And not what he would have wanted to see, as we've got an onboard replay now. And that is quite a hefty shunt. And yeah, definitely not what they would have wanted to see. They've done a driver change off the back of that. And Mikael Javalainen is now in that European car that looks a little bit worse for wear.
I would call that sad, is what that looks like. It looks like a very sad car. Javalainen's going to try and do cleanup duty here is Mikael. And right behind them, we saw the wheelie slow car. And I think I saw Emil in there as well, who they've just not been able to recover, which is quite strange. Remember, they were the Corvette that was fighting for the lead, trading it back and forth earlier on. They've been unable to regain that spot. It's been Barry Morrison ever since for Midnight Motorsport. There was contact for the lead that led to them being free of the rest of the field. Tom Hinchett for FTW Motorsport Red in the Ford Mustang, 7 seconds off of that gap. That gap has expanded just a bit. It's not a quick expansion, but it is a steady one. First to second place, Yannick Ruoff in third place for Garage 991. Might even be closing in on P2 for FTW. We'll have to keep you abreast of that. Raphael Huell finding themselves in fifth place, only about a second behind Rebecci for that spot. That's pretty much as close as they've been, but also sort of where we left off with this fight. Huell closing in on Rebecci, but unable to do anything about it. Closing in on the final hour, a pit stop left to give for nearly everybody except maybe Alexander Shansky, who may be able to not have to do an extra. They'll have to come and do a stop anyway, but it won't be an extra one like everyone else is going to have to do. Off the racetrack, Benjamin Heilman. Actually, no, that wasn't Benjamin Heilman. Or was it Benjamin Heilman? It was the 369. And off of the racetrack, back on. I don't mind those so much, Joseph. Does it throw you out of your rhythm? Yeah, but if you don't crash the car, you're not sliding the tires, taking life out of them, it really is sort of a wash. It doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, but he has dropped a position off the back of that, and I think that will play in the back of his mind, the fact that he's done all that hard work to get up to where he was, and he has to do it all over again. And, well, he lost the position to this man, Adam Prosser, in P12 at the moment, and I'm sure he'll be happy that he took that position. But to put it kindly, he was handed that P12, but he's very much earned it.
Yeah, no discredit to Prosser and the Hillock Brighton Racing team, but that certainly is what occurred there. But you know what? You corrected me there. That's absolutely the case. Heilman, the damage done on the scoring pylon, not on the pit stop there in this case, losing a spot down to 13th after they had driven up and gained a few spots in the last couple segments. Francesco Saggetti continues to lead. That Vesta Sport Green car will have to come in. And remember, you can do about 45 minutes in a GTP on fuel. We're under 1 hour here for the opening round of the RSS Endurance Series. The Ready, Set, Sim, 6 hours of Sebring. And we do recommend you go to ReadySetSim.com, check out their sim rig builder. You can build every piece of your sim rig there in one place and get it all taken care of. It's so very nice. ReadySetSim.com. Ahmed Imran for 1HP Racing, the second car there. We've seen both of the 1HP Racing cars have issues today, and they all pretty much look like that.
Yes, they're looking good, but I mean, we talked about Jarvalainen a minute ago. Well, I'd say about 4 minutes ago. They've been sitting in the pits that entire time, and it's currently taken them 6 minutes to do that driver change and completely repair the front of that car. So that little incident has been race ruining stuff for the Fitness Club Racing team.
Yeah, it really has. It's taken them out of any sort of promising position. They're going to be in the doldrums here tonight, and that has taken the wind out of their sails for sure. Ilo Radiani, excuse me, in the number 29 Delta Sport Sim Shop Porsche, down and away. Now, any of the GT3s that you see pitting now, Yannick Ruoff also in pit lane, all of these cars should be, and I'm going to use an asterisk here, Joseph, should be able to make it to the end of the race. It's a 45-minute stint thereabout for GTP. It's about 60 minutes for GT3s. So all these cars in now. This should be their final stop, and it's the perfect time to have come in, get your stop done, and you don't have to short fill the car or splash and dash a little bit later. A full stint, and it is all done. Well, first hour in the box, Joseph, we saw a lot of single car spins, a little bit of contact for the lead in GT3. I think it's when you let your guard down where it all goes a bit wrong for them.
Yeah, and well, they've got just under an hour left. This is where they could really be dragging out those mistakes. The drivers will be tired, most of them, obviously. The likes of Ben Ford, who's only just gotten in the car, less so, but the fatigue could still fit in towards the end of this race. With they won't have been practicing 6 hour stints. If they were, then they are absolutely mental. But if they won't have been practicing just when the fatigue sets in right at the end of the session, and then they're entering uncharted territory where they're just trying to get to the end, getting the matchsticks on their eyes, and just keeping them open, keeping fighting. As we've got a pit stop for Multi-Busing. It's a drive-through even for Multi-Busing.
That's very interesting. That would be among the first cars we've seen today that has used their 40 track limit or 40 incident limit, and they have got themselves a penalty for doing so. I imagine it's just from extending track limits. You get like a 1x every time you go off. It's probably been some contact. That's usually a 4x. You add it all up over the course of 6 hours. They have violated that, and well, they have had to do a pass through down pit lane and reset that. The good news is they got 40 incident points for 56 minutes. Speaking of fatigue, we're going to take our final break of the evening. We're going to set you down somewhere on the racetrack. Enjoy the sights and the sounds of Sebring in the closing moments of the RSS 6 Hours of Sebring. We'll be right back to take you to the checkered flag. Final moments of the RSS Endurance Series opener here at Sebring. The 6 hours of Sebring coming to a natural conclusion. The sun down the Ullman Strait, incredibly blinding for a few laps there as it sinks over the horizon. Surrounding area blanketed in this gorgeous Floridian orange glow, but that's anything but gorgeous. Contact nearly 3 wide. A car in the middle loses its bonnet. And they will certainly have to come in to repair that, Joseph, because that is all the aero elements of that car gone.
Yeah, and that will be a significant time loss, and not what they would have wanted at this point in time, especially with 41 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock there and about. And this is somebody who will be looking, never mind, it was Adrian Gallego who was looking, well, it's somebody who's going to be, this is looking more like a dune buggy more than a racing car for the number 95, just with no aero. And it's looking like it should be raced in the deserts of Florida rather than the racetracks.
I will tell you that Florian Durkup's doing a really good job for FTW, keeping that car going in the right direction. It honestly, it doesn't look like it's that affected. I mean, it is. You'd have horrible tire wear if you continued like this, but even still, he's doing a really good job. I wonder if maybe that's a graphical glitch on our end, the way that it flew off, because this car does not appear to be cornering like one that, well, is missing its entire front end. Dune buggy class, as you say. So, yeah, I think we're experiencing a graphical glitch.
Very odd.
There was, oh, no.
Oh.
Because they had just come out of pit lane, did FTW. Now they're back in. But, yeah, that looked pretty normal, but that is not a graphical glitch. That front end is gone. That's interesting. You can see to the internal workings, the brake duct hosing as well as some of the hydraulic fluid, and that car will go up on the jack and they'll replace the clip. Luckily, it's not going to be too terribly long, as it is not suspension damage or anything like that, but it raked against that other car. It came off like a tin can, like a can opener.
And we're just looking at a car behind who's been sitting in the pit lane for 15 minutes, Maximilian Schwanker, who, well, that's not ideal for the number one, as I believe we can get a replay of what happened to Maximilian coming out to lap the car here, just tucking back in as they headed into turn number one and just losing the rear, slamming into the side. And that's classic.
Oh man, that car is no longer classic. The Prime E-Racing car happened while we were away and just losing it. That is a complete loss of control. Nothing they could do. Hit on all sides, bang into the wall. Yep, that'll, we have a saying in America, yep, that'll do it. That's why they've been in there for 15 minutes repairing that damage.
Yeah, and well, I think it's at a point now where it's almost not pointless, but it's completely race-ending in comparison to where they would have seen their race going within the last few minutes. But this is Benjamin Heilman. He was the one with issues a few laps ago, dropping positions, and he is now right on the back of Luca Becker in that Vesta Sports Academy car, ready to take the position. He's just about 9/10 back as they filter their way through lap traffic, and he's going to try to get this move done, hopefully soon for his purposes, but Becker is going to try to use some of the laps cars to his advantage.
Out of the corner of my eye, did I just see Florian Durkup for FTW? Did that 95 Cadillac have an additional incident just a moment ago? They haven't towed back to pit lane, but down here in the hairpin, I think something went wrong. Oh, it's not the hairpin, but yeah, it did go wrong. They slid around. Oh, be very careful here. That is very scary. Yes, that's the right gear. Sometimes the reverse gear is the right gear to go forward, and it was on this occasion. But they were able to get the car going without any further incident, but that was a scary moment. That was very close to that one Porsche, but no further incident there. Adrian Galeo back in front of the field in the VFT eSport car. Alessandro Garridin in the Vesta Sport Green Acura. They have just pitted, and by my money, they are the first car that can make it. A response from VFT, though. Galeo into the pit lane.
And this is crunch time now for Gallego and for VFT because they will come out with probably enough to go to, you'd think they're going to come out with enough to go to the end of the race. And they are, I believe, the second of those lead fighters to come into the pits. The other one, or for their final stint, the other one being Alessandro Gerardin, who came in the previous lap. So very interesting stuff.
Was I just hoodwinked? I could have sworn Adrian Galeo was in the pit lane, but it's now disappeared and they're not. They've not been in the pit lane. At least I don't think they have been. Their last lap in was lap 155, and that was some time ago. I definitely could have sworn it said that they were in the pit lane a moment ago. So has Adrian Galeo served a drive-through penalty? And I will say this, if they have done a drive-through penalty just now, Joseph, they will lose the lead. Remember, Galeo still has a pit stop to give. They cannot make it to the end for now, and they have done. They have had a pass-through penalty. They have used up all of their incident points for this race, and they've had to do a drive-through for accruing more than 40 incident points in this race, and that might have cost them a chance at the win tonight. They have a pit stop left to go. Alessandro Garridin does not for Vesta Sport. This might have been catastrophic.
It might be, and well, that's Maximilian Schwanke having more issues. I mean, it's just not what he would have wanted sitting 17 minutes in the pit lane before as, well, Schwanke, not his day.
No, Maximilian's not had a great day. 17 minutes in the pits, and then to immediately do that, I mean, it'll happen. We've seen so many incidents exiting pit lane. It's very tricky indeed. There's marbles out there. The tires are cold. The sun's going down. There's not as much heat in the track. All that considered, it's going to be a rough time, and it's only going to get worse for those coming into the pit lane now. Adrian Galeo into the pit lane now, back again. This time to the attention of the team for a pit stop. This will hand over the lead to Vesta Sport Green in the number 11 Acura, who may go on and do well to win this race, but now serving their final stop is VFT. Into the lead goes Alessandro for Vesta Sport Green, and might that be the move of the race? I theorize this could be for the win, and it's looking like it could be, but only 3 seconds behind him is Ben Ford for CRF in the number 9 Cadillac. Could we still have a fight on our hands?
Well, Ben Ford does have to come into the pits at least one more time as Adrian Gallego comes out now. We will see where he stacks up against Gerardin. It's 18.3 seconds separating Gallego and Ford, which means it's 21 seconds separating Gallego and Gerardin. So the chase is on now. His tyres are not that much fresher. He is not that much more ready for this final stint than Gerardin. He's coming 7 laps later. Well, it's a waiting game now to see if Gallego can really turn it on. He'll have to warm up those tyres first, and then it's game on for VFT. Ben Ford is just dipping under 2 seconds, or 3 seconds even, behind Gerardin, 2.8 at the moment. But one more pit stop for the CRF driver is in line, and I think Gerardin is in a potentially race-sealing position here.
It really does look like Gerardin is going to be able to sort of, I wouldn't say steal one, because this would have been the strategy they were working on all of the time. Something's gone wrong with Adrian Gallego, but I think they just drove off the track. They're back on it now without any incident. Yeah, that car was definitely a little bit slow there. And we'll see exactly what happened to them to get them in that position. Hit the curb, slid around, and was able to get back under control. Nice save, I would say. If I was playing Rocket League, I'm not, so I won't, but I did anyway. But it's gone from bad to worse here, trying to keep the car under control. It was 15 seconds. As you said, it's now 21 seconds the difference. Ben Ford, by the way, has run down Alessandro Garridin. But like you say, they have a pit stop they have to do still. They can't make it after pitting at lap 150. They just ran the quickest lap of the race, did Ben Ford in CRF, a 43.268.
Well, I mean, maybe they don't need to come in for another pit stop. Ignoring the fuel, those tyres, if he's able to keep them operating like this, are done and dusted till the end of the race. And I mean, he's gone 1.8 seconds quicker on that previous lap than Alessandro Garridin. So, I mean, he's got the pace. He will have that pace to try to charge to win it. We've seen Gallego drop down to P3 as a result of him coming into the pits. Ben Ford will have to make that same move within the next couple of laps. But this pace at the moment, he won't be complaining too hard about it at all.
Philip Ingman, I think, for nearly on pace, also has to do a stop. It may be close. Diogo for Sim Racing in 6th place. That's very close. I think the highest up realistic car that may not have to come in, and yeah, Maciej Hyla down and gone for weapons mandatory. Heard from his teammate Justin that Hyla would be doing the remainder of the race, and in fact they are. But I think realistically, Alexander Shansky and Gavin Hooks, they can make it to the end, and they may leapfrog the likes of Nearly on Pace and Sim Racing, W&B, if that occurs. So major shakeups inside the top 5, potentially still more to do in the top 3 when Ben Ford, we assume, comes to pit lane. In fact, is in the pit lane right now.
And this is the time for CRF to see whether they truly do have that pace to win this race today, as we're watching on board with Luca Becker, with Benjamin Heilman right on that rear wing and trying to find an opportunity, trying to either force a mistake or force his way through, as they're going to go 3 abreast momentarily as they lap a car, and Heilman trying to hold the outside line with Becker on the inside, but just tucking back in. The move doesn't need to be made right now. They've got half an hour left in the session. If these two are just going to fight each other as they come across the line for the 179th time, they are just stuck together, oh so close, and these two battling for that P10. I think this battle will continue for quite a while.
Maciej Hyla on an outlap has sent the car around, and I'm assuming it's just destabilized. Yes, it is. Oh, was able to save it though. Oh, I'm going to say that's safe. Our broadcaster says there was a tiny touch, and if it wasn't much of one at all. Weapons mandatory, saves mandatory here at the end. Stratos Motorsports haven't talked much about Gavin Hooks in the latter half of the race. Same place, different verse. Doesn't make it nearly as far as Maciej does. Hooks is able to get the Stratos Motorsport Acura back onto the road without any further incident.
And yeah, a couple of mistakes being caught out at the same segment of the racetrack. And very, very interesting to see, as we've got Ben Ford, who's come out of the pits now 32 seconds behind Adrian Gallego. And that is game on for the CRF man, as you can see. Well, he was in the shot already, but we'll switch to him regardless, as we are on board with him 32.5 seconds behind Adrian Gallego. But if he keeps up that pace that he had in the first part of that stint, and someone ahead of him makes a mistake, that's easy pickings.
It really is, and they might be a little bit too far back now, but you never can bet on who's going to do what in front of you, and you never know. Adrian Gallego back behind the wheel, stayed behind the wheel of the VFT car. They had a penalty, had to come back down pit lane to do their mandatory stop anyway. Well, I'd say mandatory, but mandatory by limit of the fuel tank capacity. But they are closing down Garridin ever so slightly every single lap. Bobby Lou is going to loop it around, and don't think they hit anything. All that extra room off the sunset there. Be able to get the iRacing Esports Racing Canada car back out there.
Yeah, pretty easy mistake to make, but easier mistake to recover from as well. And Bobby Lou in P17, the last runner left of the GTP drivers. He won't mind too much about that mistake at all, considering the rest of the way that his day has gone. Not sure what time zone he would be in, but look, considering the way his day has gone. But this is Mikael Jarvalainen in that car. We've not seen for quite a while. They were competitive, and then an incident and a very long time in the pits for the number 202, and they're pretty much in a race by themselves, and you think they'll be in the same sort of position for the last half an hour or so.
Well, just like the EU, you can't keep them down. They will always rebound, and they're going to have a finish out of today. It might not be the result they were looking for, but it is a result nonetheless. Here is Adam Chikozy for the Thomas Inga Sim Racing group. Haven't talked much about them. I think we've seen them once. They've had a quiet sort of mid to end of their race, and one of the more striking cars in the field with that yellow and gold effect on that Mustang, sort of making their way to the finish in the John Dalton zone, as we call it. Joseph, did John explain the John Dalton zone to you Monday?
No, I sort of picked it up when you mentioned earlier. It's not the John Dalton zone anymore; it's the Jesse Lee zone. But feel free to elaborate.
Yeah, the John Dalton zone is usually a top 3 position where the first couple of drivers are aliens and you're unable to catch them. But you yourself are quite a quick racing driver, and you cannot be caught by the rabble behind. Usually a top 3 position, usually about 40 seconds behind the leader and 40 seconds in front of the next running individual. The Jesse Lee zone is being a lap down and a lap ahead of the cars in front of you and behind you, respectively. 2 different things. I know which one I prefer to have, if I'm honest, but the John Dalton zone is quite a humorous thing. Wasn't in the John Dalton zone a couple of weeks ago, winning the Nürburgring Nordschleife round of the Deutschland Masters Championship on Monday that wrapped up a few weeks ago. So beyond that, he does find himself in a high-ranking position by himself a lot. Somebody get this man a book and a pillow.
Speaking of high-ranking positions, and speaking of the John Dalton zone as well, Ben Ford, 33.8 seconds behind Adrian Gallego and 40.7 seconds ahead of Heiler in the weapons mandatory 74, the number 213. So, good demonstration.
Going to go off the racetrack here. If he's not careful, he's off in the marbles, and he does go off the car he was passing on the inside. We've seen that a few times today as well, where the car on the inside lets off the throttle. They feather the throttle, Joseph, and the aero can't take it. That sudden weight change or weight transfer, that's exactly what's going to... He's on the marbles, too. He wasn't on the line, and he's just going to go around. But these cars on a flat track, they cannot take that. They can't take a weight transfer mid-corner like that, and we've seen so many spins. The good news is the vast majority have resulted in that, a harmless spin, nobody involved, and they keep it moving at the end of the day without any major damage.
Yeah, and I mean, it's sometimes you can use the camber to help you turn, but in a flatter corner like that, you really cannot, and it's just down to you. And on that occasion, I think it was just the GT3 car noticed the GTP a little bit too late for both of their likings, and then that just caused the domino effect where the GT3 went round and the GTP went onto the grass. So yeah, just, I mean, a little bit of a moment, but they both seem to recover a-okay. That was Jarrett Degas coming into the pits and coming back out of it in P10 in the GT3 class, so halfway through that field.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not entirely sure, but I think the majority of GT3s can make it to the end based on when they last pitted. Degas, of course, one of those for phase 2 that just now pitted, so obviously they can make it, but I think more for Parman Man and Tom Hinsche, I think they can make it, even though they pitted on lap 147. That's a long time ago, but they're running slower lap times, and of course they can make it up to an hour or so on a tank of fuel, and they can stretch it pretty good, especially if you're not fighting anyone particularly hard at the moment. But FTW has never really let Midnight Motorsport out of their sight, I would say. 7 seconds the gap, and that's about where we left them a little while ago as well. The gap hasn't come down, it hasn't expanded. Yannick Gruoff also 12, 13 seconds behind in the rears as well, also keeping them honest. You talked earlier, Joseph, about a mistake changes the outcome. It definitely does. Man goes off the racetrack for a moment. Tom's going to be there, so is Ruoff. It's going to be a huge mess here at the end of this race, a huge fight for those spots. By the way, John Dalton is still watching the broadcast, heard us explain the John Dalton zone. He says John Dalton zone is the best zone.
I wouldn't mind it, because the sim racing experience I've got is slightly lesser than sitting in P3. I think if I got a P3 in any sort of form, I'd be very ecstatic. So, I mean, that's why I'm here talking about it, and I'm not competing.
Safer on this side of the glass anyway. Nearly on pace, that answers our question. Phil Ingman's going to have to come in. Diogo is also going to have to come in. Shansky, Diogo will not have to come in because they've already done it. They've already done their stop ahead of Philip Ingman for nearly on pace. So the eSim Racing W&B car does not have to come in. I believe Alexander Shansky will also be able to stay out. Gavin Hooks should as well. Luca Becca, etc., and so forth. We'll see where Ingman comes out. Stayed in the car, mind you. Mikael Sundstrom done for the day, and they will stay in 5th place. They will likely finish where they've run the majority of the day, in the top 5.
Yeah, not too bad a result. I think anyone in the top 5 will be pretty happy with that, as that is a switch in the VGTR car. Wyatt Hutto now comes out into the car. Actually, I don't believe it was a switch, so that's my mistake. But coming out in P9 now, just in that mid pack, just getting a little bit more fuel to take it to the end with 20 minutes left on that clock. It's ticking down now, and soon we will be getting to the checkered flag, sooner than we'd hope, and sooner than we'd probably expect, because it does seem to creep up on you.
It really does. Question from the chat. Karama in our Twitch chat says, does the number 11 need to stop one more time? I don't think so. They came in with 40-some minutes left to go. You can make it about 45 minutes. My math is sometimes a bit suspect. That's my better half. That's the only one allowed to do math in this house. But I'm fairly confident you can trust that they don't have to come in. Vesta Sport Green, I think, has timed this out perfectly. They pitted exactly when they needed to, around the 45-minute mark, which is about the length of time you can go. And as long as they outrun VFT, that Acura is poised to win this race. They shouldn't have to come in. Pit stops for everyone in the entirety now of the top 12 for GTP should be able to make it to the checkered flag here today, including Alexander Shansky, who did come in on lap 172. It's going to be an ask, but if they fuel save, I'm quite sure they can also make it in the Magic Engineering car.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's only the fuel that's a concern. The tyres don't seem to drop off, as we saw with the fastest lap of this race being put in by Ben Ford on the tyres that he then attempted to get rid of the next lap. There you go. You can see it was a 43.2, which is just under a tenth faster than anybody else has gone across one lap in this entire race. So pretty impressive pace from Ben Ford, especially considering that those tyres were, well, you'd think that they were going off, considering he got off them next lap. But I don't think the tyres are the issue. I think it is just all the fuel now, and Ben Ford now set up to take to the end of the race, as are most of that top 10. You can see with, obviously, as you mentioned, Shansky, that would be a push, but I reckon he can do it. Hooks and Becker as well, pitting well, lap 174 and 172 respectively. Everybody else in the 80s, and well, considering now we are running towards the end of this race, I think they're going to be pretty happy to go to the end.
No surprise, though, in the GT3 category, Roberto Ribecci for Vesta Sport Black having the quickest time. It seems like forever ago, but 3 hours ago, they were fighting Midnight Motorsport back and forth for the lead of the race in GT3. That's obviously gone by the wayside after the contact they had in between turns 1 and 2. But no surprise that they've set the quickest lap. A 2-minute dead, really, really pushing it around this racetrack. The gap is coming down in GTP, though, Vesta versus VFT, but it's a little too late as long as Garadin continues their great drive. Ooh, huge slide right there by the Vesta Sport gray car. But here are the last laps. It was a 45.5 for Alessandro Garadin for Vesta Sport. It was a 43.7 for Adrian Galeo in the VFT car. It's still, at that rate, it might be enough, but it's damn close, Joseph.
Yeah, and I think Gerardin might be just that bit heavier than Gallego, which would explain the 1.8 second deficit, or he might have been in the traffic. We've got a replay here of Michael Rushton in the K1, just going round and oh, that was close to collecting there, but lucky escape for Michael Rushton and whoever that was that drove past, and well, he'll be hoping not to get any closer.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's horrible coming through Sunset right there. You saw, why we call it Sunset, when we were at break a little bit ago. Now the lights on the car is becoming more of a necessity than a necessary. But earlier, Sunset was blanketed in beautiful sunshine that was in the driver's eyes. Now the lighting level has changed. The corner is very tight indeed, turn 17 here at Sebring, and a car stranded where Rushton was is very dangerous indeed. And I keep going back to it because it's true. I am so happy that we have had so little incidents in those cases. Several times where a car's been stranded on the racetrack. We've not seen one major incident today of a car slamming into another one. Very heads-up driving, very smart driving going on out there, and appropriate nonetheless. But a lot of good racing today. Some incidents, of course, is racing after all. Accidents do happen. But outside of that, it's been a pretty nice race, and we're on our way to crowning a couple of winners here in the RSS 6 hours of Sebring. Before we do that, big shout out to Ready, Set, Sim, your one-stop shop for sim rigs. You can make your own custom sim rig on their website, readysetsim.com. Select your wheel, your base, your rig, your monitors, everything on readysetsim.com. One place, one-stop shop indeed, as we watch some replays of how this is going for the leaders, going off of the racetrack. That's not good in the waning moments. Coach Dave Delta, also a partner for us here at RCI. I would hazard the guess that there are many Coach Dave Academy CDA-style setups. Of course, they offer a range of setups for Le Mans Ultimate, iRacing, and ACC, among others. Follow the link in the description to Coach Dave Delta and get stocked up today. Green Man Gaming offers incredible games at incredible prices. Get to about 15% off Monster Hunter Wilds that just came out recently. 22 of Ahmed Imran around in the 1 HP car. They have had their struggles today in that Acura, but credit to them, they've kept going. Moser Racing, direct drive sim racing wheels and bases at prices that don't break the bank. Check out their range of direct drive rims and bases at moserracing.com. And of course, a shout out to Motorsport UK for recommending us as an esports community. Wyatt Hutto has had an issue for VGTR though. Probably going to regret that, staying out there on the racetrack instead of coming in. They could have cut pit lane Thomas will tell us if you get a penalty for that now. I think if you cross after the cone start, you may get a penalty, and that might be why they didn't do that. So they're going to drive around the track without any rear weighing. Oh, and the suspension, well, we have a word for this, Joseph. It starts with F and ends with ED. There's a K in there somewhere and a couple more vowels. But that is the apt description of that particular suspension.
Yes, and that's very, very difficult to deal with, and he's doing a pretty good job at the moment, actually, to keep that in a straight line, as he's turning left to go straight, as it's a different turn of phrase but you can see it's a different turn of phrase for that sort of situation, but you can see how much he's struggling as soon as he just slightly tries to go back straight, he just ends up wobbling, and there he goes round, and that was always an accident waiting to happen.
Well, now he's facing the wrong direction. He's going to try and get this car righted again, and he does. He'll continue on their way. And you may ask, well, why don't you tow if you're VGTR? Surely this is more dangerous. Yes, but it's so close to the end of the race. You tow here, you might not even get back on the racetrack. At least this way you give yourself a little bit of a shot. And see, he's going off the racetrack here. He's learning. He definitely reduced his speed for that corner, a little gun shy as he should be. I could definitely say if I had a choice between losing the front clip or the rear clip, I'd rather lose the front one.
And, well, I mean, he's not really had a choice as to which one he's losing. And as a result, he's just losing a lot of time now as he's coming round to pit road. But this is on board with Ben Ford, or it was indeed, as, well, the top two are closing in. Ben Ford just hasn't really had that sort of influence on this race. There's a replay here with a huge incident, as just a little bit of miscommunication there has sent Philip Engman round.
Well, they haven't lost a spot, I think, is the most important thing here. They've been running in fifth. They're all alone to themselves in the John Dalton zone, as we call it. But still, miscommunication there with some GT3 traffic, and an incident has occurred. But luckily, it happened after all the position squabbles had been dealt with. But I just say that Diago is only 8 seconds behind in the eSim Racing Acura. So maybe it isn't all done and dusted.
And he's got that mental advantage as well, because Engman will he'll have felt that, not just physically, of course, with the crash into the side pod, but also mentally, with just he'll just know that there are mistakes to be eked out of him, and he's just going to have to be headstrong and avoid making those sorts of mistakes again. And I don't think Diogo's going to get too close to Engman to try to challenge him, but if there's any mistakes eked out, then of course he will.
Well, that would have caused damage to Philip Engman's car, and it was on the side, so it won't be the worst aero damage, but it could be, you know, some sort of suspension or drag related damage, and I wonder if maybe in the long run that will hamper them. I don't think it'll be ultimately well, it might be, because the gap was 9 or 8 seconds and now it's under 7. We'll have to monitor that as well. The gap had been going down. It was under 10 seconds, Garrett into Galeo. Now it's up over 10 seconds again. 11.3 the gap first to second, and Diago continues to try and catch, nearly on pace, perhaps smelling a little bit of blood in the water. It's all but spoken for in the GT3 class if Man can continue what they've done all race over Hinched, but it was 8 seconds at 7.5, keeping them honest. Gilly Elman has brought the Vestasport gray car down to pit lane, and I can't imagine why they've had to do that. Could have sworn they had enough fuel to make it to the end.
Maybe he's just pushed too hard.
They did have a bit of, I think they had a half spin or a close call earlier on, but outside of that, I can't imagine what they're doing in additional pits. And it's a full stop as well. If this was a splash and dash or something, Yeah, there's something amiss there for the number 27 Vesta Sport gray car. That Corvette should not have been sitting there that long unless there was damage or an issue, a greater issue.
Because that's an issue for Michael Rushton in P16, and he's just gone round. And yeah, not ideal. And getting out of the way pretty solid there. Coming into the pits actually does Rushton. So maybe there's some issues late on for a couple of these cars. Of course, different classes as Ullman goes up to 1 minute 39 in the pit. So not sure what's going on there with the Vesta Sports, but the K1 coming in and then back out of the pits nice and quickly. So that may have just been just a bit of fuel to get him right to the end.
I think you're spot on with that. I wouldn't have foreseen anything else. That's what makes the Corvette and GT3 sitting there so strange. For Gilly Ellman, not entirely sure what happened there. May have to have a word after the race. Of course, they maybe had a spot of bother, but panels looked like they were on the car, and the wheel seemed to be mostly straight. So head scratcher there for sure. Alessandro Garadin racing their way to a victory for Vesta Sport Green. They've nailed the strategy thus far, and they've outraced Adrian Galeo for VFT. Joseph, you got to say, it's been a complete race. They've fought on the track when they've had to. They've out-strategized when they've had to. If they do go on to win in that number 11 Acura, it'll be a complete win today.
Yeah, and they've avoided the mistakes that Gallego has had, because, of course, he had to serve a drive-through penalty, which really put pay to it. 9.5
ultimately cost him the race.
Indeed, well, it did, yeah, because he would have been way out in front with a little comfortable cushion. But now he's 9.6, almost 10 seconds behind Gerardin, and now the pace can be controlled by the Vesta Sport.
Yeah, that's true, and that's exactly what it is. Bend but don't break mentality going on for Vesta Sport Green. And I'll be curious to ask him if we can get a post-race interview for Vesta Sport Green, if they thought that this was possible, if they thought this was on, if they could take it to some of the other teams here tonight. But they certainly have done. And give a credit to CRF Motorsport, Ben Ford behind the wheel of that Cadillac. They've done an excellent job today as well. 95 has found themselves in a little bit of additional trouble. Joseph, what do you see? Oh, or maybe what you don't see.
Not much is the answer to that. And there we go. Durkop going around and just having a little flash of the headlights, but then yeah, just get it just out of the way in the end for Durkop. So not what he would have wanted. And I believe there we go. It's we get a couple of replays of that same incident for Durkop down in P13 at the moment, having lost about 10 seconds from that little mistake just there. And yeah, he's down in P13 and just trying to stabilize now, because those tires will be a little bit warmer than they would have been before. As apparently in the GT3 class, the reason that he's been sitting in the pit so long, according to the YouTube chat, is well, around the final corner, he got in a meatball.
Interesting. Okay.
Indeed, and lost a lot of time.
Because the car had all its panels on it, but that might have been when it snap repairs when you're sitting there in the pit lane. So thank you to Gordon Ramsay, and by the way, I'm a fan of your cuisine, Mr. Ramsay. But
the George Russell profile picture in the number 63 is a bit misleading, though.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's clearly the Gordon Ramsay, the many times Michelin star, award-winning, globe-trotting, trend-setting chef from Scotland, who's never said
racing driver.
No. He is definitely the Scottish chef who has never said a curse word in his life.
Of course.
He's never done it. But we do appreciate the information nonetheless. 3 minutes left to go in tonight's race. And I will say, if you haven't already and you're still with us, why not leave a like and subscribe to the RCI YouTube channel and leave a follow over on Twitch as well. We thank you so much for being with us today and hanging out in the stream, letting us know what's going on with your various teams, who you're pulling for. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring today's race to you. We'll be back with you for round number 2 in about a month's time. Won't be a 6-hour race, as the series has variable lengths of races. The Daytona Road Course will play host to a 4-hour race on April the 12th. That's the next race in this round. Of course, we do have Ginetta Cup in Assetto Corsa Competizione on Monday, the second round of that series. Round 1 was incredibly chaotic. It's hard for me to keep up with some of the stops going on in that one. But we also have Le Mans Ultimate, 2 rounds left in the Sprint Series on Friday. We'd love to have you either as a viewer or on track. Remember, you can sign up to any championship mid-season by joining us live. Also, it was announced Night Out is returning, but not for Season 21, as Maximilian Schwanke spins the car, but continues on. Night Out Hyper Sprint on a Saturday night? LMU on a Saturday night, taking the place of the new face, the new version of Night Out as well. RaceRCI.com. Thank you all for being with us. Final moments. Entering the final lap of the race, Joseph, can you summarize what you've seen tonight?
Well, we've just seen a mistakeless campaign, it must be said, from Gerardine in that Vesta Sports, and if he's able to just come around this final lap nice and cleanly, he will claim that victory. Adrian Gallego, he had the pace certainly to take that victory, and he still has that pace, just closing in on Gerardine now, 7.8 seconds. But a drive-through penalty has really put pay to the VFT's day, and the number 333 will try to pick themselves up and go again for round 2, and will take that confidence that they were probably the quickest cars and the quickest driver in this stint, at least the final 2 hours of the 6 hours of Sebring. But we've got about 30 seconds left on this clock, and it'll be relief for the drivers as they will cross the line. It's not a particularly easy track, as we've seen with many a mistake drawn out today, but of course the drivers right up the top have been the ones that have strayed clear of mistakes, as the top 2, they've given each other a very, very good run, but just exceeding the 40 incidents meant that Adrian Gallego had to pick up a drive-through penalty. But the checkered flag will be waved, as Gerardine has one more corner to go to be crowned the round 1 victor, and you can already see
he's
the
already celebrating. Oh, you got to be careful.
He's got one more corner to go. Don't lose it here, as he comes out of it, and he comes out the other side, and he will take victory here in Sebring for the 6 hours in the RSS Endurance Series. And what a victory that was. Adrian Gallego coming across the line now. An unhappy P2, I think it would be fair to say, and Ben Ford will take that 3rd place for CRF.
Well, it's going to be a little while before Ben Ford gets around to us, but for Parman Man, Midnight Motorsport, they fought all day long. There will be some questions asked surely from one of the Chevrolet teams. The Vesta Sport Black team will probably want to have some words with how it all shook out, but Parman Man didn't back down and was able to lead them around. Midnight Motorsports and their AMG are going to win it in the GT3 class in the opening round of the RSS Endurance Championship. And what a win that will be for them. They will be delighted nonetheless. Tom Hinchet will come across the line in P2, the FTW Motorsport Red Ford Mustang. Yannick Ruoff will bring the Garage 991 Porsche home in 3rd, in what was a probably happy and quiet day for the team. Drama all around them, almost none for them in Garage 991. Ben Ford finally does make it across the line in GTP to complete our podium. Remember, points on offer today, but no prize money. That is at the end of the championship. But you have to say, Joseph, for those that have put themselves in a top 5 spot today, it's looking incredibly likely that they will be ones to challenge later on in the season. Some strong runs for sure.
They've shown considerable pace and considerable pace advantage over the rest of the field as well. And even the ones that made mistakes, we saw Hylo make mistakes earlier on, Engman as well having an incident. They are the ones with the pace in the GTP class. And to be fair, FTW in the GT3 class, they gave Midnight Motorsports something to think about. It wasn't by any stretch of the imagination a cruise to the line for Palmer Man. He was kept honest by Tom Henscher, and we've got a great season of RSS endurance right ahead of us as Jarrett DeGasque will take us to a close.
Final car to cross the line, but not last on the track, mind, just last on the road as they run. But victory lap for Alessandro Garridin and that entire Vesta Sport green team. Absolutely take a bow. Use the strategy. It would have been close otherwise. Gallego with the penalty, the VFT team exceeding the 40 incident points that you are allowed in the 6 hours. And that was the difference in the race. Otherwise, it would have been very close indeed there in the late going. But some worthy winners and some that we thought should have been up at the top that weren't today, that will have some questions they need answering. Well, when's the next race? Daytona Road Course, April 12th, 4-hour race there. The RSS 4 hours of Daytona coming at you in a little over a month's time. I don't know about you, Joe, so I'm absolutely pleased with that.
Yeah, I mean, that was a race where there wasn't really any points, even though there wasn't really any points throughout the race where there was time to settle until, well, the very end, because there was mistakes drawn out throughout. And in the end, it was just a race of attrition, of course. There was 6 hours in it, but a race of attrition nonetheless. And it was the mistakeless driver who took that victory home. And notes will be taken by the rest of those drivers. That is how you win an endurance race. And Alessandro Gerardin today, he was the class above the rest of the field in the end, with Gallego just making a couple too many mistakes.
Right, you are, partner. And I just got to say, I was wondering how much pit strategy and fuel economy was going to play into it. I heard a couple of teams in the garage this morning murmuring that that was something that they were going to look into in the race if given an opportunity. And I got to say, I think it was sort of ultimately important for some teams, the way that they were able to twist their strategy around. And also, too, keeping out of trouble with penalties is something that a lot of people are going to be looking at. But more than anything, the number one thing, I think, is minimizing mistakes going forward. I think it has to be said. It was the big ticket item of the day. Making mistakes, putting yourself in a hole that you had to then dig yourself out of. Some were able to, some were not. It's just the way things go. But I think the clear front runner is minimizing mistakes going forward is going to be the clearest path to victory.
Yes, it's today was the perfect demonstration of exactly what we've both just said there. And it is fair to say, though, because I think this has to be put out there as a disclaimer, it is very difficult to avoid mistakes in such a long race, especially if you're somebody like Raphael Huell, who did the race by themselves. And those matchsticks can go away now. He can go and celebrate his P5 with a very long sleep.
Well, congratulations to everyone for making it to the end of this race. We only had a handful of full-on retirements today. That's majority of drivers that started the race ended up finishing the race, albeit probably in positions that they didn't want to find themselves in. But a successful first round of the RSS Endurance Championship. We thank you all for watching us. A big thank you to Thomas Edwards, who's been with us all day. Ironman status achieved for him, giving you all 7 hours or 6.5 or 7 hours of racing here today. We appreciate him. To all of our commentators, our broadcasters, we appreciate that. All of the staff behind the scenes, our event management, our admin staff who help us bring these races to you. We appreciate them. And of course, the drivers, because without them and without you watching at home, we would not have nearly as much fun, nor would we have a reason to put on the show, or would we be able to put on the show. And of course, a big thank you for all of you that follow, like, and subscribe. We've seen all of your follows today. A lot of teams have done that over on Twitch. We thank you. A lot of new subscribers over on YouTube as well. We thank you very much for that. Yannick, it looked pretty utilitarian out there today. You stayed out of trouble. You got a podium position. Everyone else was having some sort of drama,
Yeah, it was a
but
good
not the
race.
991
I
team.
think we're quite happy with P3. I think it was the maximum we can get. So yeah, great race. Very happy.
Well, we like to see happy teams. You were the highest running Porsche. How did you find the race today and your car? Was it the right choice?
Overall for the whole season, the Porsche is a great choice. Sebring should be. I think the that good. It struggles on high temps. So yeah. Because of that, we are quite happy with P3. In the middle of the race, I was P3 is great. And also we got lucky because I think the Corvette incident. So yeah, on pure pace.
Yannick, anybody you want to shout out the team, family, maybe?
Sure, my mates. Thank you, Stefan, for the great race.
Well, there you have it. We did see some love in the chat for the 991 team. Yannick Ruoff, part of the perfect spot to fight for some of that share of the 400 euros and physical prizes. Congratulations. Good luck. We'll see
Thank you
next
guys.
month. From Yannick Ruoff to Tom Hensha, who drives for the FTW Motorsports Red Team. Today, and you guys held your own. Talk us through your day, Tom.
Outside, the cars feels really good. Yeah, but Robin had a not so it's a great pace, but okay. Yeah.
Well,
was okay,
just walk us through. You were in the fights. We saw you a lot out there. How did you find it? Was it fair out there, or was it a bit more combative than you would have expected at Sebring?
Yeah, the GTP is sometimes a little bit strange. The overtakes sometimes, but the mostly time was really good. The overtakes.
You love to hear it, Tom. What is your outlook for the rest of the championship based on today?
Constant. It was a season looking for consistency, good results, and then you're looking for the end. Then.
There you have it, Tom. Anybody you want to shout out the team, the family at home?
But to Robin, my teammate, and the crew. They work well. The GTP from my team. So it's not so the best race, but there are many races. Thanks for the race.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks for coming and talking to us. Tom Hensha for FTW Motorsport Red, the Ford Mustang. You look good out there. We look forward to seeing you for the next race.
Thanks. Bye.
From Tom to Raphael Huell, and we call Raphael Huell one of the Iron Men of RCI, and he showed you today 6 hours on the trot today, Raphael, and you get rewarded with a decent finishing position. Talk us through your endurance race.
Lots of preparation. I had some water next to me to drink a bit and some snacks during the pit stops. to keep me on top.
How'd you deal with the bathroom issue, Raphael? I gotta ask.
The pit stops were about 40 seconds. I may have extended one or two to do a little
To
bio stop.
accommodate.
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta say, there's a couple of other drivers that are in the field that are attempting to do it solo. Maybe some of them are only doing it solo today because they had to. You fully intend to do this entire season by yourself. I ask you this ever so often because this isn't uncommon for you, but I'll ask again. Are you mad?
Yes. After today, I fully believe I am. Although with lower force feedback, I wasn't running anywhere near what I use normally. It's all right. You can do that.
Well, I gotta say, I kind of gave the spiel in the race about who Raphael Kuhl is. You've been racing at RCI a long time. You don't really care what sim it is. You do a really great job, and you're known to doing stunts like this. But today, you had the pace, you had the ability. I mean, realistically, where do you think you can come as a solo act in this championship? Because it's already looking pretty good.
Especially because I'm doing it solo, I think I have a more consistent pace than the other teams. Because it's just me. So I think that's going to be the key to just stay consistent. Even today, I wasn't the fastest. Like those top guys were doing half a second more, maybe a second more at times. But I didn't really have a lot of incidents. Just consistently keeping at it, and maybe taking a few freebies on the way.
I got two questions for you. Why the name Team Punt Now? And follow up, would you like to shout out anybody? The family, the team, yourself?
Team Punt Now is my team in iRacing. I don't know why I chose the name. It was just the one that I came up with a couple of years ago. So I just went with that. I didn't bother creating a new one. And, well, yeah, shouting out Joker, Miguel Martins, who is sometimes in the voice chat, keeping me not so alone during the 6 hours.
Yeah, that does sound like that could potentially be purgatory. Raphael, thanks for racing with us. Thanks for coming in and talking to us. We look forward to seeing what you do at Daytona in about a month's time. Congratulations on the strong start to the solo effort.
Yeah, thank you for the amazing series so far. It's going to be fun.
We hope so. Raphael Huell, ladies and gentlemen, from Team Punt Now in the number 21 Porsche. I don't think was actually punted today. Joseph, just an incredible race. Drama throughout, both good and bad. Positions at the top very much in doubt throughout the majority of tonight's events. And we get to pack it up and do it all again on the 12th of April.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Well, for all the races, a complete comprehensive guide to what you can expect here at RCI across the Le Mans Ultimate, iRacing, and Assetto Corsa Competizione Sims, go to racerci.com. Get up to date and check out all of our lovely partners that have been revolving around the bottom and the top part of your screen throughout the broadcast. The links in the description of the video and on the website. On behalf of everyone here at RCI, we thank you for watching. We thank you for participating. We've had so much fun bringing you this new series. A big shout out once again to Ready Set Sim for sponsoring this event and coming on as a brand new partner for us. We highly recommend them if you're looking to build your own sim rig. They have an amazing website at readysetsim.com. Check it out on your way out. On behalf of Joseph Black, I've been Jesse Lee with Ted Edwards and everyone here in the broadcast booth today. We thank you so much for joining us. Next broadcast live on Monday for continuing coverage of the Genetic Cup. And until then, have a fantastic weekend. Happy International Women's Day. And we'll see you next time. Good night.
You ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Get behind the wheel, let's go. Grip the road, feel the flow. Thunder roaring, still alive. Live this dream and drive. burning with gasoline. Push the limits, chasing green. One shot, don't slow, go on, we'll take control. Engines scream alive tonight, blazing past the red line. Outrun the night, won't lose this fight. Follow the road, red line for show. We're chasing taillights, don't let go. Under the stars, we'll go so far. This is who we are. Chasing taillights. Chasing taillights. Chasing taillights. We're chasing taillights. The miles they fade, but they don't die. Faster now, the hours fly by. Sweat and gears, hearts in sync. On the edge, on the brink. Clock ticks down, stakes are high. One mistake, we kiss us goodbye. Don't slow down, we're not done. Finish line for the strong ones. Engines scream alive tonight, blazing past the red line. Outrun the night, won't lose this fight. Follow the road, red line for show. We're chasing taillights, don't let go. Under the stars, we'll go so far. This is who we are. Chasing taillights. We're chasing taillights. Chasing taillights. We're chasing taillights. Feel the rush, see the goal. Every second, take control. The world blurs, time won't wait. We rise, we fight, we accelerate. 3, 2, 1, go. Follow the road, red line for show. We're chasing taillights, don't let go. Under the stars, we'll go so far. This is who we are. Chasing taillights. We're chasing taillights. Chasing taillights. We're chasing taillights. Chasing taillights. Chasing taillights. Chasing taillights. We're chasing taillights. We're always chasing taillights.